This topic seems to be brushed off when it doesn't need to.
I used to say, only half in jest, that the proof that Moses was the greatest of the prophets is that when God asked him to lead the Jewish people, he refused 4 times. Who am I to lead? They won't believe in me. I'm not a man of words. Please send someone else. It is as if Moses knew with uncanny precision what he would be letting himself in for. Somehow, he sensed in advance that it may be hard to be a Jew, but to be a leader of Jews is almost impossible. How did Moses know this? The answer lies many years back in his youth. It was then when, having grown up, he went out to see his people for the first time. He saw them enslaved, forced into heavy labor. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his people. He intervened and saved his life. The next day, he saw 2 Hebrews fighting, and again he intervened. This time the man stopped him and he said, Mi samach alish savu shofet aleinu, who appointed you, our leader and our judge? Note that Moses hadn't even thought of being a leader, and already his leadership was being challenged. And these are the first recorded words spoken to Moses by a fellow Jew. That was his reward for saving the life of an Israelite the day before. And though God persuaded Moses or ordered him to lead, it never ceased to be difficult and often demoralizing. In Devarim, he calls the time when he said, Echa es salavadi, how can I bear alone your problems, your burdens, and your disputes all by myself? And in Balotecha, he suffered what can only be called a breakdown. He asked the Lord, why have you brought this trouble on your servant? What have I done to displease you that you put the burden of all these people on me? Did I conceive all these people? Did I give them birth? Why do you tell me to carry them in my arms as a nurse carries an infant to the land you promised on oath to their ancestors?
It's kind of, oh, shoot, wait, what just happened? I don't know why I went all the way back, but it's kind of interesting. Maybe there's something to this idea of not having leaders that want to be leaders. Again, at the same time, that doesn't mean that we should have leaders who don't want to do their job, but more so that we shouldn't have leaders who they want to be leaders because they want to lead, but more so because they want to do what's right. I don't know, I just think it's kind of interesting how you have that even within this, very old text.
No, definitely. I was going to say the other thing that jumped out to me listening to that one is being the leader of the Jews is sort of like herding cats.
No, but see, the difference is you can at least, I feel like cats might be easier to corral, in all honesty.
Oh, that they might be. I agree. It's a similar sort of task, very thankless in Moses's part.
Yeah, like, say what you want. Cats might have very strong opinions, but at least they really kind of, they want what they want, and then that's what they want. Whereas with, people in general, but also with Jews, it's kind of like, it's like at one moment be like, okay, well, I might feel this way, but the next moment it might be like, well, actually hearing it this way, this sounds just as good.
Yeah, cats willfully disobey less.
Yeah, and then when the Israelites got tempted by Joseph, I'm joking, this isn't canon, but when they get tempted by Joseph's corpse to go back to Egypt, they're like, yeah, the hashish in Egypt, it's much better than... It's funny.
Yeah, do you really want to step back in time 2,000 years?
It's like, well, you'll have a land that's yours. And then Joseph's like, with wars that are yours. And then, to be fair, it's not like they wouldn't have been pushed out if they would have gone back to Egypt according to the narrative.
Exactly.
But yeah, I kind of chose that name for a reason. Hotel Kemet-fornia, like Kemet being Egypt, so California, but Egypt-fornia.
Yeah, clever.
And that they can only check out once they finally believe. Like, that's kind of one of the elements that, even though it's not explicit, it's kind of this idea that they need to believe in God in order for them to be delivered, which, again, I feel like people they'll just use that as a way to be like, oh, just trusting God, not kind of looking at the bigger picture.
I used to say, he suffered on oath to their ancestors. The Lord, why have you brought this trouble on your servant? What have I done to displease you that you put the burden of all these people on me? Did I conceive all these people? Did I give them birth? Why do you tell me to carry them in my arms as a nurse carries an infant to the land you promised on oath to their ancestors? I cannot carry all these people by myself. The burden is too heavy for me. If this is how you're going to treat me, please go ahead and kill me if I've found favor in your eyes, and do not let me face my own ruin. And this was said, don't forget, by the greatest Jewish leader of all time. Why are Jews almost impossible to lead? The answer was given by the greatest rebel against Moses' leadership, Korach. Listen carefully to what he and his associates say. They came as a group to oppose Moses and Aaron, and they said to them, "You've gone too far. The whole community is holy, every one of them, and the Lord is with them. Why then do you set yourself above the Lord's assembly?" Korach's motives were wrong. He spoke like a Democrat, but what he wanted,
I'm sorry, how were his motives wrong?
was to be an autocrat. He wanted to be a leader himself. But there is a hint in his words of what is at stake. Jews are a nation of strong individuals. The whole community is holy, every one of them. They always were, they still are. That is their strength and their weakness. There were times when they found it difficult to serve God, but they certainly would not serve anyone less. They were the stiff-necked.
Except the golden calf. But,
Well-
just sweep that under the rug, right?
Well, among that and other ones, you had, Hosea had to do his reforms because the Jews fell away. It's a recurring theme.
Again, it's like, did they fall away or did he just bend over? Or, sorry, bow down, not bend over, but I feel like there might be a similar context to both. Obviously not literally, even though some people might take it literally.
I was going to say the actions are kind of similar, so yeah.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's this idea of an act of submission, which maybe just got ritualized out of it. Again, it's one of those things where, depending on how closely you connect the development of sexuality and religion, you can get some interesting ideas. But I also think that it kind of requires a little bit of, fantastical thinking. Because, of course, to say that the two are connected is obvious. But I think to go to another level and to imply that everything religious started off as a sexual practice kind of misses the point that humans are so much more than sexual beings. Again, not to say that they aren't, but that it's it would be maybe it's a bit reductive, but it would be like reducing human cuisine down to pizza.
Exactly. You got to throw in at least hamburgers.
Yeah, that's called human cuisine. And if all of humanity ceases to exist and we can only take two food items with us, it's probably going to be hamburgers and pizza, let alone the fact that people will have forgotten how to get cheese and how to get burgers. So they'll just be recreating it, and then it'll turn into a religious ritual, and then people will forget about the food. Actually, so see, I feel like on some level there is truth to that theory. The difference is people limit it to sex. They don't think about the rest of human, existence.
Definitely.
Although I do have to admit, the whole anointing of the Betulus stone at Bethel does seem to be reminiscent of some of those practices from further east of the Shingam and the Lingam and the Yoni.
Yeah, I was going to say the whole Shiva lingam is what jumps out at me in that whole practice.
Yeah.
people.
And where they
and
anoint it
people
with ghee.
stiff
Yep.
necks find it
with ghee. It's interesting because what's used in Hebrew is shemen, which is oil, but it can also be fat, which ghee is. It's clarified butter.
Yep, the
hard
parallels
to
extend.
bow down. The prophets would not bow down to kings. Mordecai would not bow down.
Joseph bowed down to Pharaoh. Let's see. Abraham, pretty sure he prostrated himself to. Actually, maybe not. I might be misremembering that one. But Jacob definitely bows. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. I feel like what he's saying isn't true here.
I was going to say Abraham. You could argue with Pharaoh and Abimelech, but certainly Melchizedek he showed submission to.
Yeah, but I think that it's literally this idea of what's he said.
And people with stiff necks find it hard to bow down. The prophets would not bow down to kings. Mordecai would not bow down to Haman. The Maccabees would not bow down to the Greeks. Their successors would not bow down to the Romans. Jews are fiercely individualistic. At times, this makes them unconquerable, but it also makes them almost ungovernable, almost impossible to lead. That is what Moses discovered in his youth when trying to help his people. Their first response was to say, "Who appointed you as our leader and our judge?" That's why he was so hesitant
Little
to take
did
on the
they
challenge
know.
of leadership, and why he refused 4 times. There's been much debate in British and American Jewry recently about whether there should be an agreed collective stance of unconditional support for the state and government of Israel, or whether our public position should reflect the deep differences that exist between Jews today within Israel or outside. My view is that Israel needs our support at this critical time. But the debate that has taken place is superfluous. Jews are a nation of strong individuals who, with rare historic exceptions, never ever agreed about anything. That makes them unleadable, but it also makes them unconquerable. The good news and the bad go hand in hand. And if, as we believe, God loved and still loves this people, despite all its faults and all its disagreements, may we do less. Shabbat Shalom.
So it's actually kind of interesting. So this reminds me of, I'm sure you heard what happened in New York, right?
Yeah, you filled me in on that one.
Yeah, so, let's see, what was it? Let's see what I can find. Let's find a good one. Yeah, it's wild. In one day, a bunch of non-Jews get exposed to 770. Let's see. Here, this is from a year ago, before there was.
Today, and nothing can stand in my way. We're all just here in the same grind, trying to get.
Look at that. Hasidic graffiti.
That's a little bit hipster.
Yeah.
Street art.
Yeah. See that graffiti over there?
Yes.
So you had a lot of hipsters moving into the community here in Williamsburg, but there was a lot of tension, as you can imagine. But I noticed there was one thing that united us, Hasid and hipsters, the facial hair, the beard. So I made an event called Unite the Beards. We made a logo, half the face was Hasidic, half the face was hipster, and we gave out t-shirts with that logo, and on the back it said, "Open your mind. Hasid and hipster not as different as you think." And then once I started that thing, I started, hey, let's open up the doors of our community. Before I know it, people from all around the world, instead of going to Ellis Island and Statue of Liberty, they were coming behind the usually very closed doors of Hasidic Brooklyn. Welcome to the Hasidic Hat Store. Is he a bar mitzvah boy?
He's 13.
He's 13. So when I was 13, it's a big thrill. You get to come here and you get to wear one of these black hats.
You get to hang out with Mr. Rodder.
Yeah, that's the best part.
Sometimes I don't even need a hat. I'll come in and buy one anyway.
Just to hang out with Mr. Rodder. I'm so curious to see how you would look in a hat.
All right.
You want to try it on?
Let's do it.
Oh my God, look at that. Any questions for the rabbi? Okay.
It's official. I look good.
Yeah, we have the conversion papers in the back. Welcome to 770
Obviously joking.
Eastern Parkway, the world's most famous synagogue. Have you ever been inside a Hasidic synagogue before?
I have not.
Mazel tov.
I mean, if we're going to be realistic, the most famous synagogue in the world is the temple, but that's not controversial at all.
Well, maybe the most most famous still existing temple, still existing synagogue.
True, but hey, if it's still the most popular temple, even without its original form, what's that say? I mean, literally, it's considered one of the most holiest places in the world for 3 religions. So it's like, at the end of the day, standing or not, I would say it is the most famous.
Well, they're trying to get it standing again, so.
Yeah, I would admit that if the temple was established in New York, probably would save a lot of lives, but at the same time, I feel like that would just cause a new issue where the people would be like, "Well, we don't want the temple in New York." But actually, you know about the whole Ararat project?
No.
So, like back in I think this was the 1800s, there was a plan to actually create a Jewish enclave in New York, and they're already well. By this time, there wasn't actually a Jewish enclave in New York. There was, but not the way that people think of it like today. It was the point is they want some people wanted to establish almost like a Jewish state within New York, similar to the idea of the Jewish Autonomous Oblast, which was formed by the Soviet Union with actually very little. I actually don't know the history of that, but it was planned by the Soviets, not by Jews themselves. It was an attempt to, I think it was probably before they wanted to try to integrate everyone to establish different ethnic republics throughout the Soviet Union. And so somewhere in Siberia, they were like, okay, this is going to be the Jewish part of Russia, which isn't that much of a new concept. They had the Pale of Settlement before that, but anyway.
When the movement came here in 1940, escaped Nazi Germany and Poland, and they had to reestablish Hasidic life. So it all started off in this small room, and then you'll see as the movement expanded over the years, they had to expand into a much bigger synagogue.
When I was a child, I was born in 47.
Wow.
So I remember the synagogue when it first came out in the 50s, early 50s. I was a little boy running around. Only a few boys then were there after the 50s, early 50s. So I remember the synagogue when it first came out in the 50s, early 50s. I was a little boy running around. Only a few boys then were there after the war. And not many survivors. We were a small group of boys.
How much of the life you guys live today is authentic to its roots, and how much evolved since 1940, since this place started?
We embrace technology here because we view any means of technology as a way of connecting and spreading the good word and about purpose and uniting the world. So it's pretty much very strong to its roots, but obviously there's certain elements which have evolved, primarily in the technological range. This is one of the coolest rooms in this building. It's called WLCC, which stands for World Lubavitch Communication Center.
Okay.
And basically when the Lubavitch Rebbe, the leader of the movement, spoke in the 1970s, people around the world, including Brazil, wanted to hear what the Rebbe was saying, but we didn't have Facebook or WhatsApp in those days. So a young Israeli boy started tinkering with a few wires, a few safety pins and some duct tape, and he created this masterpiece. Here is the rabbi himself,
Wow.
Rabbi Chaim Baruch Halberstam, and he'll show you
What
around.
an honor.
Thank you.
Through telephones, people had hookups and they were able to listen live.
Coming from
This is actually super innovative. I didn't know about those.
Created this.
I mean, literally, it's like before social media, they basically created the closest thing equivalent, except it was really just one way. Any thoughts on this?
No, I'd never heard of it before. Just interesting.
Masterpiece. Here is the rabbi himself,
Wow.
Rabbi Chaim Baruch Halberstam, and he'll show you
What
around.
an honor.
Thank you.
Through telephones, people had hookups and they were able to listen live.
Coming from someone who is awful with technology, I'm in awe of your skills.
The Torah teaches us to use our head logically. And once you had things logically, everything is possible.
Look, and here he is. This is a picture taken back. This one's in 1977. There's the rabbi sitting in the same chair. He hasn't moved in almost 50 years.
You look even more handsome now.
Well, they tell me that I used to be young and beautiful.
So
There's
he's
the rabbi
basically
sitting
an
in the same chair. He
anchorite in
hasn't
the
moved
computer
almost
room.
50 years.
He's what?
He's basically an anchorite in the computer room. Or an anchorite is they put him in their cell and they don't leave.
Oh, like they're anchored to it.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're joking. He has left there.
Yeah, no. It's not joking
look
about
even
an
more
anchorite, though.
Yeah.
Handsome now.
Well, they tell me that I used to be young and beautiful. Today I'm just beautiful.
That's wonderful. So nice to meet you.
Spread goodness and kindness.
I will. I won't forget you.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Continue, Asim.
Every religion has, a place that is considered the epicenter of.
So I might be wrong, but I think it's these panels. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure this is the women's area. So if you look here, these wood panels, that's where. So I might be wrong about this, but from what I understand, it was basically a clash between the regular. Shit, I forget which one's which. One second. Is it? I think it's this one. So there's. Let me see if I can find it. Well, it'll probably be under controversies. All right, so they don't say here which one's which. So listen to this. So a few years prior to Schneerson, Menachem Mendel Schneerson's death, some members of the Chabad movement expressed their belief that Menachem Mendel Schneerson is the Messiah. Those subscribing to the beliefs have been termed Meshichists or Messianists. One moment. Messianists. A typical statement of belief for Chabad Messianists is the song and chant known as Yechi Adonenu, Long Live Our Master. Hebrew customs vary amongst Messianists as to when the phrase is recited. Chabad Messianists believe either Schneerson will be resurrected from the dead to be revealed as the Messiah, or profess the belief that Schneerson never died in the first place. The Chabad Messianic phenomenon has been met mostly with public concerns or opposition from Chabad and non-Chabad Jewish leaders alike. So, I forget, because one of them is called Merkas, and the other is Agudeh. What Merkos means center and Agudeh means society, but basically they're different movements within Chabad, and one of them is more like Meshichist. And so it was some people who were like part of that, from what I understand, were responsible for trying to dig a tunnel from the old mikveh, which was maybe like next door or on the same block. I'm not 100% sure. But there's a lot of people who've been spreading conspiracy theories around it because, Jews in tunnels, people who want to spread conspiracy theories, they have prime fuel there, even though it's literally, people turn a mountain into a molehill or a tunnel into a.
Yeah, I was gonna say the other thing that echoes is Bell, the whole story and with Bell and the priests. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. But you're right.
With a secret entrance into the temple. Yeah.
Interesting connection.
The other one is, maybe it's, it's it's a question of just how wrong it is for me to splash, sort of thinking about a remake of Weekend with Burnings with sort of, Shabbat with the rabbi.
Oh my god. What is this? Shabbos at Schneerson's. Yeah, it's. Sorry, I'm just responding to one message really quick. Let's see. Sorry, one moment. All right, here. Also, I'm gonna post the link if anyone wants to join. And we'll get started soon. I'm going to try a new technique for today to speed through.
That community. Why is a place like this so crucial for your religion?
This is where it all came from. This is where it happened. People come here, they feel it.
It's mind-blowing. It's amazing.
The heartbeat of the Jewish world.
Yeah.
We're actually taught in the holy books that kedusha leizazam imkaima, that holiness never leaves a place. This is where the Lubavitcher Rebbe, the most famous, popular Jewish leader of the 20th century, for decades sat here and taught us this popular.
Let's see. Sakanat nafshot. Let's see. Sakanat. Oh, I think Sakanat can. Wait, how to read it? Let me see that. Honestly, I'm gonna look this up because now it's bugging me. Let's see. Sakanat nafshot. Like safeguarding souls? I don't know. English results only. Mortal danger? What? I feel like I am missing the context here. Yechi, I don't. Wait, what? So this must be the Meshachists, because this says, Ravad. What is? One second. Do you have any thoughts on this, like, before I get more context?
No. Again, the only thing is just, it's just sort of like, random thoughts. Like, it reminds me of Hogan's Heroes with the tunnels.
Oh, Hadiburim. That's why I was getting it wrong. Hadiburim. Oh. Let's see if anything shows up. Hadiburim al Masidat. Wait, Misirat? Is it Misir? Yeah. Let's see. Okay, here I think I found something. Hadiburim al Misirat. Oh, so this is like Diburim, the words on the Misidat. What is this conversation? Translation? Let's see. Misirat. What? I'm sorry. I'm just going to use Okay, so Hadiburim al Mesirat Chalakim Me'eretz Yisrael. Oh, so that might have been right. So, just want to be right about this. Let's see. So, Mesirat. Lemiloni. Wait. Milu. Okay, so I want to clarify this with, I might be mistranslating this, but so Adiburim, like the words al misirat upon the, see that's the word that I'm having a lot of trouble with. So let's see, misirat, what's that mean? Catch? There's got to be another context to this. Let's see, misirat team. Misirat meaning. It's just so strange that you'd think that it would be easier to find by meaning. Misirat nefesh. Wait, Misirat is. Oh. Okay, so apparently, so Misirat nefesh. See, Misirat. So Misirat means sacrifice. Misirat nefesh means self-sacrifice. So this is the words upon the sacrifice of Chalakim, like dividing the Eretz Yisrael from the land of Israel. Sachnat nefashot, mortal danger. Le miloni Yehudim. I think that's to all, or to all of Jews. I feel like le miloni milon. Let's see. This is milioni. Wait. Is that, honestly, I'm not sure. But again, keep in mind, this is like, these are the, the Meshichas. They're not like, a big part of that is they also don't think that, and again, I want to state, this is the Meshichists, that they don't want the land to be divided, because if they think that, the Mashiach has come, then like that, it's kind of like they're the complete opposite of the Niturei Karta, and the Satmar Hasidim, who like oppose. Again, I forget if it's all Satmar, but it is all Niturei Karta, that they oppose the existence of the state of Israel, not because they're, not because they have an ethical issue with it, it's because they have a religious issue with it. So it's kind of like the whole situation. I honestly think the more strong of an opinion and the less flexible someone is about something, the more indicative that they're a fundamentalist. I mean, I think that's a good, belief regardless. Regardless of what political or religious stance someone might take. Because if someone's just that hardline and not willing to move, even if they're presented with better facts, it's because they're not there from a logical stance. They're there because of their emotions. And hence why, so like after this, we'll before we start, we'll just pull up a quick video about what happened in 770. But I think this is kind of indicative, because so you had the mainstream, the ones who don't believe that that Schneerson was the Messiah. They were trying to work with the city officials to repair the damage so that the building wouldn't collapse or whatever. And the thing is, you have the Meshichists who they're like, oh well, and I'm going to be honest. Okay, so let's just imagine that you have, obviously, you have more denominations of Christianity than you do of Judaism. But imagine you have the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is where Yeah, because I mean, Jesus didn't like just teach from one place, like the rabbi. So there's the difference. So basically, with Jesus, there's the whole idea that I mean, you also have the belief that he died in multiple places, or not died in multiple places, but was buried in multiple places. But imagine you have the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and you know it has certain hours when it's open. Now imagine that you have this one really fringe Christian sect that they managed to find a way to access the Church of the Holy Sepulchre after hours. It's not because they're necessarily doing anything insidious. It's literally just that they want to be able to worship the way they want. And in the case, I mean, like, and the reason I'm using Christianity as a comparison for this is because, I mean, while the Meshichists might not think that Schneerson was God, they definitely think that he was the Messiah, which is pretty analogous to early Christianity. It's like, I guess the fundamental difference here is that, like, I don't know if the fundamental difference is actually in the feeling so much as just what they believe about that feeling. But like, I think that's why some of the Meshichists were so, like, I mean, basically willing to get arrested and willing to put themselves in their own harm's way. That kind of this idea, like going to what it says here, of Mesirat Nefashot, the like self-sacrifice. This idea that they were actually willing to. I mean, I don't think they expected that anything would happen, but basically that they were willing to take that risk, and put themselves in the tunnel as the cement truck was about to try and start filling it up, and then they tore off the panels, which were going to keep the cement in, and it's a big balagan, but yeah.
I like your analogy with the Church of the Holy Sepulchre because I immediately figured out the reason that they wanted it after hours is their cult believed that they needed to spend the night in the same tomb as Jesus.
I mean, because I mean, look what they're talking about right now.
Yeah.
We're actually taught in the holy books that kedusha leizazam imkaima, that holiness never leaves a place.
And that's why. Now, the last thing that makes me think that whoever was responsible for this sign, also notice how it's put on, like it's not actually directly on the wood. It's like an additional board that's been laid over it. But at the very bottom it says, Yechi Adonenu Morenu Verabenu Melech HaMoshiach LeOlam Vaed. So Yechi Adonenu, our master, or like may our master live, Morenu, our teacher, Verabenu. More. So it's interesting because both More and Rabbi can refer to teacher, but literally like our teacher and like, I guess you could say our teacher and our great teacher, but literally our teacher and our great one, Melech HaMoshiach, the king and the king and Messiah, literally the anointed king, Le'olam Va'ed, for eternity. So like, imagine you just translate, if you were to translate that as, our master lives, our teacher and our rabbi, the king Messiah for eternity. Like you'd think that was a Christian who wrote that, right?
You would.
So I think it's interesting, and probably more than anything, I mean, I don't know, because a lot of this also does kind of go back to the whole tradition of of Hasidic dynasties, of this idea of like not of the rabbi being Messiah, but just this idea of the rabbi being like a source of like focus, not like almost that like the idea is that you can connect to God through your rabbi in the absence of a temple, but not in this direct way, but more so like through learning with them. It's not them themselves, if that makes any sense. It's like I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I definitely think that once you get introduced to some of the more evangelical forms of Christianity in America, you start to have this, because that's also, keep in mind, Chabad didn't really Chabad didn't exist in America until after, or like right during and after World War II, because they were escaping Nazi Germany. and so that was really when you start to have. That's also when Schneerson was the head of the Chabad movement. So really, at the same time that you have this because before then, I don't, from all my knowledge, I don't think you have any other rabbi in the Chabad movement that was ever thought to have been or could be the Messiah. Whereas, like, even though it's not believed mainstream now about Menachem Mendel Schneerson, you do have people that do, which is more than I can say for really any other rabbi, except going back to like. And see, that's also the interesting thing, because generally, from what I'm aware of, it's not typically even rabbis that are said to be seen as messianic figures necessarily. It's more so they're the ones who, like, in a lot of ways, the rabbis take on the role of the prophet, like that you would see in the Bible, where it's like it's the rabbis that are in charge of like finding the Messiah, for instance, or like being able to realize who it. Again, it kind of, in some ways, it almost like if he would have played into it, which he didn't, it would almost kind of remind me of what the Hasmoneans did, how they were priests, but then they ended up trying to take on the role of king. Whereas, in this situation, he also wasn't a priest. He, like, I think, like, his dynasty could trace like their lineage back to King David. That's a tradition, but the point is more so in function than in like tribal affiliation. He served this role as almost like a high priest rather than one of king.
Interesting. I was going to say one thing that jumped out here is it's almost like the rabbi as guru, where it's the like the lineage of teachers, and I'm noticing some parallels between that and Hinduism again. So tag.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the best parallels you can find. It creates the ability for a lot of growth, but also, and again, I'm not saying it in this case because I think in the grand scheme of things, Schneerson was probably one of the like better rabbis. Like with it, just because like he, at least what our society would see is better, just because the further you go from a point, the more antiquated it seems. But what was I saying? That oh right, that so in cases like that, you can have a lot of goodness, and as long as they maintain. It's kind of like the idea I forget. It was at least in the series Foundation. I don't know if it's in the book, but you have one character to another say, it's fine if they. And again, completely different context. I want that to be acknowledged. I'm not saying that people thought that about Schneerson, but for in this series, the quote is, "It's fine if, it's fine if they think you're a god. Just make sure that you don't start thinking that." And it's kind of reminiscent of the tradition of the Roman triumph, how you would have, like on the chariot, you would have the triumphant general riding into the city, and they would be on a chariot, and then there would be, I forget if it was a slave or a priest, but that they would be holding up like a golden olive wreath or something over their head, like a halo, and they'd be whispering in the ear of the triumphant, remember you, I forget if it's remember you are a man or remember you will die, but basically this idea of remember that you're not a god. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I was going to say there's also something about it that they have like daggers stored in those bundles of rods that they carry around. I forget what the Latin name.
The fascists?
Yeah. Yeah, that they have a weapon hidden in there.
Oh, so that they can assassinate the leader if he tries to seize power?
Exactly. A la Caesar later on. Yep.
Interesting.
This is where the Lubavitcher, the most famous, popular Jewish leader of the 20th century, for decades sat here and taught us this philosophy about going out to the world and spreading through acts of goodness and kindness and uniting and welcoming people. So once it happened here, that shows that this place now became a beacon of light because there's holiness in this room. That's the whole purpose of life. Going beyond the dress, going beyond the food, going beyond the music, going beyond the culture. That's really irrelevant. It's us, like what's happening right now.
Honestly, I kind of want to get one of those shirts.
Yeah, I was going to say part of it is, that whole, messianism has just, it has been popular for a few hundred years ever since that whole, the whole 17th century debacle back in the 1660s.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that as well. I think in a lot of ways, Menachem Mendel Schneerson is almost like the positive side, or like not positive side, but it's almost like the kind of this idea when people think that you could be the Messiah, it's almost like what you do with that, and when you use it like for selfish means, you end up with someone like Shabbatai Tzvi. You end up with someone who really ends up. I mean, obviously, I think on some level everyone has an ego, but for lack of a better term, someone who has basically all this power, all this potential wealth, and yet they're not using it to increase their own quality of life. They're trying to use it to increase the general quality of life. And I mean, see, this is one of the things that like I really admire about Schneerson, even though like I'm very far from religious, is that he did a lot of good, and not just for Jews. Like, and I mean, so actually, I think it was though. So the context I'm thinking of this. Let me see if I can find anything. I do have an issue with how the main person in the story kind of gets discentered, but again, I feel like there is a context to that, which is that most, at least within the Jewish community outside of New York, might not know who this person was, except for the fact that they had a connection to the Rebbe. Let me see if I can find here.
First black woman ever elected to the United States Congress. They assigned her to the Agricultural Committee of the House of Representatives. It was a great joke. She got a phone call. Robert, your rabbi wants to see you. Sat down and said, I know you're very upset. She said, I am upset. I'm insulted. What should I do? And he said, what a blessing God's given you. This country has so much surplus food, and there's so many hungry people. And you can use this gift that God's given you to feed hungry people. Find a creative way to do it. And she says, the first day she came to Washington, she met a young congressman who's now a world-famous figure, Robert Dole from Kansas. And they started talking. He said, our farmers have all this extra food. We don't know what to do with it. She said, 1 second, the rabbi. And what we call WIC and food stamps, the whole existing food stamps program, came out of the Agricultural Committee of the United States Congress. And Shirley Chisholm said, in front of everyone there in Washington, she said, I owe this because a rabbi who was an optimist taught me optimism, taught me that what God gives, what you may think is a challenge, to get from God. And she was the first black woman ever elected.
It almost reminds me of the story of Joseph.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see the parallels there. Only Joseph wasn't exactly elected, more selected.
So, I mean, where's the analogy breakdown?
Well, Egypt wasn't anything resembling a democracy. That's all.
No, what I'm saying is that in this case, the Rebbe was like Joseph.
Okay, I was going with the Shirley Chisholm as Joseph. So
no, Shirley Chisholm would be Pharaoh, but not like, because again, Pharaoh doesn't actually refer to the king; it refers to the house of the king in general as well. So you could view it as like the person in charge of the master of like the, what's the name? It's not store master, but
well, it's master of the house.
No, it's like master of provisions. It's oh my god, what is the word? Quartermaster. I think, is it quartermaster? Or am I thinking of? Honestly, it doesn't matter. It's just semantics at this point. Here, let's continue with this, and we will start soon.
To say a few words about this fiasco that happened yesterday in 7.
But yeah, I mean, like, I do want to state, like, just kind of the way that story is told, the previous story, I do feel like it kind of does not put as much emphasis on Shirley Chisholm as it could. And again, I feel like part of that's just because of the way that's typically told is to, Chabadniks or to people who might not know the story in general. But it's kind of like, I feel like in a lot of ways it should maybe be focused like on this kind of like how it was truly cooperation that like, the rabbi, he could have had this idea, but had it not been for Shirley Chisholm, it wouldn't have been manifested. And had it not been for, the Rebbe helping to give her that idea and to help her, look at it not as a negative, but as a positive, then she wouldn't have thought of it potentially, or maybe she would have come about it a different way. So it's like one of those things where I just kind of, and again, this is just the nitpicky part of me where it's like, I wish that it would maybe show that she had more agency in the situation than the way that the story is maybe told could make it appear. But again, that's, I can't, in some ways, I feel like people might think that I'm trying to walk on eggshells, but in reality, it's just, I'm trying to use my words as best as I can and to, use them to express how I actually do feel. But anyway.
70. And my point is not to put down anyone, but rather to explain to the Jewish world, the world that we live in, and the greater Jewish world, the world that I write about in so many of the works, the YU world, the modern Orthodox world, the Hasidic world, the Litvish world, the Sephardic world, that 770 is a holy place. The Frierdiker Rebbe was there, the Rebbe was there. It's a holy place. The fact that there are some individuals, and particularly some younger individuals, Bacharim, who can do such things, it's
From
because
like
of
bachelors.
the unfortunate chinuch education that they got from youth, and it's wrong. And the only ones to blame are their educators, no one else. And the other people who are to blame are the leaders of our community, the Rabbanim, the Merkez Linyonei Chinuch, everyone's to blame. Why? Because they don't take things into control. They let people do what they want. I mean, there's too much to discuss here, but the yeshiva, the administration wants these boys here because they want to fill their base medrash and they want them to do activities, which is all, I understand. You have a big shul, you want an ongoing institution, get people, you need people. These are the people, but the fact that some of these people come with these false ideas and ridiculous ideas of all kinds to the point of making tunnels and destroying a shul and all of that, it's all a result of a breakdown in leadership. We, the world community of Yiddishkeit, of Frumkeit, from all communities, and as some have already said and written, we stand strong with the Rebbe and the Frierdiker.
So Judaism, or Yiddishkeit is Judaism, and Frumkeit is religiousness, or religiosity, maybe?
Rebbe and the Alter Rebbe, the Balatanya, and these are truisms. So every one of us should put the focus on that, not the focus on, one incident here, one incident there. That they need to deal with, and hopefully they will deal with it. And if we put the focus on the truth of Chabad, the value of Chabad, what the Balatanya gave us, and what the Rebbe gave us, and what the Rebbe gives us now, and how Yidden from all over the world flock to his holy Tzion, and come to 770 as well, and learn Chassidus, and do mitzvahs, and reach out, and do.
So Ohel literally means, I think Ohel, it can mean tent, but like place of reception as well.
World flock to his holy Tzion, and come to 770 as well, and
it's interesting. He's referencing 770 as his holy Tzion, but like Zion is a physical place, so it's almost like I wonder if he's using it there in the context of Zion, which can mean like lofty place or like a place you go up to, or if he's using it in the literal sense, like it's like Zion but in New York.
Learn Chassidus and do mitzvahs and reach out and do shlichus and everything else. This all is true, and this should be the focus. So let's not get.
And shlichus is like outreach or missionary work, but in the context of to Jews, not to non-Jews.
Caught up and say, "Oh, I told you so." We don't need you to tell us. I told you so. We know I told you. Focus. So let's not get caught up and say, "Oh, I told you so." We don't need you to tell us. I told you so. We know I told you so ourselves. What we need is to educate our youth in the right way, and that comes from the educators and to told you so. We know I told you so ourselves. Need you to tell us I told you so. We know I told you so ourselves.
Shoot, I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out if this noise is from me or from this video.
You to tell us I told you so. We know.
I honestly can't tell.
So we don't need you to tell.
Okay, so it's 407. I'm hearing the sound.
Caught up and say, "Oh, I told you so." We don't need you to tell us I told you so. We know I told you so ourselves. What we need is to educate our youth in the right way, and that comes from the educators and the leaders. So my message to everyone is leadership. Either you do what you need to or get out of the kitchen. If it's too hot in the kitchen, out. Okay? Change leadership. Change the control. Because somehow you're not doing it properly. You're creating this monster. And if it means, firing heads and getting rid of people, so be it. There's no other way.
Shoot, are you hearing the beeping noise?
No.
Okay, sweet. I mean, at least it's just annoying the hell out of me and nobody else.
If you need to, close 770 for a week, chas v'sholom, to get this all, corrected, fine. That's not, I'm not here to tell, and I don't know, and I don't want to know what should be done. But all I know is that the focus needs to be on the holiness of 770, on the holiness of the Chabad movement. And this is here. And if we were to take a moment and learn a chapter in Tanya, a line in Tanya, a thought in Tanya, and think about it, all of this is just an opportunity for something greater. Have a great day, and I hope that this will be sooner than later with the coming of Mashiach. Amen now.
Amen. But okay, this is actually getting
Yeah, I was going to say he hit on a key point there, which, in my opinion, which is the idea of they were getting the unruly youth he was talking about. It's because of them not facing consequences for their actions before this, and thinking they could just do whatever they wanted. That sense of entitlement. And,
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I think you're definitely onto something. It has a lot to do with basically never having to face consequences.
Tonight, we unfold a tale of faith, history, and a profound spiritual legacy at 770 Eastern Parkway. I'm Yaakov, and this is the evening news on the 27th of Tevet, 5784, or January 8th, 2024. In the vibrant heart of Crown Heights, 770 Eastern Parkway stands not just as a building, but as a spiritual epicenter, a symbol of the eternal Creator's presence among the people of Israel in their diaspora.
I don't know if you noticed that, but in the
among the spiritual epicenter,
a symbol of the eternal Shekhinah's presence. But notice what he says:
a symbol of the eternal Creator's presence among.
I wonder why that is. Why do you think it says one thing in the captions and another thing what he's saying? That's fascinating. I mean, obviously, yeah.
I was going to say the base one that you can always go with is that the Creator created the Shekinah. So if the Shekinah, You could argue it that way, but other than that, I don't know. You know Hebrew much better than I do, Tag.
Well, so that's the interesting thing. It could actually be argued that the Shekhinah is the creator, and in a sense, like both in that the Shekhinah is Hashem, but also in this idea that the one who created the world wasn't necessarily this idea of like God, like the Zer Anpin, it wasn't like Chokhmah, Bina, and Keter that created the world. They're what created or emanated the lower Sephirot, and those are the ones which created the world. And in that same concept, it's the feminine part of God that created the world, but it was the masculine part that spoke it into existence. And also kind of goes to the idea of the logos or the word, or like the word of God being seen as something which almost impregnates the presence of God in order to then manifest reality.
Yeah, I'm still going with El Elyon, Abraxas, the source, the Tao is being non-gendered above all of that one. And it basically, the genders emanating from there, Tag.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, like, the one that would be most associated with that would be Keter, but then you have Chokhmah, which would be masculine, and Bina, which would be feminine. So it's not like the idea, again, like Jews today would just view, Yahweh, Elyon, and El as being all the same. I mean, I personally think it could be argued that El and Elyon are the same, or rather that El Elyon is different than Elyon. In the same way that Adonai is different than Adonai Elohim. But that doesn't mean that they're not connected. But the point, though, is that I think that you could almost connect Elyon to Keter, Chokhmah to El, and Bina to Asherah. But this idea that basically that it's the word of God which is responsible for then essentially inseminating the so again, this isn't, I'm not talking about like this idea of a transcendent creator necessarily, but you have this transcendent creator that's then split into masculine and feminine, and then the masculine speaks the word into the feminine to create the world. If that makes any sense.
It does. It's just what makes more sense to me is more of the multi-leveled, where again, I don't know how much you've explored that in Kabbalah yet, where you have the different layers, the physical, the spiritual, all that one, and as you go down to the base, you basically have almost like a zero level where it's just that's where they all emanate from, and that would be the again the El Elyon down there, Tag.
Yeah, so in a sense, it is Elyon that's doing everything, literally everything. But the one that's like the manifestation or the part of the tree of life that's responsible for the actual like creation of the world is not the most highest, but it's actually the lower. But the higher plays a role in that it creates the lower, and then the lower creates the world, or at least what we would understand as the world.
Well, I'm getting more of a sense of, again, it's that the world is created out of the Shekinah. That it's the male is doing the forming, and it's forming it out of the female, and because again, it's the switching of the emanation and then the forming sort of concept.
I mean, I would actually argue it's the other way around, because it's the feminine that's able to form the like the logos or the word or the the logic, basically the instructions of the masculine, and then to like form it, to give it material form, like to turn the spiritual into the physical.
I'm not sure we're not saying things differently, because that's what I'm saying is it's the basically like it's what the physical is created from is the Shekinah, and it's the type, the archetype is being imprinted on it from the logos from the male side.
All right, I see what you're saying.
The people of Israel in their diaspora. Today, this revered edifice was a scene of fervent action. A cement truck intended to seal an underground tunnel became the catalyst for a dramatic response by a group of students. A cement revered edifice was a scene of fervent action. A cement truck intended to seal an
I'm sorry, but that's
underground
just
tunnel
such a
with
such
action.
a, what's the word? Like noteworthy heat pumping. Is that what it says?
A cement truck intended to seal an underground tunnel became the catalyst for a dramatic response by a group of students.
Yep,
In a
that's what it
flurry
says.
of determination, the students tore down wooden panels and beams, breaking the shul's brick wall with hammers. Their actions, creating a visible opening to the tunnel, were driven by a deep-seated belief in the expansion of this sacred space. The roots of this fervor trace back over 2 millennia to the devastation following the destruction of the first temple. It was a time of profound despair, with the children of Israel feeling abandoned by Hashem. In a pivotal discourse given out in 5752 or 1992, the Rebbe connected 770 to this enduring promise of a small sanctuary in exile, as foretold by the prophet Ezekiel. He spoke of 770 as a place akin to the Holy Temple, where the divine presence continuously resides. The Talmud, in Megillah 29a, intimates that in every exile there exists a unique synagogue, mirroring the Holy Temple. This sanctuary is where the Creator's energy travels with the Jewish people, from Egypt to Babylon and even to Rome. It's in these sanctuaries that the divine presence is palpably felt. The students' actions today, as well as an earlier incident in the year 5782, 2022, the night before Yom Kippur, where part of a wall was torn down with a hammer in an attempt to expand 770, are expressions of this profound spiritual narrative. 770, transcending its physical confines, has become a beacon of hope and continuity, a place where past, present, and future converge in a symphony of faith. It is here that the tapestry of the Jewish diaspora's journey weaves through the fabric of time. In the Rebbe's profound vision, when the Messiah comes, the third holy temple is prophesied to descend from the heavens to this main synagogue of exile.
Wait, what?
A vision where all synagogues globally will unite, miraculously ascending to the Temple Mount in Jerusalem.
What? That's an interesting tradition. I don't understand how it would work, but maybe that's the point.
Well, I assume, wouldn't the synagogues basically, it sounds like they would all take off and basically fly over, sort of, Merkaba-like?
Oh my God, isn't that, I'm actually pretty sure, let's see. I might be right about, let's see. Philippines Cult Flying Church. I think I remember this correctly. Yep.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if you actually sat down and talked with missionaries from the church?
Wait, was that?
What would you think if your church told you how to vote? This is the practice of *𝐤𝐔𝐿,
Again, I want to clarify, no connection to Chabad. I'm only bringing this up because of what you mentioned. Oh, that's interesting. You see what is this? Is that a square here? So it seems like there might be some like Masonic elements to this group. But anyway, there's no connection to Chabad. I just brought it up because we were talking about the flying synagogues.
Philippine denomination, which practices block voting and gave nearly 100% of their members' votes to Duterte in the 2016 elections, for example. The INC is controversial for sure, and they have many other unusual teachings. First, they're not Trinitarian. They don't believe that Jesus is God, and they don't believe that the Holy Spirit is a person. They believe that people who die are unconscious, not in heaven or hell or any place until the resurrection. Only INC ministers have the...
Oops, I don't know where Graham went. Let's wait for him. Let's see. In the meantime, in the meantime, what are we looking for here? Let's see. Here, in the meantime. Never mind. Welcome back, Graham.
Sorry about that connection drop.
Conscious, not in heaven or hell or any of the holy teachings. First, they're not Trinitarian. They don't believe that Jesus is God, and they don't believe that the Holy Spirit is a person. They believe that people who die are unconscious, not in heaven or hell or any place until the resurrection. Only INC ministers have the ability and right to properly interpret God's word. They teach.
So, I mean, isn't being conscious, but wait, they believe the dead are unconscious. Sorry, I thought they said the dead are conscious.
They believe that people who die are unconscious, not in heaven or hell or any place until the resurrection. Only INC ministers have the ability and right to properly interpret God's word. They teach that salvation does not come through faith alone, but that works are necessary.
Talk about the flying
Being
church.
baptized into the INC and remaining in it until one's death is also necessary for salvation. On end times, the church is amillennial, and they are also cessationist, meaning that they do not affirm speaking in tongues or modern gifts of prophecy or miracles.
How does that equal to cessation?
Baptism is for believers only and only by immersion.
I'm sorry, this guy misspelled believer.
Have only men as ministers. They also prohibit members from eating blood, which is particularly significant since some foods with blood in them are common in the Philippines.
Interesting. So similar to the Jehovah's Witness, which from what I understand, Jehovah's Witnesses also have some connection to Masonic traditions. And again, I'm not saying this is to say it's a bad thing. I have no issue with the Freemasons. I have issue with Freemasons who, use the fact that they have a lot, they can make connections usually, like if they use that for bad. But again, it's no different than if anyone uses anything for bad. So it's like, it's always kind of weirded me out that people have this fundamental, and again, it's not people, it's certain people have these fundamental aversions to anything they see as even remotely secretive. It's like, okay, well, should I have an aversion to you because you have plenty of secrets that you don't tell everyone?
I was going to say that there's some people who think that, obviously, but again, everybody has to make their own call, and that's that's a part of the problem.
Yeah.
When you get into these religions with all this dogma and strictures and things like that, people can't make their own call.
Yeah, but you've got to admit there's something wrong. And again, not to say with Freemasonry, but with what people are thinking. If the moment, so imagine this. So imagine you had this, no context show up, and you have someone who easily believes stuff like that. They'd be like, okay, what's this about? Oh, what's this about masonry and eating blood? And ooh, what's that stew? Is that human? Obviously, it's not human. But because someone can put themselves in that state of mind, they can then rationalize, oh, well, maybe there's something wrong with the stew. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, once you start with, false premises and bad logic, you can basically reason your way into anything, Tag.
And it's like, oh, look, the Jews, they aren't Germanic. Okay, true. And then somehow that ends up with genocide. Of course, there were a lot of steps in between there, but it came from this fact of saying there's something wrong about this.
I was going to say that there were a few more steps on that slippery slope.
Yeah, but I don't think you can ignore the blood libel and elements of ritual sacrifice allegations that were used in order to normalize people into even thinking that Jews could be horrible people outright, or that their murder could be justified.
Yeah, the easier sell to the German people is that the Jews are rich, we can get all their money, and people are jealous of them anyway.
Yeah, but it was never that explicit. It was trying to say that it wasn't to say that. Obviously, it was implied, but from what I understand, the idea of basically forcefully reallocating. Let's be honest, stealing the resources of Jewish families and businesses. I don't know that that was ever something that was publicly talked about, although it was obviously something that people knew about. It's kind of like, oh, well, you know, repossession of a non-Aryan business by an Aryan family. Like, yeah, people knew what was happening, but like, I don't think you can just say it was as simple as they were greedy. I think that was why they were able to go along with it on some level, but I don't know. I just really feel like a big element of it was also just the normalization. Because, see, here's the interesting thing. Almost every place that has severely persecuted or genocided Jews, and I think on some level, I don't know if you can really expand this to all humanity, but at least to the general trend of Jewish history, the places that have been best for Jews have then become the worst.
Well, that's almost like the pendulum of history. If you look at any society, it rises, it falls. So,
Yeah.
if the Jews are going to benefit in the rise, they're going to suffer in the fall.
It's kind of interesting. So you have Egypt suffer in order to get there, end up benefiting, and then suffering again, causing them to leave. Then with the Babylonian exile, suffering first, then benefit. Then with the Roman exile, suffering, or actually benefit first because the Romans helped them. Then they destroy. So benefit, then suffering, and then a little bit of benefit after the, like, maybe like in between the fall of the temple and the rise of, or no, in between the cessation of persecution of people from Judea, and as well as, you know, Christians and Jews by the Roman authorities. In between that and the start of Christian persecution of Jews, like hardcore, starting really at the beginning of the, you know, quote unquote Dark Ages. I mean, it's obviously a lot more complicated than that. But then what's interesting, though, is that in a lot of ways, although America's never been, you know, perfect for the Jews, it's never been horrible. And the scary thing is, now it seems like that could actually be shifting.
I was going to say the other observation I had to make in most of your cases, there were always, you know, a core group of Jews that stayed behind.
What? Stayed behind where?
Well, both like in Egypt, you know, you
Oh,
had,
yeah.
you know, and then in Babylon, because, you know, you had some that didn't return after the exile.
Sure.
That's why you had things like the Babylonian Talmud and such.
Yeah. And then also, not to forget to mention, but Russia was also very good for Jews around. I think this would have been, honestly, I think realistically, before and during the fall, before and during the, I mean, really around the time of like the Khazar Khaganate. That's when like the area of like Russian. Well, so the thing is, Ukraine actually ended up being relatively good up until it's being conquered by like the Russian Empire. But previous to that, I mean, Ukraine was pretty good, going back basically to antiquity, and Russia was similar, but then it started to become like once the Russian Empire really started to develop, and you know the Rus converted to Christianity, they started to persecute the Jews. And so it's obviously, you know, not so simple as just there's never been. So, you know, it's actually interesting because India, I think India is actually one of the only places where Jews have lived and not been persecuted, like at least in a way that other people weren't. So like
the thought occurs to me, I don't know about severe persecutions back in the old days in China.
So yeah, that's what I was going to say. I would have put China in there, except for the fact that not anymore.
Oh yeah, you're only at 100 years of that with the communists. So,
But the point is, you had thousands of years without persecution, and then all of a sudden, what? And see, this is one of the biggest things that makes me think, like, the people who say that, oh, well, the Jews are why China's communist. It's like, okay, then how come China doesn't like Israel? How come China doesn't like Jews? Again, it's not China, it's the CCP. But the point is, if it's supposedly the CCP that's being run by Jews, how could... I mean, at the end of the day, if you have someone who doesn't like Jews, they'll rationalize anything. They'll be like, oh, well, maybe it's because they don't want people to think that they like them. But it's like, but once you're dealing with someone like that, you're not actually dealing with anyone you can actually deal with. You just have to be like, okay, that's nice, and then just move on. But anyway,
Are also
back to
not
this.
to drink alcohol or to marry outside the church.
Okay, wait, are they going to talk about... They're not going to talk about it, dang it. I'm telling you, this is so going to be worth it. I just need to find it. What on earth? Okay, let's see. I remember this had something to do with Fred Brennan. You know who Fred Brennan is?
no.
Frederick Brennan. Him. I don't know if you can see it. He's the one who founded, was it, I think, 8chan.
He looks familiar, but that's about it.
Well, I'm unable to find what I was I'm looking for. I can't find anything on this group, but basically, from what I understand, there's this, so he lived in he lived in the Philippines, and he I guess he'd been talking, like, speaking out against this one church that is basically a cult. And anyway, I'm not able to find what I was looking for, so give me one moment and we will continue. Let's see, where was it? Let's see, home. Yikes. One moment. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I guess in the meantime, let's go to the namesake of this. Let's see. The reason I chose to name this, and see if we can find any parallels to. Let's see. How's this?
Old
You make
Spice
sure it
gives
doesn't
you
actually have
ridiculously
sound.
long-lasting scent.
This is Merrick. This is your dog living their best life.
Wait, Merrick Garland's a dog? Is that what it? Well, he can shapeshift. Is he like a druid from D&D?
This video was sponsored by Skillshare, the first 1,000 people to go to SKL.
He could just be a lycanthrope.
Really excited to hit it.
Wouldn't that just be a? It would be a.
Well, dogs are like tame wolves, so it's close.
A cananthrope.
I don't remember the first time that I heard Hotel California. Honestly, I doubt that a lot of us do. For those who...
I don't know the first time I heard about Egypt, but when I did, I heard that they had lots of grain. And where I was, there wasn't any grain.
were born after its 1977 release, Hotel California has become a kind of cultural pillar. It's always been there in movies, on music lists, getting regular circulation on classic rock radio
It's
stations.
always been there,
But
and it
more
always
important
will
than
be.
that, it's been talked about. Since before there were video essays and Reddit threads, since before there was Genius and music forums, people have theorized as to the true meaning of the song. And today I'm here to tell you definitively what the true meaning of Hotel California is. Let's take a closer look. Okay, so as cool as it would be if I could tell you the true meaning of Hotel California, that's just not possible. There is no one true meaning to any song, and anyone who tells you otherwise is selling something. But even if there was, I don't think that's the most interesting.
I'm taking it that you agree with that, Graham, huh?
Pretty much, and I also know, what the songwriters say, their meaning was when they wrote Hotel California. So,
but that's kind of the beauty of it. Just because that's what they meant isn't what its meaning is necessarily.
oh, exactly. That's what makes something art, is if there's more meaning than what the creators put into it.
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't mean anything that has more meaning than the creators put into it doesn't make it art. Because I feel like some people could start qualifying a lot of things that aren't art as art.
Well, it can be art. That doesn't make it good art, though.
Fair point.
And anyone who tells you otherwise is selling something. But even if there was, I don't think that's...
Who is that, a snake oil salesman?
I think it's far more compelling to look into how the Eagles were able to craft a song so mysterious and so memorable that its lyrics still captivate music fans to this day. So that's what I'm going to do in this video. Along the way, we're going to look at some of the many interpretations of the song, and we'll learn what was on the Eagles' mind when they wrote it. Now we can cue the music. Hotel California started its life in the Malibu beach house. Don Felder had rented the place for the summer and sat in the bedroom with a 12-string guitar one July afternoon. He developed a handful of melodies and put them to tape with a 4-track recorder. One of these melodies was an eerie piece made from descending arpeggios. When Felder handed his tapes over to Don Henley, it was this descending riff that caught his bandmate's ear. Henley was driving through California at night, and the music's dark, creeping sounds seemed to provide a perfect soundtrack. Most of the Eagles were still relatively new to California at the time, including Henley himself. In an interview with Team Rock, he said that he and his bandmates viewed Beverly Hills as a mythical place. It was a place full of hope and dreams, where miracles could and did happen, but it was also a hollow place, full of excess. Using Felder's riff, Henley and fellow lyricist Glenn Frey began to pen lyrics explaining their feelings about California. But the lyrics weren't only inspired by their own experiences, they were also drawing on the world of literature. The atmosphere of Hotel California was inspired by The Magus, a 1965 novel by John Fowles. That book follows the story of Nicholas Urfi, a young teacher who travels to the island of Fraxos in Greece. While there, he meets a rich recluse named Maurice.
Wait, we're in Naxos?
A teacher who travels to the island of Fraxos in Greece.
Fraxos?
While there, he meets a rich recluse named Maurice Conscious. Unbeknownst to Nicholas, Conscious runs him through an elaborate series of psychological experiments, shifting the world around him until he loses any sense of reality. This.
Oh, wow. It almost feels familiar.
I was going to say, you've seen that technique in use before.
Yeah, I mean, a bit after this was written, but I mean, the Magus, and then it is obviously supposed to be evocative of Baphomet, which is, again, like it still baffles me how there's people who don't know the truth. Again, I'm not saying this is for sure what it was, but how Baphomet is an app. Like if you put Baphomet in Hebrew, you put it into an Atbash cipher, you get Sophia. And so you have a lot of people who either think that Baphomet's supposed to be like this masculine figure, or again, I think that's part of the reason that you have the androgynous nature to it, because that's part of the idea of Sophia, that's just wisdom. But then also this idea that wisdom is beyond just humans and that you have wisdom within animals as well. And so it's just kind of this idea of transcending the boundaries and the polarities. But no, I mean, it's interesting just the use of this type of imagery, but then
that book follows the story of Nicholas.
Well, I was going to say that captures the whole androgyne aspect, where you have it male going one direction and female going the other.
Yeah, but then here, so then you have someone, he's
by The Magus, a 1965 novel by John Fowles. That book follows the story of Nicholas Urfi, a young teacher who travels to the island of Fraxos in Greece.
A young teacher, someone who teaches or who spreads knowledge.
While there, he meets a rich recluse named Maurice Conscious.
And he meets someone.
To Nicholas, Conscious runs him through an elaborate series of psychological experiments, shifting the world around him until he loses.
And his world shifts.
Any sense of reality.
He loses any sense of reality.
Surreal unreality resonated with Henley and Frey, who saw parallels between Fowles' protagonist and their own experience in California. So they set out to make...
I mean, again, it's not inherently bad. I think it's ultimately the context behind that, but...
lyrics that would create that sense of unease. In an interview with Cameron Crowe, Frey explained, "We take this guy and make him like a character in The Magus, where every time he walks through a door, there's a new version of reality. We wanted to write a song just like it was a movie. In that same interview, Frey said the band were trying to make the lyrics cinematic, mentioning the Twilight Zone as another influence. We see the cinematic lyricism in the opening verse. It's a sensual song describing the smell and feel of the air, and it puts the listener in the same headspace as the main character, entering into a strange and unknown world.
On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air.
The people who really rule you.
That sense of unreality and confusion pervades the next two verses. Our main character flashes through a series of rooms, peering in on strange scenes and having eerie conversations. In between, we're treated to a bright, cheery chorus that serves as a sharp contradiction to the atmosphere of the verses.
Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face.
When we look at this through the context of the Eagles' California experience, a clear meaning emerges. There's a bright image of California, home to Hollywood and the music industry. It's a world of beautiful people and beautiful beaches, of huge concerts and huge houses. It's a world that so many people aspire
Interesting, very
to, a world
connected
that
to
seems
this idea of
idyllic from
Egypt,
the outside.
of like
In the first verse, our hero
materiality and
enters the
of
world, but
like
already he gets a sense of its risk.
also this idea
I
of
was
like
thinking to myself, this could be heaven and this could be hell.
In the second verse, we get to see the glamour of California with the wealth and parties, but there's also something lost when the hero asks for wine.
So I called up the captain, please bring me my wine. He said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969.
okay,
For many, this line represented the
that
truth.
is super interesting. It almost reminds me of Joseph and the cupbearer in the dungeon. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not saying that's why they wrote it, but it's like that's what I'm kind of drawing out of it.
Well, he's going with 69 because 69 was sort of the end of the 60s in a lot of ways, where that was, you know, you were having the the festival starting up, the Beatles were breaking up.
But more than anything, I think it's supposed to be a reference to the Summer of Love.
Well, that was 67 though.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Ah, dang it! It would have just been perfect if it was 69. Anyway.
In the music industry. Through the 1960s, rock and roll felt like it was part of a revolution. The psychedelic movement was filled with utopian optimism and an authentic belief in finding a better way to live. But as the decade turned, the music industry grew jaded and cynical. It turned out that the promise of revolution was easy to sell, and the music industry turned into a living experiment in cutthroat capitalism. Meanwhile, the mind-expanding psychedelics gave way to newer, heavier drugs. Cocaine and heroin took over the music industry, and it became a world of excess.
Oh,
In the third verse, we see this play out, and we learn about the dark underbelly beneath California. There's a glamour, but there is also a rot at the core of the rock star lifestyle. And in the song's famous final couplet, we learn the greatest horror of all.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Try as you may to escape the world of fast money and hard drugs, it'll always call you back from some distant hallway. When you know the intentions of Henley and Frey, it's easy to read Hotel California as a cautionary tale about the Hollywood lifestyle. But that's not the only meaning people have pulled from the song. The Eagles themselves.
Yeah, I feel like addiction, it's something that the way it's depicted in various spiritual traditions has a lot of interesting things, but it's also like just one thing that, I don't know, just the idea of addiction honestly really scares me. It's one of the reasons why I'm not really willing to ever try something that I know like I wouldn't be fine to take, you know, again, not like all the time, but to take throughout the rest of my life, just because, you know, even if I don't, I just, no matter what, it's like I don't want to put myself in it. You know, it's kind of like, basically, you know, why put yourself in a risk that you wouldn't want to take in the first place? It's one thing if you're aware of a risk and, you know, but it's like low and it's not, I don't know, like the point is, there's always a risk of getting addicted or getting dependent on something. And the point is that on some level, like basically I'm not willing to put anything into my body that I'm not comfortable having to have for a long time. And that's one of the reasons why I've never been interested in smoking tobacco, never been interested in vaping nicotine, never been interested in trying anything, like any hard drugs. Also, just not even interested, like whenever I've been prescribed opioids. I mean, first of all, I don't like the feeling because it's like it makes you just kind of like less aware as opposed to feel better. I mean, if you're in pain, feeling less aware could make you feel better, but not because you're actually feeling better, but because you're feeling less. So, I mean, and again, I don't know. It's just one of those things where, especially because, I mean, ultimately, like for grad school, or would it be grad school, or Like, I mean, so in about a year, like not this semester, but next semester, I'll finally graduate, and then I do want to go to grad school, get a second degree, and ultimately, I'm hoping that ASU has something for it, but if not, honestly, I would maybe just get a degree that they do have here, and then eventually, once I move out of Arizona, which I don't know when that is, try to get the ethnobotany degree I want. But it's just something that I really like. I think that there is a place for opioids and for other pain medications, but at the end of the day, it's like I was watching a lot of not documentaries, but like dramatized series like based on real life of stuff that had to do with like the opioid crisis, and it's horrifying because they took a medication that was intended for end of life cancer patients, and they started prescribing it to anyone with the littlest or even a little anything that even qualified just a little bit as moderate pain. So it's one of those things where, for instance, like with the ketamine therapy that I did, I feel like it's definitely helped me, but I don't think that it should just be marketed to everyone, because if it starts being seen that way, then I think not just the way that it's seen could change, but the way that it's being used could change as well. Like, I mean, for better or for worse. So it's one of those things where I think it should be, like suggested for people who could really benefit from it, but not just to people who's like, oh, well, I kind of want to do ketamine, so I'm going to like that. That I think is, again, it's not necessarily going to be harmful, but at the same time, it's kind of just, it creates a, like, not just for the individual, but on a societal level, it changes the way that things are seen and the way that things are used. And I mean, I think that there's no clearer element than with something like tea. Like, dude, I literally, my brain, I am so freaking scatterbrained, but it's like once I have an idea, I feel like I need to show it. So, so you know about the history of tea, more or less?
Well, from which standpoint? I mean, I know it started really in China pretty much, and then kind of spread from there. And if you technically, coffee is a type of tea.
Holy crap, you're right.
Something steeped in water, yeah.
In a sense, tea is just liquid drugs. Because drugs just means dried plant, therefore tea, which I mean, I get, wait, what? Okay, so I'm not looking for live, I'm looking for, is it shorts? Oh, wait, that's what it is. He mostly makes shorts. Now I just need to find what I'm looking for. This guy's channel, really, okay, let's see. Shoot. All right, here. So look at the way that tea is treated differently, just in different.
Today's question, do I put sugar in my tea? Usually, no. Because you can think of tea a little bit like alcohol. You got the good stuff for sipping straight, and then you have the mixers for when you're going to be adding a bunch of stuff. High quality tea has natural sweetness in it that doesn't come from processed sugar. White tea in particular is very sweet, especially when you get good quality like this gourmet tea ball. The Chinese tea tradition established itself in a place where they had really good quality tea, whereas the Western tea tradition usually didn't get good quality tea, and so they added sugar and lots of stuff into it to make it taste better. And the Chinese tea making style further improves the sweetness by using this first steep as a wash, pouring it over your tea pets like Lucky, and drinking the second steep onward where the flavors are more established and the sweetness is coming out. So in the same way you wouldn't take a really fine aged whiskey and then mix it with Coke, you also generally don't take high-quality tea leaves and mix them with sugar. I have this white tea and others on my shop if you ever want to.
So, like, you see kind of where I'm getting at? Like, the way that people drink tea in England, or how people drink, like, iced tea, or, like bottled iced teas or whatever. And then you have something like this.
This is tea resin, and one piece makes a whole pot of tea. I'm in the break room of the Chinese language radio station where I host my weekly radio show. My co-host, Lele. As you can see, it's not exactly optimal tea making equipment, but by just taking some hot and some cold water and then adding one piece of tea resin, I can have a whole bunch of good tea. This stuff is made by boiling, filtering, and concentrating ancient tree tea until it turns into this piece that can be dissolved at any time to create a full thing of tea. You can adjust the strength by just adding or taking away water, and it's fantastic. So this way, while I'm hosting my show, I can still drink tea that's way better than a tea bag. I've got tea resin on my website, link.
So I mean, like, I don't know, it fascinates me how different the all the different ways that the same thing can be consumed, can be perceived, can be appreciated.
I want to say, if I remember right, like in Tibet, some of them take it with butter in their tea.
Interesting. I know there's some people in Commonwealth countries who use milk in their tea. Let's see if I can find what was I looking for? See, it was something about I cannot find. Yeah, it seems like, honestly, I should make more shorts. I just never really, I don't know, it's difficult. It's like once I start something, it's like feeling limited really makes me just be like, nah. Okay, let's see.
On the plus side, shorts can give you that sense of completion pretty quickly.
Honestly, that's a good way of viewing it. And a big part of, oh, intro. What's 420 have to do with the tea? I guess it was just 420. I wonder if, I mean, you can make cannabis tea, but okay, where is, okay, let's see. Maybe I can find it if I just scroll randomly. Oh, that was funny. There was like Iron Goddess of No Mercy as opposed to Iron Goddess of Mercy. Okay, wait, was it? Sorry, I'm like, okay, here.
Hello, tea friends. Today's comment from somebody who washed their tea for the first time, hadn't done it before, and it really made a difference, and it's pretty significant. I've made tea videos online for years, and everybody goes crazy when I dump out this first steep on the tea pets, but I'll keep some of it to show you the significant difference between the first and second steeps. Tea leaves need time to open. If you're doing full leaf tea, you're not going to get the best flavor out of the first couple seconds or so of the steep. The result is really apparent, especially for cooked pu'er, but in general, you're just going to get better flavor out of the second steep onward than the first one. So if you're really trying to get the best tea that you can out of the steeps, I recommend doing that too. Just note it won't work with tea bags because tea bags really have very little tea inside them.
And so see, by the time it gets to the West, it's completely different quality.
I mean, if you look at like, this stuff, it's just not going to have as much pop as that. If you want to get started on your tea journey, I've got lots of great teas on my website. The link is in my bio.
It's like the difference between pre-rolls and like homegrown bud. Let's see, where are we at? Where was the video? Oh, right here.
Themselves have also described it as a loss of innocence, something echoed in a popular interpretation that says the song is about a romantic relationship. In the first verse, the hero is desperate and alone, but then he meets a woman and they marry. In the second verse, things become rocky as materialism creeps into the relationship, and the hero yearns for better times in the past. And then in the final verse, the character tries to escape the relationship, tries to get back to who he was before, but in the end, he knows that he has changed from it. Another interpretation reads the song as being entirely about drugs, Kalidas being code for marijuana, and the mirrors on the ceiling being a cocaine reference. One of the most popular readings of all reads it as a religious allegory, with the hotel being a metaphor for hell. Once again, this reading is easy to see in the lyrics, as it's a song full of religious references. So why is it that there are so many takes on Hotel California? Well, I think this speaks to the way the song was written. The Eagles specifically wanted something open-ended. Glenn Frey even once said vagary is the primary tool of songwriters. Henley had similar responses when pressed on the meaning of the song.
Who cleans this best? Tide. Get 3 times the cleaning power when you switch to Tide.
Did you know PetSmart Treats members are always saving? I'm talking new offers you can activate.
Talking with Joe Sater about the line that refers to wine as a spirit, Henley had this to say. That line in the song has little or nothing to do with alcoholic beverages. It's a socio-political statement. My only regret would be having to explain it in detail to you, which would defeat the purpose of using literary devices in songwriting. For the Eagles, the beauty in music lies not in its clear messages, but in the way that its messages openly defy clarity. The nature of songwriting lends itself to metaphor and open-ended interpretation, and that's a good thing. Hotel California stays open-ended thanks to masterful use of metaphor and symbol. Humankind is drawn to symbols. We always have been. It's a function of pattern recognition in our brain, left over from our hunter-gatherer ancestors. Every culture has its own complex language of symbolism, and that inevitably makes its way into their art. Hotel California is ripe with symbols and metaphors that resonate with Western audiences. The biggest of these are, of course, the Christian references, when metalism, and that inevitably makes its way into their art.
That's interesting. That stained glass window honestly kind of reminds me a little bit of the Tree of Life. I don't know if you see that at all.
Yeah, no, I can see where you're getting with that one. The Kabbalistic tree of life in the middle there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I've seen extended versions of the tree of life that look like that too. So tag.
Hotel California is ripe with symbols and metaphors that resonate with Western audiences. The biggest of these are, of course, the Christian references. Whether we're religious or not, we live in a world shaped by Christian symbolism and mythology. We all know that heaven and hell represent any of the 1,000 binaries in life, and that candles and bells are representative of ritual and ceremony. On the other hand, we all understand, at least to some level, the mechanisms of wealth and materialism. So we know that images like champagne, Tiffany's, and Mercedes are not simply statements of objects, but instead are representative of the world that creates and promotes these objects. The Eagles sprinkle these kind of familiar symbols throughout the song, and I think the greatest example of this is the very setting for the song, the hotel. Hotels are uncanny places, strangely familiar, yet somehow off. So many of them try to look and feel the same, trying to recreate the familiarity of home. But of course, they'll never truly be home. With smiling doormen and picture-perfect rooms, there's something about hotels that's always just slightly off, and there's horror to be found in that dissonance. It's no coincidence that just 51 days after the Eagles released their hotel horror, Stephen King published The Shining, an all-time horror classic set in a haunted hotel. As a symbol, the hotel can be anything from an industry to a country, from a state of being to the very afterlife itself. For the Eagles, it allowed them to describe their personal
what are they
experiences.
implying that is
And
no
for the Aries,
coincidence?
their hotel horror, perfect rooms. There's something about hotels that's always
It was
just
in the
slightly
air
off.
sort of
There's
concept.
horror to be found in that dissonance. It's no coincidence that just 51 days after the Eagles released their hotel horror, Stephen King published The Shining, an all-time horror classic set in a haunted hotel. As a symbol, the hotel can be...
Oh, it's so
King published
funny.
The
It's like
Shining.
this is a time where they referenced it as a new novel by the author of Carrie and Salem's Lot. It's like now you could just say by award-winning author Stephen King.
Do you even need award-winning?
Yeah, you're right. It's like it would be like someone saying the former president Donald Trump. You could just say Donald Trump and everybody knows who you're talking about. Though to be fair, I think everybody kind of knew more or less who you were talking about even before he was president. So not as good of an example.
An all-time horror classic set in a haunted hotel. As a symbol, the hotel can be anything from an industry to a country, from a state of being to the very afterlife itself. For the Eagles, it allowed them to describe their personal experiences, and for the audiences, it became a blank canvas to project our own meaning onto. It can be about the excesses of California, but that's not all it has to be. It can be about the temptation of sin, it can be about the troubles of navigating a relationship, and it can be about the dark shadows lurking behind any number of bright facades in all of our lives. The lyrics of Hotel California are nothing short of a masterpiece. They're simultaneously narrative and poetic, creating a kind of beautiful ambiguity. As a writer, I personally aspire to someday write like that, and that's why I loved Hanif Abdurraqib's Writing for Expression on Skillshare. That course teaches you how to use poetic language in any kind of writing, be it original fiction works or video essay scripts. And that's just one of the thousands of courses that Skillshare has to offer. Skillshare is an online learning community for creative and curious individuals where millions of people come from across the globe to share their expertise and tricks. So if writing isn't your thing, you can also check out my friend Thomas Frigging them. You'll get 2 months of skill to thousands after week.
Interesting. So, I mean, let's see. Let's see if I can find anything on. Let's see, Egypt. Ooh, what's this? Not exactly what I was going for, but is he going to sing in English or Arabic? Wait, did it say his voice? Oh, so he does sing.
Welcome to California. Such a lovely place.
Interesting. All right, let's see. Trapped in Egypt, Israel. And we'll start in a moment. Trapped in, maybe I should say Jews. Here, let's see.
A new Pharaoh arises, and he doesn't remember Joseph. He enslaves the people because they're becoming too numerous and becoming a threat. So he puts them to work and embitters their lives, building store cities of Pitom and Ramses, and makes them create bricks out of mud and straw.
It was intriguing to see this type of construction in different parts of Egypt. Were any of these bricks molded by the hands of Israelite slaves? However, Mansour was quick to remind me that these types of mud bricks are present throughout Egypt's history and don't prove any connection to the Israelites. In a search for evidence that fits the idea of Israelite slavery, Professor James Hoffmeyer focuses on the first half of the New Kingdom because he favors a Ramesses Exodus date. There he finds a very interesting set of evidence. It states in the
What are your thoughts on that? I know you believe in the existence of multiple exoduses, or rather multiple exodi, but what are your thoughts?
In a lot of ways, I have trouble pushing it quite as late as Ramesses. I see a much easier time going with, the Hyksos Exodus with Amos, with that sort of thing, or also the, you have Sentiment and Hatshepsut halfway through the 18th dynasty, and then the whole who knows what happened under Akhenaten. And the Akhenaten fits well in both the oppressing pharaoh and almost even a Moses type character. I think Freud thought, because again, using the slaves to build his new city of Akhenaten fits a lot of the narrative pretty well. Tag.
And it's kind of similar to this idea of Joseph's brothers being his slaves, but they're also serving him. So it's like, are they serving him or are they slaves? And then
right, especially since I like to use, at least for one of the historical figures for Joseph, as Yuya, like you had shown in the video, who was under Amenhotep Amenhotep III, who was Akhenaten's grandfather.
Mud and straw. Is there any evidence of that?
We have two lines of evidence that this practice referred to in Exodus chapter 1 and Exodus chapter 5 really was the sort of thing going on. We have the depiction in the tomb of 𝐤𝐔𝐼. He was a vizier or prime minister under Thutmose III in the 15th century. And there we can see POWs, both Semites from Canaan and Syria, working alongside prisoners of war from Nubia, black Africans. And there they are making bricks, overseen by Egyptian taskmasters with sticks. And so it's very clear that this was the treatment of prisoners of war. And we see these foreigners making bricks in southern Egypt for a building project at Karnak Temple. And I'm sure that picture could be replicated in other parts of Egypt, especially in the north. Secondly, we also have, from the same time period, the 15th century, the 18th dynasty, we also have pictures of agricultural work, especially work in the vineyards, picking grapes, stomping on grapes to make juice and wine. Here again, we find the same prisoners of war engaged in agriculture. Exodus 1:14 actually says they worked in brick and mortar and agriculture. So interestingly, the very two areas the Bible says the Israelites were forced to work in, agriculture and construction work, is the very two places we see this sort of work going on in private tombs in Egypt in the 15th century BC.
Now, were all these prisoners of war, could these have been people such as the Bible states that were actually there that became suspicious and then were forced into labor?
In the case of the tomb of 𝐤𝐤𝐼, tomb 100 in the Theban necropolis, it actually tells us they were hawked, they were plundered, they were prisoners brought back from the king's campaigns. So, and these happen to be in the south in Luxor. The problem is we don't have corresponding tombs for what was going on in the Delta, which were
Wait, what?
Into labor.
In the case of the tomb of 𝐤𝐤𝐼, Tomb 100 in the Theban necropolis, it actually tells us they were hawked, they were plundered, they were prisoners brought back from the king's campaigns. So, and these happen to be in the south in Luxor. The problem is we don't have corresponding tombs for what was going on in the Delta, where the Hebrews were. So we lack that kind of evidence. Also during the 15th century BC, we have the beginnings of the deportations of prisoners of war from the wars of the pharaohs Thutmose I, Thutmose III, Amenhotep II. These are bringing prisoners of war both from Syria and Canaan, as well as from Nubia to the south. All these prisoners of war are flooding into Egypt and are being pressed into hard labor for the state. So we have both the old Semitic population, second, third generation of whom are still around in the 15th, 14th, 13th century, and then you have the new population of Semites who were brought in as POWs from the campaigns of the Egyptian pharaohs. So there was a significant network of foreign people living in Egypt during the New Kingdom.
While this is good evidence for the presence of Semitic slaves doing the right types of work, prisoners of war do not match the Bible's account of the early Israelites. Meanwhile, David Rohl pointed to a different set of evidence that fits the pattern found in Egypt's Middle Kingdom, beginning with finds from Avaris.
Well, what happened next? What does the archaeological record show? What we then see is that the graves of these people, we begin to see in the bones deterioration in the quality of life. We see Harris lines in the bones, which indicate famine, shortage of food and nutrients. These people suddenly become impoverished. Not only that, but we start to see larger houses, which seem to be Egyptian in design, and then smaller houses attached to them, which seem to be servants' houses. And this is what we see for the very first time. And we even find papyri with lists of slaves with Semitic names on them at this period as well. Tell me more about the bones. If we look at the cemetery population, that's the dead, if you like, and that's the evidence we have of the living, is the dead. And we look at their graves, we find something very interesting happens. At the beginning, these people seem to prosper. The quality of their lives is very good. But all of a sudden, at some point in the story...
Wait, what's you mean living versus dead? If you're dealing with bones, they're all
dead.
dead.
We find papyri with lists of slaves with Semitic names on them at this period as well. Tell me more about the bones. If we look at the cemetery population, that's the dead, if you like, and that's the evidence we have of the living, is the dead. And we look at their graves,
I see what you're saying.
Very interesting happens. At the beginning, these people seem to prosper. The quality of their lives is very good. But all of a sudden, at some point in the story, we see degeneration. We see degeneration in the burials and the actual graves themselves. The investigation of the anthropological data has shown us that we are dealing with people who lived probably to about 32 to 34 years of age and then died. That's the typical life expectancy of the time. So we're not talking about people who prospered and went on to live into their 50s and 60s, as you might expect. These people had really tough lives. So how do we explain that? What is the mechanism that we would understand why these people only lived to such a short age? And the obvious answer is slavery. So you're saying that this group that came in that was prosperous then fell on hard times? Yeah, we've got a situation of prosperity followed by a lack of prosperity and a shortage of life. So it seems very clear that these Asiatic peoples, these people have come from the north, speaking a Semitic language, who first of all prospered in this region, have suddenly been enslaved. Is there any physical evidence that there was slavery of Hebrew-type people in Egypt? There's one particular document which is quite amazing. It's called the Brooklyn Papyrus.
Oh, I thought he was
And
going
this
to bring up
actually
the
is a list
Menephtah
of
stele.
domestic servants from one estate. We have maybe up to 100 people listed as slaves in Egypt. When we look at those names, 70% of them are Semitic names. And you can literally pick up Israelite names.
Interesting number to associate with it. 70.
Issachar,
Holy
and
crap.
Asher. The name.
Holy crap, dude. You see this? Wait, so there's
70% people listed as slaves in Egypt.
So this is the what? What's it
Brooklyn
called?
Papyrus.
Brooklyn Papyrus. Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah.
And you're aware of like the connection to this that he's talking about?
Yeah, I was going to say this is David Rohl. He's a new chronology sort of guy. He's got a revised chronology of Egypt that he promotes. No, again, it's you can't be surprised that they would have Semitic slaves in there.
No,
how
but
much they're necessarily Canaanite is another story per se.
Let's see. Yeah.
As opposed to like Proto-Phoenician or more of the the Arabian desert dwellers, because all of them were speaking some sort of Semitic language at the time.
Let's see. Okay, this is interesting. So,
And had Ethiopian gone Semitic language yet or not? That general area.
I'm not sure.
I know it's spread down there at some point. I didn't know. I forget exactly the chronology as to
Okay,
there.
Okay, fascinating. So yeah, I thought that the Shifrah might be a reference to Shifrah. So look at this. So the names up here: Menachma or Menachama, Asherah, feminine form of Asher, the name of one of the sons of Jacob. Shifrah, the name. Okay, I wish it would have the. Was it? Oh, this is a Habiru. So you have the Habiru, you have the Hayaur. What's this? It's saying Hayaor. Another compound name composed of Eve and meaning bright light. Sevtu. Esev, that is a stretch. Davidi Huat, compound name of the name David. Sakara, which is a feminine name of Issachar. Ayabom. No, that is a stretch. Ayabum to Yob, or Yov. Akuba, feminine form of Jacob. Shifrah, the name of one of the Hebrew midwives prior to the Exodus. Yeah, Shifrah and Puah. Okay, but I wish it would have the. Okay, so does it actually? I wish I could. Okay. Brooklyn Papyrus Semitic slaves. Okay, let's see. Interesting. You see this? So Levi or Levi. That's Levi. You have it contains many Semitic, or as this Egyptian calls them, Asiatic names like Akuba, yeah, like Yaakov, Asherah, like Asher, but also Asherah, Chayawor, light of life, Savtu, I forget what it said, that Esev, I guess, Sakar, and Levi, and names including Seneb. Seneb is Egyptian for healthy, which would be like. Honestly, I'm not sure. I wish I could find something that would actually give me the full list. It's like everyone likes to quote from the list, but I've yet to actually see someone be able to show.
Oh, I'm sure it exists somewhere. Yeah, it's just we probably shouldn't get too bogged down into it.
You're right. It just seems kind of interesting that people would mention it and not show the. I wonder if they omit all the names that don't support this hypothesis.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, but
Yeah, I mean, for the sake of brevity, it could be.
And this actually is a list of domestic servants from one estate. We have maybe up to 100 people listed as slaves in Egypt. When we look at those names, 70% of them are Semitic names. And you can literally pick up Israelite names in there. Menachem, Issachar, and Asher.
So this is a translation. So yeah, I mean, it clearly exists. So you have Anat. So you have Anat. You have Shipra. You have the king's servant, the son of Liv. Okay, holy crap. Holy crap. This is in. So here it says the king's servant, the son of Levi. I wonder if that's a reference to Moses because he was a Levite. And then let's see, is it so you have Aduru Shakratu. That sounds Mesopotamian. Let's see. Achati Milkatu. Achoti, like the sister of Milkatu, sister of the kingdom, maybe. The Asiatic Dodi Hu, or maybe, yeah, Dodi or David Huat, the Asiatic Kua, king servant, son of Levi, female Asiatic Shifra, female Asiatic Sukrapati, the female Asiatic Ashra, her daughter Sinibtisi. Okay, this is interesting. So Ashra means happy or blessed, and Sineb apparently is Egyptian for healthy. So there seems to be There seems to be a similar context, but I might be wrong there. And then you have Anat Shamashtu, which is taken from sun, the name for sun. And then you have Isimtu, I'm not sure. And then you have, what's this? The female serving the daughter of Wewi Iriet. Okay, so I don't really know.
The names of two other tribes of Israel. Shifrah, one of the Hebrew midwives in the Exodus story, a name that appears in this document. These are Hebrew Israelite slaves, and they're in a papyrus.
So let's see, and then you have, female Asiatic Baal, and then it seems like something's missing. Abu something, Aya Abi Ilu, Aya, I forget what Aya means, but Abi Ilu, like my father of God or godfather or something. Royenet, I'm not sure. Royet, maybe like one who sees. Et, I'm not sure. And then there's let's see, Anhu. Yeah, it's missing a lot of the names here. I thought, yeah, what's Rishonbi? I don't know.
These are Hebrew Israelite slaves, and they're in a papyrus from the 13th
Oh,
dynasty.
Rishon might be like
Not from
first
the
or head.
19th dynasty, not from the time of Ramesses II in the New Kingdom, but from the 13th dynasty, the Middle Kingdom.
What does this mean to you? What does it say?
This is real evidence for the time when the Israelites were in Egypt as slaves. It's when you get a text, suddenly you've got history. Archaeology, you have to interpret. When you have a text, this is something very different.
David, can you put a specific date on the Brooklyn Papyrus?
The Brooklyn Papyrus is dated to one reign. The name of the king appears on it, and the king is called Sobekotep III. Now, he's the first king of a mini dynasty in the 13th dynasty, where you have maybe 4 or 5 very powerful rulers appears on it, and the king is called Sobekotep III. Now, he's the first king of a mini dynasty in the 13th dynasty, where you have maybe 4 or 5 very powerful rulers coming to the fore, a family of strong pharaohs. And this could be the pharaoh who did not know Joseph, the one who enslaved the Israelites, because it comes maybe 3 or 4 generations after the Middle Kingdom, when Joseph arrives in Egypt. We suddenly find this strong pharaoh, Sobekotep III, and we have this list of slaves with Israelite names.
David, the thing that I'm puzzled by is why so many Egyptologists ignore the Brooklyn Papyrus.
Well, this is the old problem again about time, isn't it? You have a situation here where, although everybody recognizes that this list is a list of Semitic slaves, and everybody recognizes that the names appearing in here are also Israelite names, these can't be the Israelites because it's the wrong time period. The Israelites are much later in history. So these people we're seeing here in this Brooklyn Papyrus in the time of Sobekotep III cannot be the Israelites. All this evidence that we're finding in Avaris, this city in Goshen in the Eastern Delta, points us to the period when the Israelites were in Egypt. And that is the period we call the Middle Bronze Age. Most Egyptologists put the period of the slavery in the New Kingdom, in the 19th dynasty. And here we are in the 13th dynasty. So the things don't match.
So that's why they disregard it.
So they put it to one side and say it's another coincidence.
Okay, that's fascinating. You've got any thoughts before we start?
Yeah, that's part of my whole, multiple interpretation things, where the story of the Exodus in the Bible is, basically a composite of a bunch of different similar stories that happen to various, Semitic peoples over time. Okay.
Yep. So let's see, where is it? So we're starting Exodus. So let me just check something real quick and take this down first, and we will start. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's fascinating because you literally have the name Asherah, and there it just gets rendered. Oh, this is clearly without doubt. I mean, they don't say without doubt, but like I'm just kind of inserting that in there. But it's like this is clearly the female form of Asher. Whereas I think in reality, it's more likely that Asher is the male form of Asherah. But again, it might just be like a distinction without a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, tough to say since you know that Asher existed. Again, the Assyrian Empire was long before the later times. I was going to sit there and say, I want to say, what was the Assyrian Empire? 1800 BC sort of time period before, that's before the time that Asher would have been born.
Asher wouldn't have even been a twinkle in his daddy's eye. All right, so let's see, Exodus 1, and then put it here, and then what translation are we going to use? So I guess we'll just base it off reading the first one and finding which translation works the best. So, all right, here we go. Let's see. All right. Oh, right. That's right. Don't want to forget that. Let's see. What do I do before starting a new book of Torah? See, is this we should have the proper Hebrew. See, it doesn't make sense to me. H is supposed to be like a religious. So it's like I get that they have the English, but why not have the Hebrew? I mean, like they have the Hebrew transliteration, but it just makes no sense to me why they don't have. Anyway, so Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu לעשות בדברי תורה והערב לנו אדוני אלוהינו את דברי תורתך בפינו ובפי עמך בית ישראל ונהיה אנחנו וצאצאינו וצאצאי עמך בית ישראל כולנו יודע שמך ולומדי תורתך לשמה ברוך אתה אדוני המלמד תורה לעמו ישראל. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר ברכו את אדוני המבורך ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. Sorry. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. Just in case I messed it up. Ve'ele Shemot. Oh wait, how was I going? Okay, so Ve'ele Shemot, and these are the names Bnei Israel of the sons of Israel. Habayim Mitzrayma that came to Egypt. Et Yaakov Ish Ubetobahu, Jacob, the man Jacob and his house that came with him. So it's basically identifying that Israel, it's saying both the house of Jacob and the Ish, the person. So that's interesting. Here it's identifying Israel as both a... Sorry, wait, is siphon up for the English. But yeah, you have any thoughts on that? Well, I'm looking for...
Nothing in particular.
Come on, why? Literally.
Usually, when they're emphasizing the name Israel, they're emphasizing the tribal aspect of the sons too.
Okay. Also, when I was saying come on, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to like trying to find the English. Okay, so but this is interesting. So, let's see. So, what is this life? Okay, so, and these were names of. Okay, that's the connections with. He had just witnessed the fulfillment of the descendants of Abraham multiplying while in a land not their own. Rashi points out that when the Jewish people were compared by God as numerous as the stars, God meant the stars are not just numbers, but each one has a name, and its coming and going is supervised by its creator. Similarly, in spite of becoming numerous, the Jewish people never were just numbers, but each one having a name ensured that he would be treated on an individual basis by God. If someone were to ask where it is written that the Jews where it is written that the Jews that Yaakov brought with him to Egypt were numbered by him, the Torah states that that not only were they numbered, but they were named. Interesting. Oh, wait, do you have a... Shoot. Let's see. Okay, sweet. I'm going to actually add this because I do not want to lose this. This is such a good reference. I like that. It really shows how, although there, some religions really have this idea of like, I feel like on some elements, like, there's a lot of people, but it's also like God also cares about you. And you see that in every tradition on some level. So I just think it's really interesting how it's phrased here. This idea of people not just being numbered, but named. And that's something that I think probably could even take on this really deeper context, especially after the Holocaust, because of the connection with, this idea of being numbered.
I'm making an ancient connection there, and again, I'm not sure what to make of it, but it seems to at least relate somewhat to the Spartan tradition, where the only way you really got your name is if you, like on a tombstone or something, is if you died in battle as a man or if you died in childbirth as a woman. Tag.
Interesting. So, anyway, but what I found also fascinating here, and unfortunately now I have to scroll through it again. I wish there was a way to filter out the ones that are only Hebrew, because I just cannot spend that much time translating. We would be spending weeks, if not a year here. Okay, so, and these were the names. The Torah informs us that all the people that came down to Egypt with Jacob also died in that land. Habayim and Yisrael who were arriving. They had forgotten about the good. Okay, the fact is, in retrospect, after having been subjected to cruel treatment by the Egyptians, they had forgotten about the good years and felt as if they had only just arrived there. Interesting. At Yaakov with Jacob. Okay, so Ish Ubeto, man and wife. So Ish Ubeto. Beto could be, they derive the connection from Bat or from his house, this idea that a wife is the house of a man, which there's some problematic implications with that, but there's also some good implications with that if you don't view it in a bad or creepy way, as if like a woman belongs to a man. Like that's where the issue really starts, because it's more so this idea of like a house being I'm not going to delve into it, but like I think it's more so that this idea as well. Honestly, I don't know. It's I think it's because Bait is house and Bat is daughter, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying not to read into how basically is. I don't know. It's one of those things where I think that there's a difference between saying that it's only good and only choosing to focus on the good. And again, it is, as long as you acknowledge the bad, I don't think it's sweeping it under the rug. But anyway, so we know this from Genesis. In addition to the wives of Yaakov's sons, Yaakov was aware the Egyptians were deeply involved in promiscuity. He was afraid that his offspring would learn to copy these ways of the Egyptians. He had therefore married them off before they could do so. But he married them to Canaanites, I thought, which again, I have no issue with. So this is, let's see, add to sheet. You know what? That's good. I don't need to look into everything that has. So, now let's see, translations. No, these are the names of the children of Israel. These are the names of the sons of Israel. This is not a good one to try to find a translation based on. So, Reuven, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda. So, obviously, Reuben, Shimon or Simeon, Levi, Levi, Yehuda, Judah. Yisachar, Zvulun, Binyamin. So Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin. So it's interesting here. Benjamin's the last one born, but for whatever reason chooses to mention him here. Oh, you know what it is? Actually, yeah, I'm not sure why they choose to list it like this, but Dan v'Naftali, Gad v'Asher. Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. So I wonder if there's any commentary on this. Why? And there better not be any difference in translation here. Well, obviously just in the way it's spelled, I guess, but and being E or whatever. So is there any commentary on this? Dan, names are connected to each other in scripture in 6 different ways. All these styles are correct. One of the listing is Elam and Ashur and Arpachshad. A second manner is with carbuncles, purple and richly woven work, and fine linen. A third way is carnelian, topaz, and smaragd or emerald. Fourth way is Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. The fifth is myrrh and aloes and cassia. The fifth way is Adam, Seth, and Enoch. Okay, but what does any of this mean? It's so strange. Reuven, Shimon, the Torah first mentions the two oldest sons of Yaakov's senior wife Leah before mentioning any of the sons of the concubines. This is why it also mentions Joseph and Benjamin before the sons of Bilhah, another concubine. Wait, does it mention Joseph? It doesn't mention Joseph. What are they talking about?
Because one thought that occurred to me is they were listing the wives' sons first, and then they were going to go to the handmaid's son second.
So, I get that because you have Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. Okay, but that doesn't change why. Okay, so, but where's Joseph? Joseph's not listed. Oh, but it's saying, and so it was all the souls that went out from the thigh of Jacob, or the loins of Jacob, Shivim Nefesh, 70 souls, or 70 people, individuals, V'Yosef Haya b'Mitzrayim, and Joseph was in Egypt.
I was going to say, yeah, no, they had listed it as the sons that came with their households to Egypt, and Joseph didn't come with his household.
All right. Oh, shoot, I'm going to, give me 1 second. Copy. I send a link to Avi in case he wants to listen in. Let's see. Let's see. Share, copy link. Here. And then All right. So again, not the best for looking for a translation, so I'm going to continue, and then we'll find what translation we'll use. Let's see where we are. וימת יוסף וכל אחייו וכל הדור ההוא. And Joseph died, and all his brothers, and all the generation, and all of that generation. Oh, what's this? Oh, fascinating. Yeah, so Avi just posted, so I give out to fill in being connected to like ancient medicinal practices. That's what I was looking at. Okay, so Joseph died, and all his brothers and that generation. So let's see translation. And Joseph died, and all his brethren and all that generation. Joseph died, and all his brothers and all that generation. Now Joseph died, and all his and Joseph died, and all of his brothers. Again, it's not a good one to translate because it's just so basic. Literally, there's no different way to translate that. So you can't see the way that the translator actually has the. You can't feel their vibe. Right? ובני ישראל פרו וישרצו וירבו וירבו ויאמצו ויעצמו. And the sons of Jacob. Oh, what's this? Sorry, I just want to check what this notification was. What is it? Oh, great. No, it's something else. And the children of Israel were fruitful, and they spread out. No, sharats. They swarmed, or they were fruitful, and they multiplied forth, and they were great, or they increased, became numerous. Atzmu, and they were for themselves. Is that the atzmu? No, they were vast. What am I thinking of? Because etzem can also be self, but it might be. I think it's spelled with an olive. What am I thinking of? So it can be bone or anything. Vast. Etzem, etzmut. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure etzem, like in the context of bone, it's this idea of it's the part of you that like. I don't know the context. I wish Avi was here. Maybe he is. Avi, if you're here, can you comment me? Why does etzem? I'm going to actually message you. Oh, awesome. Hey, Avi, do you have any clue how? Because I'm pretty sure it's the same spelling of etzem. How does etzem become self?
Sorry, Vayatzmu is they went gigantic. Atzum is gigantic.
Oh,
so they were fruitful, so fruitful that they went to be a huge nation.
So yeah, because here it says to be vast, to be numerous, or be mighty. But my question is, so like how is like I can see how that's connected to the idea of like a bone, because bones are supposed to be strong to support.
I don't think that the bone has something to do with Vayatzmu. Again, because this word came from Atzum. Atzum is something. I can see why they write mighty, because otzem, you see here, otzem is a might.
Interesting.
Like saying kochi ve'otzem yadi, my strength and my might of my hand. So yes, etzem is a bone, but I don't think there is a connection between this and the word of Exodus.
Interesting. I've like got to get to the bottom of this. Okay, so this is what I was thinking of. So etzem to divine essence. But
Yes. And in later Hebrew, etzem is like the substance of the philosophy. So when Descartes or Spinoza or Kant talked about some substance, the literally translation is etzem. When I say myself, I say atzmi. So the etzem is the selfhood of the essence of God.
Interesting. And like I wonder because again, it connects to this thing that obviously is kind of like like it's from a different time because this developed afterwards. But I know that there's some people who would like look at this and be like, oh well, you could still look at it that way. But the idea of for instance, some people look at the idea of taking from the side, like taking the rib or whatever, that because they're I personally don't view it this way, but this idea of like taking the DNA from the bone, but it's almost this idea that like they're like our bones are more than just like structural things. They're also in some way, well, not what make us who we are, but at least with our immune system because of the bone marrow. But just the idea that there's this like vital force within bones that goes beyond just the structural support that they provide. And like what made me think of this was this idea how each of us
makes
contains
sense that you have to remember that this is a very late meaning of the word.
So so like I get the different context based on the different time periods, but like what's your theory on how it actually, or rather why it became that?
When you say self, you mean that your bone is your material self.
I feel like I still just might be missing the context. Graham, do you have any like context or that you have that I might be missing that like kind of connects what Avi's saying?
Well, the sense that I'm getting that connects with Avi is the bone is the solidity, the rigid part of the self. It's the if you're talking about the Adam's rib thing, one of the interpretations that I've always sat there and been fond of is the idea of Adam has two chromosomes, the X and Y chromosome, and they took the Y chromosome, doubled it, and made Eve. Because women have two Y chromosomes. Again, that's a take on it that I think is kind of interesting, but doesn't really tie in with what Avi's talking about. Tag.
So I think I might have found something. So given this from like more, this is from Embodied Jewish Wisdom Network, so clearly going to be a bit more on the like more syncretic side, like I'm embracing other traditions as well. Just also from what I read through a bit, but here and again, with the context that Avi said, that helps provide. And I do appreciate that because there's some people who they would just look at it as, okay, well, this word and this word are roughly connected, and so therefore they'll just use them interchangeably. And I think that's a huge flaw. Like if you don't have the context of like where they come from and why they are the way they are, then you could almost kind of like get lost in the sauce, so to speak. And I've known more than a few people who that's happened to. And it's sad because I feel like in some ways it's more than just the perspective of what they're start getting interested that they lose. It's a general perspective. But so this says etzem, the Hebrew word for bone, also means essence or essential. Connection to our bones can be grounding, centering, and provide weight and solidity in times of tumult. Etzem also connotes alignment with our highest self. We can access etzem by bringing conscious awareness to the core of our beings, our bones. So I do think it has, because like if you think about it, there's certain things like if something really bugs you, it can be like, oh yeah, no worries, Avi. Feel free to talk whenever you want, and if you don't respond, I'll understand. What was it? This idea of like if something really like you can feel something in your bones. Like I think that might be kind of this context. It's like you can feel something in your bones, or you can feel it like here, which is like, it's more like your flesh or your heart versus your bones. And I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but was the premise of the practice is that there's a chiyut, life force, or prana. Again, so here you see the use of prana. It indicates a kind of more syncretic, but present in the skeletal body that supports alignment. It is always available for us for freedom of movement, for example, in the spine and in the hip joint. Let's see. Okay, that's... Oh, wait, is this... No, that's not... Okay, so I think we kind of covered it more or less. How did I get to that? Etzem? I really... because of mighty, right. So I think it's... At least here, the connection seems to be mighty or strong, that it's able to withstand, and that's the idea of a bone. Because if a bone breaks, it's not really the best bone. I mean, unless it broke because it should have. I mean, there's cases where it's like it can only withstand so much force. So let's see, where are we? So they increased and they became mighty. Bimeod, meod.
Meod is very.
Yeah. Oh no. I was just I saw what you sent. I have what you sent. That's why I was why I stopped. But yeah. Also isn't like male how is it ve'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha v'chol levavecha v'chol nafshecha u'v'chol meodecha. Like it also has this context of strength, right? Or might.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't think about it. Yes.
Yeah, because the reason why I remember that is because it really doesn't say with all your heart, or with all your self, with all your soul,
Intensively.
Which intensively, like levavecha, you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, meodecha, you're saying is intensely?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But so, like with all your intensity, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. I've never heard it translated that way, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, and they bimod, they like greatly, they this says they increased abundantly and multiplied and grew exceedingly mighty. See, meod. Oh, vatim. So, and they forcefully, or they greatly filled the land. Bimod vatimale haaretz otam, and they filled the land. So it's like the context, like bimod. It's not saying that they actually. So I wonder, is fill here to fill or be full? So timale fullness. So I wonder in this context if it's almost saying that they became like a majority in some it seems weird that it would, and I guess it depends all on whether it's to be fill or be full. Because if it's be full, if the land was full of the, and again, I guess it depends on what you translate it as and what it ultimately means. So fullness, that which fills, because the idea of filling doesn't mean all. Like full means all filled. So it's like, and again, I think I probably am just hyperanalyzing this, but at least like what this imagery kind of gives to me is this idea of people spilling into a land. Except in this case, there was only 70 people, at least in the tradition, that went into land, and then all of a sudden it's like, so yeah, I feel like it's being used like just as a what's the word? Like not metaphor, but it's being used as a hyperbole. Okay, I'm gonna speed this up. So, ויקם מלך חדש על מצרים אשר לא ידע את יוסף. And there arose a new king over Egypt that did not know Joseph. ויאמר אל עמו הנה עם בני ישראל רבצו ממנו. And he said to his people, behold, there is there is a nation of the nation of the children of Israel is great, is like is increased, or yeah, is great. Vatsum is great and mighty. Mimenu, like from amongst us, or
I think one more meaning for Rav is superior.
Really? Oh,
Like a rabbi, the I missed the word. The ordination of rabbi is being made by some rabbi who is superior to the rabbi who is ordinated.
so it's like almost this idea of hierarchy. So in this idea, it's
Yeah.
almost like higher than, but not like higher than in a like a physical sense, but in like a like you know, interesting. So let's see. So that's yeah. So they're higher, or they're greater than us, and they're mightier than we are. Havanit chachma. Wait, ni would it be? Yeah, nit chachma. Lo venirve vehaya ki tikrena. Let's see. So Havan nitcha come. Oh yeah, it's like have a nagia. So come.
Deal wisely.
What?
Let's deal wisely with it.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we shall be wise, or do wise, deal wise. Law with interesting. So here, law, it says inflected, meaning to him, but I wonder if here it's law as in Israel, as if to like to or to
The nation of Israel, the Am.
Oh,
So singular.
okay, that makes sense. That we shall deal wisely with that, or with the nation, with it, lest lest we increase, lest it increases, and and they approach, or wait, tikra ana, and they cry out milchama, they cry out for war, vinosaf, and
Will be added.
What?
It will be added on our enemies and will fight us, and Allah mina haaretz is go up from the land, but come up and conquer us.
Interesting. So let's see. So we'll like gather also it also upon our wait, where is it? They also join our enemy. Where is this? Oh, they Vinosaf.
Nosaf is like being added.
Okay, so they will be added also to our enemies.
Join our
And
enemies.
what?
Join the enemies.
But I guess what I'm saying is, does it actually have the word like yachad, or like this idea of like joining?
No, no. When you're being added, you are joined.
True. I guess the reason is more so I'm just trying to read it in like in a literal sense, and then to interpret it from there, like to separate the two, just so I can kind of distinguish it in my mind. But let's see. So yeah, they'll join our haters or our enemies, and we will war with them, and let's see, and go up. And we'll fight with them, so as they will go up from the land. And so I think Allah here in this context is this idea of like going up to Canaan, similar to the idea of like Yared, going down to Egypt. Is that possible at all? It's fine. Take your time. But let's see. Do we read that? Yeah, let me know. It's let's see. Gum nosaf gum hu as snoenu sneenu. No, sonenu. Yeah, I think. ונלחם בנו ועלה מן הארץ. וישימו עליו שרי מיסים לענותו בסבלותם ויבן הרי מסכנו לפרעה את פיתום ואת רמסס. And they and it, the nation, they put upon and therefore they set upon it, or upon them, Sare Misim, masters of
Taxes.
Sorry, what?
Literally is masters of taxes.
Oh, so like tax or task masters. Like I figured taskmasters, but literally taxes.
No. I mean, misim is tax.
Yeah.
And I have to note that this exact phrase is a reference to a story in the First Kings, the story of Jeroboam, who was apparently a minister that was in charge of all the taxes of house of Yosef. So you have to take into account that first of all, they built all Solomon's cities, and second of all, the taxes is being called in Kings Sivlotam Sevel, which is dual meaning. First of all, Sevel is suffering, and second of all, Sevel is a burden or a load. And this very word of suffering and load is referring to what the donkey of the Messiah has on its back.
Yeah, and here you have was this anoto, because that's a reference. Right?
Torturing.
Oh, but so then what am I thinking of? Because there's what's the ota? I'm thinking of like otan. What is it?
But la'anot is also to reply or to argue. So this is another example of dual meaning. So leman anoto b'sivlatam is for the sake of torturing in its suffering, but you can read it just like for the sake of arguing its load of the Messiah, because Yosef is a candidate of the Messiah. I don't want to go beyond the topic of this conversation, but you can see clearly a lot of references in this particular chapter to the story of the Messiah, and you see Pharaoh and the Egyptians as the enemies of the Messiah.
I definitely see that as well. So I'm blanking out
because what the enemies of the Messiah wants to do to the Messiah is to behave wisely with them and to how do you say to con them,
like to shepherd,
to fool them, to dupe them.
Oh,
so the slavery in Egypt is allegorically the fullness that ones have to overcome.
So okay, and this is fascinating. So
this is what I think Sevel Sivlotam is coming to refer. However, the literally and of course the most common interpretation of this word is, again, anoto, le'anot is torture, and sivlotam is their suffering. So he wanted to torture them and make them suffering.
So I think I might have found a connection to something. So,
but yes, you see a lot of mentions in the Bible and in the Torah of a donkey that had a sevel, a load on its back.
So yeah, connecting to that, this is like, I don't know if you made this connection, but otan was it otana or like but with an aleph. That isn't that a word for donkey?
In
Aramaic.
In Aramaic, I don't know. Let's search.
Let's see. Interesting. Yeah. As chamor. Let's see. In Arabic.
No, it's chamra.
No, but there's other forms as well. So in at least in Arabic, there's also both in Hebrew and in Arabic, aton, Arabic atan.
Aton, yes. Aton is the female of the donkey, and also arod and pered. Pered is mixture between donkey and a horse.
Oh, so a mule.
And arod is the wild ass. So when you want to say that the nation of Israel doesn't commit the mitzvot, so the Bible says that it behaves like a wild ass and not like a domesticated donkey.
Oh, and that kind of goes into what you were talking about before, this idea of like domesticated versus wild animals.
Yes. And also the serpent of Genesis is called sometimes a wild ass, or a wild ass that climbing on the back of a camel. Very interesting.
Interesting. Is that like, I don't know what to make of that.
So this was a short trip on the imagery of the messiahness. Again, I don't want to take over this conversation, but you have to know that this was meant to be dual meaning, and actually the story of the sons of Jacob going down to Egypt and then going up again is an allegory of wise men that are going against fool people and trying to overcome them.
Against what people?
Foolish people.
Oh, okay.
Not foolish, but someone who is very material, just like the symbol of the donkey, which is literally in Hebrew, chomer is material.
Yeah, that's a fascinating connection. So,
and also chomer, chamra, in both Aramaic and Arabic and Hebrew is wine.
Whoa! So it can also be like drunkard, right?
No, so they mean that you need to be on a higher state of consciousness, not because you are high on wine, but because you high on meditation or something like this.
Interesting. And it also...
By the way, bon appetit.
Sorry, what?
Bon appetit for this bang.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, you're saying that as I'm taking a dab.
You're ascending yourself.
That'd be what?
You see, the name Arod is rare. But
Arodi.
Arod. A-R-O-D. They are writing A-R-O-D-H. But however, Arod is equivalent to wild S.
So, but what I was saying is that in the lineage, because last week reading through Vayechi, it has a list of the lineage, the genealogies, and I forget which tribe, but there's one of the sons is named Arodi. What?
Issachar is a donkey.
Oh yeah, okay, that's an interesting connection.
By the way, I told you that Issachar is a donkey because in the Midrash they say that when Reuben found the mandrakes, he wanted to move it out, but he knew that everyone who move it out is going to die. So he brought his donkey, and the donkey pushed or pulled the mandrake, and it went out, so he could give it to his mom. This is the reason why the Midrash say Issachar is symbolized with a donkey. Again, mandrakes and the wine and everything else is a reference for mind-altering substances.
Yeah, the whole concept of ethnobotany, and especially like when applying it to religion, it's so interesting. I think, there's definitely cases where people try to make a stretch, but I think that in a lot of cases, there's always going to be at least one, if not more, entheogens in play within different religious contexts. But so what I was wondering though, do you think it's possible there's a play on words here going on between like Anoto, and then basically, so again, spelled with an aleph in the case of like Otan.
I don't think so. I don't think they are that complex for switching characters. But as I just was reminded, Anat is another name for the goddess.
Oh, so it could also be his Anat, potentially. Oh, okay, that's fascinating because this idea of like
Probably the torture is, according to the Torah writer, is worshipping Anat.
Is it also possible that her name in that context could mean like torturer?
No, I think her name is of replying. I don't know. I don't think that it is something to do with the torture, but it probably has a linguistic reason. I mean, probably it's development of other goddess. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes the most sense, I think.
Let's check the etymology of Anat.
If I remember correctly, I think it might have something to do with Anatu. But the other thing I meant to say is I wonder if there's any connection between like Otan or and then the term onos, like in Greek.
Okay, I see in Wikipedia, I don't know what they are relying on, that Anat is in Arabic to force. So maybe it has something to do with torture.
So if it probably within the context of the epic
Or
of
violence. And what is a force or violence?
yes. So let me see if I can pull it up. The ball cycle. Let's see, ball cycle. Okay, here. Okay, here. So, basic synopsis. So, Yam wants to rule over the gods and be most powerful of all. Baal-Hadad opposes Yam and slays him. Baal-Hadad, with the help of Anat and Atirat or Asherah, persuades El to allow him a palace. But literally,
Anat is the goddess of war. So probably it's very plausible that Anat is an outcome of violence.
So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely connected. What I was thinking, though, is because the way that she compels, it doesn't ultimately work. They have to go through Asherah first for it to work. But Anat tries to compel El to help build the palace by saying, if you don't grant Baal permission, I'll make your lamb white beard drip red with blood. It's really interesting, especially because this just some of the symbology that's used in, especially in context of Baal, it ends up, I mean, it's talking about El in this context, but the other thing that's really fascinating here is that Anat apparently is originated in the Amorite culture of Bronze Age Upper Mesopotamia, and that the goddess Khanat, which makes me think, is there, I mean, like, I know that, like, Chana is typically ascribed to, you know, being from Chen, from grace, but I wonder if that might have any context, like, this idea of, like if Anat potentially could have this context of violence or torture, and then potentially there's a carryover with, and again, I don't know how historical this story actually is, but, you know, the story of Chana and her 7 sons.
Of course, but what's how it is connected?
I mean, again, I said it might be a bit of a stretch, but just this idea, like this.
By the way, Hannah was also the mother of Samuel.
Yeah, Definitely. So I mean that's why I said it's probably a stretch, because it's not something that's necessarily seen within that motif. But at least with her, the connection you could say is that she's beseeching God for a child, and so that could be her connection to that term. But I feel like, at least if you look at the story of Hannah, and basically sacrificing herself, and then her 7 sons also basically die rather than commit commit avera, that because of that you could almost see this potential connection to, like, if there is a connection between the name Hannah or Hanat and Anat. But again, it's really a stretch. I'm aware of that. It's just, I don't know, it's like patterns that, even if it's very faint, I tend to pick up on them. But like I said, I don't think that's that serious of a thing that it's like, oh, for sure.
I was going to say, one that jumped out at me there was, possible connections between Hannah and Hanukkah and the whole 7 with the 7 branch menorah with the 7 sons.
I mean, like the I definitely could see the connection of the 7 sons, just with the connection of 7 in general. But at least with the context of Chana versus Hanukkah, the root for Hanukkah is, I think is it Chanoch? It means to dedicate, or it can also be wait, or am I getting it mixed up? Chanu.
I'm out of my depth, so.
No, I was asking Avi. But also
it is it's right. It's a dedication, and you can also say that it's something didactic, because lechanech is to teach, or is to educate.
Okay, yeah, and then it's also Enoch, Chanoch.
However, Hanukkah is clearly for dedication of a new building, but dedication is, I think, it is connected etymologically with education. So, also in Hebrew, you say, just as I say, lechanech, when you are mechunach, you are educated. So I don't know how to continue from here, but yes, Hanukkah is both dedication and education.
Interesting. So it's almost like education, in the sense of the education that they were being forbidden to do on the part, on behalf of the Seleucids, at least according to tradition. And then you also have the dedication or rededication of the temple.
Yes.
Okay, so here this is interesting. So a description of a description of the. I'm just trying to see if I skipped anything here. Something about. Okay, yeah. So a description of the palace of Baal follows. It begins with a description of a banquet thrown in honor of Baal on Mount Safon, modern-day Jabal al-Akra. While the text resumes, we see Anat closing the door of her mansion and meeting her servants in a valley where there are 2 cities. That's interesting, this idea of the valley. That could also be kind of evocative, or at least that's what the story of David and Goliath is evoking. Which possibly represent Ugarit and support. She kills the guards and warriors and then drives away the townspeople. She then slaughters the guards and warriors in her palace, ending with a peace offering. When the text resumes again, Baal is addressing his messengers, picturing his sister Anat sitting with her lyre and singing of her affection for him. It's like, oh, I love you so much, and I just killed 10,000 men for him and his daughters. The messengers are told to perform a specific rite, and she will give them an important communication for Baal. Oh, this is the thing, the secret of the lightning. It's like that's the part that I always think sounds so much like Thunder Perfect Mind. But let's see, together Anat and Baal will search for the secret on the hill of Saphon. She replies that she would only perform the rite if Baal would set his thunderbolt in the sky and flash his lightning. She then joins Baal. So it's also very clear because like the whole idea of, it's clear if you read the Hebrew, but not so much if you read the translated into English. This idea of like, I think it's like referring to like Lucifer or whatever, or is it I forget exactly what the context is. Like if it's Hillel ben Shachar or if it's something else, but this idea of the Mount of Assembly in on the side of the north is very clear. Like Bitzad Tzafon, on the side of Tzafon, like it's referring to the side or the face of a mountain, not to the north as a direction.
North, by the way, Tzafon is not just the direction of north, but something that is hidden. Tzafun.
Isn't that also
in the Leila Seder? When you are hiding the afikoman, the ritual of revealing it is taking the tzafun.
Oh, wow.
And you say mitzafon tipatach hara'ah is not just from north the bad thing will come, but also from the hidden places it will come.
Interesting. So I'm trying to think. I forgot what the other thing I was going to say, but so one thing that I thought, like I noticed this a while ago and it just stuck out to me. I'll probably make a post, even though it's like not so much connected to the point of that one Facebook group, which also, if anyone, let's see, do I have it open here? If anyone wants to join, Avi started a Facebook group. It's, what's it called again?
Entheogens and sacred herbs.
Yeah, so it's a great great group. Chris Bennett. Wait, is Ed Dodge in it? I forget.
What? Excuse me?
Do you know Ed Dodge?
Yes, I know him through Chris.
Yeah. Is he also in that group?
Yes, he's in a group, and I try to invite the all-stars, at least from the Israeli scene. So if you know names of Israeli origin, they are also there. But for now, the hardcore of the group are basically 10 people, and the all stars, except of Chris, and I think another Persian guy that is writing about the Syrian route. So the others are just simple people, if you want to call it like this. So wherever yes, we are talking about entheogens, sacred herbs, ancient worship, symbolicism, and a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so here I'm going to copy this link and post it in the YouTube. I want to make sure that's all right.
By the way, the latest filling post is again credited.
Oh, thanks.
So thank you for that. Yes, I took a past article that I wrote, I think, 2 years ago, and I translated it. But for sure, you just talked about it several days ago, so it reminded me that I have some ready-made text, and I translated it.
Awesome. Yeah. So I'm trying to think, what was it that I wanted to bring up? And then also, here's the link if anyone wants to join. It's an amazing group. But what was it I was going to bring up? Oh, right. So something that I found, and this stuck out to me, like I thought there's got to be something here. Let's see, where is it? Got to open up okay, here. So this is what I noticed. So you have this term, Zion. So you have 4 letters, Tzadeh, Yud, Vav, and Nun. Now, if you change around the Yud for other letters, you can get, like, let's say it's with a vet, vet. It could be Tzavon, Tzagon, Tzadon. I mean, so interesting. So Tzadon, you get, Sidon, but is it spelled the same way, or would there be? Let me see. Is that because I actually wonder if you can end up finding some interest, like some different city names by. Okay, no. So it's with a yod. I'm almost certain that's why it sounded off to me. So I didn't think. But so if you stick with just these 4 letters, so keep going. So you have Tzahon, Tzavon. Let's see, Tzazon, keep going. But what I realized is, say you get Samon, Sanon, but then once you get to Pei or Fei, Tzapon or Tzafon.
Wait,
So yeah.
In Amharic, which is Semitic language, Zion or Tzihaye is sun.
Wait, like sun in the sky?
Yes.
Interesting. So
I don't know, but I can postulate that the name has something to do with the god of the sun, or maybe the Baal, because Baal had chariot in the sky, accompanied with the fire horses, just like Apollo.
Interesting. Oh, and that has to do with like the chariot vision as well.
Yes. So this is Tzehaye, and I don't know if it is acceptable argument, but nice to know.
Yeah. So one thing that I have heard is that there is, I can't remember exactly what the root is right now, but I think it might be Sayan. I'm going to look it up real quick because this is going to bug me if I don't. But basically, let's see, Sayan. So
and another thing about it, Sin, which is actually the name of a desert that Israelites were in the Exodus, is the name of thorny branch, like the snake.
Oh, like Sin and Sna. Interesting.
So this has something to do with the acacia, if you want.
Let's see if I can find it. So it's, what was the root?
Sin.
Oh, yeah.
Tzadik Yud Nun.
Interesting. And oh, I did not go far down enough, probably. So I'm looking for, let's see. Wait, so here's Vav. So it's Sonic Vav.
Aha, we don't have it here.
No, it is. I think it might be there.
Yes. Zion is like a Chorev or Eretz Hayefa, which are desert or dry land.
Oh, holy crap! Okay, this is huge. So I just made a connection. So this idea of the dried land.
And you see Eretz Tzia, just like up the entry that prior the Tzayon is a common name for a dry land.
Interesting. So what this is reminding me of, you know, Yocheved 19.
Yes.
So this was one of the big things that kind of shook me and realized, like, okay, there's clearly reference to Asherah. I mean, it's undeniable, even if it's couched within, you know, language. But so it's talking about the mother of the princes of Israel, not the mother of Israel. So, you know, first of all, there is no one mother of all the princes of Israel. If you view the princes of Israel being, you know, who would the king of it be, potentially Israel, you know, the princes of Israel being his sons. Again, that it could just be the literal princes of Israel. But
you see in the phrase 14 or phrase 13, there is Eretz Tzia Vetzama.
Oh, okay, that's fascinating. I didn't realize it was literally Eretz Tzia. Because this part I usually just like I'll read it in Hebrew, just kind of like the part I remember is Ve'ata Shetula B'midbar, like that she's planting.
Is planted in the wilderness.
Yeah.
In a dry ground.
So this is fascinating because first of all, there's this idea that she's exiled there, and so on one hand, I wonder if you view it that way, that she's the desert that is plucked up in a fury. And if you look at the word, let's see, where's the word fury here? Bechema, in heat.
Chema is like chama, which is literally sun.
Wait.
Sun is hot. So the sun has heat.
But
Chema is also anger.
Interesting. And is there any connection there with Choma as wall?
No.
Oh, okay. So the thing that sticks out to me here, though, is that, well, or no, what I was going to say before is that, isn't it that Chama, sun...
By the way, another thing, Chama is like, I'm looking for the word.
Butter?
No, not Chema.
Sorry?
This is some wait, some bag of leather, which you put your water when you are going to the desert, just like Hagar and Ishmael took their bag into the desert. You see in Genesis, I think 16.
Let's see, where is it? Genesis.
No, Genesis not 16, but 21. Hagar took Chema. Chemet mine.
Interesting.
So you see that also in Deuteronomy, when they are talking about the serpents, they say that they have bag of venom in the Chema. So the Chema, the bag of Chema, the bag of leather, is both description of some bottle of water and a bottle of poisonous water, which is said to be poisonous concoction or something like this, like poisonous wine. You see Chemet Taninim?
Oh, wait, so would that be like...
Chemet Taninim Yeinam in Deuteronomy 32, phrase 33,
Let's see, Deuteronomy 31, you said?
You see here, Baal is Chama, just like I said before.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. So
But when I say about the Chema, where we talked about previously, I'm talking about okay. This is the Chemet mime, and go to Deuteronomy 33, I think. Yes, 33.
Why is it doing that? Okay, 33. Sorry, one second. There.
33. Oh no, 42. 32.
Yeah.
32 and phrase 33. חן פתנינים יינם וראש פתנים אכזר. Their wine is not the fierceness of crocodiles, but a concoction of venom.
Wait. So
because tanin is like a snake, and also peten is a snake, and rosh is some poison which is currently thought to be hemlock, but in the Bible it is thought to be selenium or henbane.
Interesting.
So you see the word chemet or chamat or chema. Yes, chema is either a heat or a fever or a venom. Or of course an anger, rage.
So what I was going to say though is that from what I understood, so chama actually came from cham, that like the term for sun was, and that's why I pulled up, let's see, where is it? Here. That, so the Asher Baal, that Baal, he is chama, that he is the sun, Shehu Hazahar, that he is the masculine, Vashra, he, and Ashra, she is the moon, and that she is the feminine. Like what I'm at least understanding from this is
Artemis or like Inanna or Asherah, yes.
Well,
so what I'm trying to say that the both gods of masculine and feminine origin. Yes, Shemesh is the sun goddess, and no. What Zero Rose said that yes, the goddess of the sun in the Canaanite pantheon is Shemesh or Shepesh.
And then the
so what I'm trying to say that the masculine aspect of the god is the sun, or is the in the negative connotation it is the anger and the poison, but in the positive connotation it's the light and the good tree.
The good tree, you said?
No. I mean, poison. Poison is a name for the bad trip.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And the enlightenment of the sun is the name for the good trip.
Interesting.
And this is the masculine aspect. The feminine aspect is the moon, which is has a connotation of actually negative things, but also positive. The negative are darkness and and infertility, and the positive is fertility.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in the comment. I'm picking up some definite, ties into Hermeticism and especially Paracelsus and his founding of medicine. With the difference between poison and medicine is dosage and usage. Tag.
I see.
So, but yeah, the reason I brought this up in the first place was because, from what I understood, the reason for the usage of Chama and Levana was actually because of the the more direct connotations with paganism that existed with Shemesh to Shamash and then Yareach to Yareach or Yarichu. Because they're like more directly could be argued to be the names of gods or goddesses, as opposed to Levana just means the white one and Chama means the hot one or the warm one.
You see that red is the color of the devil or the color of the sin, and white is the color of the purified sin.
And then you have Mars's Ma'adim, right?
Yes. But I wanted to say something about the negative connotation of the moon. You see Artemis and Hecate, which are goddesses of the moon. They had something to do with the underworld. This is what I'm saying about the negative connotation of the moon. But you see that the moon is also the symbol of cycle of the time. So it has something to do with fertility, because when a woman has menstruate, what is the name of the period?
Cycle, menstrual cycle.
No. Menstruation. That's it. The blood that comes once a month from the vagina. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
However, this is the symbol of the fertility in ancient cultures. So every moon goddess was also a fertility goddess.
Interesting. So
in summary, both sun and the moon has two faces, one of the negative and one of the positive, and it depends on how you use the virtues. If you use it in the right way, you will gain enlightenment and you will gain fertility. But if you use it in the wrong way, you will gain poison and death, and of course you will meet the underworld entities, which are the death entities.
Interesting. So that also connects.
This is, of course, a parable of levels of consciousness. You may meet it in a wrong way or in a right way.
So it's kind of interesting, because I also feel like there might be a connection there because what was it like Haron or what was it Haran, not Haran, but
Haron, anger.
Yeah, but the potential connection between that and Horon, and then also like Hor, but it's a bit off track. We, like you were saying, we should get back on track. But the one thing that I did want to bring up was with Tzia and Tzion. Oh, right. So that was so
they called Jerusalem Zion because it was distracted. I don't know.
So one of the things I was thinking about is that it could have something, because you also have another sneh. Think about it. It's not a burning one, but the bush or the thicket that the ram gets caught in for the Akedah.
Svach in Hebrew.
So it is a different word though than sneh.
No. I think they are both description of heavy shrubs that you may tangle with.
So yeah, like what it seems like here is that there's this idea that, and she's hidden in the text, but that Asherah, that she was taken out of the temple and that she was essentially planted. And again, it's kind of interesting because if you could argue that one of the places that she, at least in like spirit that she appears, is at the Akedah in order to save Yitzchak by basically having the ram within her, or whether you view it that she, and again, it's you still do have this idea that she is connected because it doesn't say, the Queen of Heaven. It's outright saying the Mother of Israel, and it still has all these motifs that are also associated with, what would be the Queen of Heaven. So like it seems to me that there's still this positive association with her, but it's almost like this being put in the dry desert is almost like a timeout. But as we can see, this idea of dry deserts, or is this Bamidbar be'eretz tziyah, that isn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, the Bnei Israel are there for 40 years in order to be purified. So what that's sending a message to me is that it's saying that Asherah didn't need to be destroyed, but rather that she needed to be purified. I don't know. That's at least my reading.
I want to note another thing about the phrase 12. You see that Mate Uzo is something like strong rod, but you see Mate is a synonym for branch, which is a synonym for kaneh, or a herb, poisonous herb, or not poisonous but psychoactive herb, and Uzo or Uza, Oz is strength, which has something to do with the goddess Uza, or the god Azaz or Azazel, which are a variation of Anat. Anat is the god of war, and her synonym in the ancient East, Near East, is Uza, like the ancient goddess of the Arabs, and the ancient name of Mot is also Azaz. Mot is the god of the underworld.
Wait, Azaz is Mot?
Azaz is like Izuz in Hebrew. Izuz is a strong man.
So this is really interesting because
so you see Azazel, the name of the cursed place in the desert, and the name of the leader of the watchers in Enoch, which is actually the devil himself, is a variation of the enemies of Yova.
So
the feminine enemy is Anat, and the masculine enemy is Mot. Both are considered to take the virtue of God Himself, because, for example, in Exodus 14, in Shirat Hayam, after the turn Yam Suf, the sea, they say that God is Izuz, and Izuz v'gibor is strong.
Interesting. So,
yes, Aziz and Azizos and Uzzah are all the same.
And it's interesting because that shows that these associations that get drawn between this idea of essentially what becomes the devil. Because notice here, God of the morning
As riding a camel, like I said on the Arod, if you remember.
Oh, interesting. Wait, I thought you said Arod was
Arod is a donkey, but is portrayed as the serpent of Genesis.
Oh, on the camel. Right, I remember that. So, and it's also just something that's really sticks out here is that so Aries gets associated, and like that's why you have all this bloodshed and evil that gets associated with the figure of Hasatan, which previously really isn't seen that way. I mean, like you do have like this idea of like the negative to the positive, but it's not like outright seen as evil. And I think that only really comes after you have all this syncretism that gets done, and Satan becomes more than just a court member of Hashem's court. But though, if what you're saying, though, I guess on the other hand, it could also be this idea of the rival that exists as Azaz being Mot, like you were saying. Where's that? Where's he given, or like where does it say that his name is Azaz?
Let me find it.
And it's also interesting because what you're talking about, like Al-Uzza or Azat, because of the name. I mean, ironically, with everything going on, I'm trying to, because I remember, like, I think it started as Azati. I forget how Gaza started off all the way back in the Bronze Age.
Azza.
No, but like even further, how it was called by the let's see, Gaza name in Egypt. It was, let's see, Gaza etymology from Chazat.
Gazat, yes.
Well, no. So what it's saying is, in Neo-Assyrian sources reflecting the late Philistine period, it was known as Chazat or Hazat. In Semitic languages, the meaning of the name is fierce or strong. It's also interesting because you can see here, because like in Arabic it's pronounced Gaza, but in Arabic it's Azza. But if you go back far enough, it's the same reason why Western Hebrew is Ma'arav, but in Arabic it's Maghreb because of the Gain. Let's see. Yeah.
Look at the link I just touched.
Let's see. Here. Azaz, to be strong, so they prevailed over. Oh my God, what a name! Hushan Rishatayim.
Kushan Rishatayim. Kushan is something like a nigger, and no, the exact translation. And Rishatayim is the evil or twice evil. This was the name of some Nubian or Kushite king that fought the Israelites, as far as I remember, in the Judges period.
Interesting. So,
and he is considered to be either the king of the Aramaics or the king of the Midianites. And you see that the wife of Moses, Zipporah, is being called the the Negro women or woman or the Isha Kushit. So the Kush or nigger is the nickname for Midianites.
So, but doesn't that tradition go to the whole idea of her being from Africa versus her being from? Well, because I know there's one.
No. Just as I think his name is Avraham Melamed, some professor of University of Haifa, he demonstrated how the name Cush is just a consideration of one with black shade of skin, which is thought to be a descendant of Cush, the son of Ham and the brother of Egypt. This is a general name of cursed race. No, because it resides in Africa, but because his shade is dark, and this is something nothing to do with its origin.
Interesting.
So the origin may be, of course, Africa, but it may be, of course, Arabia, and even from the north. Just to say that his skin is darker than the Israelite skin, and if it came from the south, in some occasions, the connotations was of a cursed race, just as I said. Again, because one of the sons of Ham, the son of Noah, was actually Cush. But you see, Cush is the father of Nimrod, which was a northern person of Ashurite origin. So he would not be an African. So, you know what I mean? Nimrod is a Cushite or a nigger, just like this Kushan Rishatayim or Zerach, the king that fought Asa, the grandson of David. All of them were considered to be cursed and enemies of God.
So, I mean, I assume this isn't what you intend, but the word you're using that comes across a lot more harsh in English than it does. Like, even though I know it's like a direct translation with the term Kushi, but yeah, it definitely. Yeah.
Kushi is not a curse word from the aspect of I hate you because your skin is different than me, but I hate you because you are enemy of my God.
But so then how come Moses ends up marrying Zipporah?
Because the father of Zipporah, Jethro, just converted.
But like, doesn't that kind of seem like a bit of a what's the word, like a post facto retrojection, like saying like there's clearly something significant about the Midianim.
What do you mean?
So one of the theories I've heard, I don't know how accurate this is, but that and again, I don't know, I can't check this because it's not in any language that I could look it up in, but apparently there's a tradition in some, I don't know if it's Islam or just like some forms of Islam, but that the name of the tribe, of the Midianite tribe, that they took the name from a vine, which apparently it's a parasitic vine that grows in the acacia tree in in the Sinai Peninsula, and basically that when this parasitic what was it, like a vine, that when it blew, like because those flowers, when the flowers bloom, they bloom bright red. Here, I can actually pull it up. Let's see, where was it? Acacia vine Midian. Here, Shares tab. So oh shoot, is it not working? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Please tell me it's working. Here. Oh wait, here. The vine Loranthus acaciae, Bedouin Ica, or also Anama, which grow on top of the acacia trees as semi-parasitic plant.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Let me find the Hebrew word of it. I know because I just wrote about it few months ago. Wait.
I was going to say in the meantime.
Continue. I will find it.
All right.
Yeah, I was going to comment about what you're saying there with the Midianite ties into the Kenite hypothesis, whereas the idea that Jethro was that's how Yahweh got introduced into the scheme, that Jethro was a priest to Yahweh, and that he basically brought it in with Moses. And that's where Yahweh entered the picture. And before that, it had been other names had been introduced with Abraham and such. It's an interesting idea.
It's almost like who converted? Was it Moses or was it Jethro? But yeah, so it says Al-Ica can also be seen as a coiled snake. Its fruit looks like the olive. In the Arabian and Islamic tradition, the Midianites' name were associated with a semi-parasitic plant that grows on top of the acacia tree. This plant is known as Ica or Ica. This Ica grows in a vine that resembles a coiled snake. When in full bloom, the vines produce red flowers that, when seen from a distance, create the illusion that the tree is on fire. However, the association between
it is called Harnug in Hebrew. The scientific name is Plicocephalus acacia. The common name is Acacia strapflower. In Arabic, it's Alma, Anabeltalaf, or Jawila. And the family is Loranthaceae. This is, just as you say, something that's considered to be the fire on the acacia when Moses were in the desert and saw the snake.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's fascinating because... Wait, what? Okay, this is interesting. Apparently, one of its Arabic names is Abu Hamata. I wonder if there's any context here of Mata being Mateh.
Abu Hamata?
Yeah.
Where do you see it?
Oh, shares tab instead. Here, I'm looking it up on its own.
Abu Hamata. Maybe it has something to do with the snake?
Well,
I don't.
Yeah, I was just guessing. So you're saying Harnug. So what would the root for that be? Like Ranag? Would it be, or would it be?
No. I think this is
Persian.
This is not an original Hebrew name.
Yeah, that would have been my guess. Do you think it sounds like it might be a Persian loanword? But that's just a guess without looking it up at all. So let's see. Loranthus
acacia.
Yeah. So acacia strap flower. Interesting. It parasitizes acacias. Let's see. Northeastern Africa, the Levant, and Arabian Peninsula. So Yeah,
also in the Syrian African Valley. So it is also, you can find it in northern Israel.
Interesting. I what it do you that's fascinating. Because I really like I want to plant a bunch of acacia around my campus, and then I think it would be cool to have that, because I don't think it actually does any damage to it. But so let's see what it says. So according to Manly P, wait, is this has anything? Oh no, it's, let's see. Could it be the tribes looked at the semi-parasitic plant that grows on top of the acacia tree as a symbol of the Holy Spirit or the higher consciousness that descends from the heavens only to the big, wise, and mature? The semi-parasitic plant only grows on top of the giant, big, old acacia trees. Interesting. And this is exactly what you were talking about. The story of the Midianites' descendants plays an important role. Why great secrets were concealed with the tribes of Midian in the first place, and briefly it is as follows. According to the Hebrew Bible, the Kenites were a nomadic clan from Midian. The Kenites were coppersmiths and metal workers. They played an important role in the history of the region. Kenite is a rendition of Hebrew Keni. According to Gesenius, the name is derived from the name Cain or Cain. According to A.H. Sayce, the name Kenite or Keni is identical to an Aramaic word meaning a smith. And according to C.W. Heckthorn in the Secret Societies of All Ages and Countries, suggests that Cain was the son of God's Elohim, who were the fire people, to whom are attributed all scientists.
This is not something I wrote about, but you remember that I wrote about the Kenites just a week ago.
Yeah, I do.
Exactly the same thing that he is writing about here.
Sorry, one more time?
I wrote exactly the same.
Interesting. But the part about Cain being the son of Elohim?
No, sons of God, I didn't write about it, but about the metalsmith and the Tubal Cain and Nimrod and everything, I wrote about it.
So does the idea of Smith have anything to do with like acquiring, that you're essentially getting something out, like you're I don't know. Never mind. I don't know where I was going with that. But let's see. So anyway, let's get back on track. So we are okay. So yeah. Also, so you mentioned Tzafon before. It's also, isn't that connected to Tzafnat Panea? And that's not where
Tzafnat is from some secret or a hidden thing, and Paneach is from decipher.
Oh, interesting. So like to decipher the secret, because interesting.
And you're starting to get hints when you're dealing with hidden and secrets. The god Amun from Egypt as well. Tag.
Definitely, and then this idea of Ammon, like that, that the, what was it? The Chokhmah, the wisdom is like an Ammon at the beginning of time. But the other thing I was going to say was something that you brought up was was it Tzafnat or Tzafna Bat Pniel? Was that the daughter of the high priest? I think.
Mm-hmm.
Just the connection to like, I mean, it sounds similar, but beyond that, this idea of that she's the treasured daughter of the face of El, essentially. Like if you translate it literally. But anyway, so let's see, where are we? Oh yeah, so V'yasimu alav sare misim lema'an anoto besivlotam vayven are miskenot leparo et pitom ve'et Ramses. So and he placed upon them masters of taxing, and literally in this context, the tax was the labor. So like that's why the tax masters also sometimes get translated as taskmasters, even though it's two different words. But like it's only because a tax was a task. That was the Egyptian way of doing things. So Laman Anoto, so that they will be burdened, or so that they'll. Oh no, that they will be afflicted. They will be tortured with their
by their
burdens,
by their suffering.
Or interesting. So savla can also be forced labor. This is what it says.
Sevel is a burden. Yes.
So it's this idea of a burden that you don't take upon yourself, like of your own volition.
You the burden that the load that is put in top of one's back.
Interesting.
Or you see that if you want to move your house and take the refrigerator, in Hebrew, the profession of the one who takes it on his back is sabal. Sabal, samech, bet, lamed.
Interesting.
So yes, sevel is both one who puts a load or a burden on its back, and of course, one who suffers.
Interesting. So it's all dependent on context.
So you see that in the famous Isaiah 53. Let me look for the exact phrase, but this word is being mentioned, and the phrase is "Achen cholyenu hu nasa v'mach'ovenu sevalam." So indeed, he
will bear our sins, or bear our burdens. I mean,
suffered for us. Isaiah 53, phrase 4.
All right, let's see. 50. Isaiah 50.
Or our suffering.
Yeah. Chalenu hu nasa me'ach.
Cholyenu is our sickness.
Yeah, like chole. So is this maka? Wait, what is this? Meka'avenu?
Mach'ovenu is our pain.
Oh, like from Ke'ev.
Yes.
Okay, I see that now.
When you carry your pain, you are suffering. So when they say about the Messiah that he is carrying our pain and suffers for us, he is carrying something on his back.
And that's why all the association.
That's why the sevel is has a dual meaning, both a burden and a pain.
And that's also the connection there with the idea of the donkey that carries the burden.
Yes, exactly. And the Christianity just analogize everything not with some random Messiah, but with a specific Messiah.
Oh, because they're focusing on the idea of Moshiach ben Yosef more because of that, because of basically the division that ended up happening and the destruction of the temple. They ended up having to make, or I wonder because
but also you can say that in Judaism, the Mashiach ben Yosef is about to suffer and die.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying though is that the difference is that there's the idea, but there's this idea that the Moshiach ben Yosef is going to be different than the Moshiach ben David, whereas the Christians basically ended up having it to be that the first coming was Moshiach ben Yosef and the second will be Moshiach ben David. Or they try to fit them both into one, but
I think I didn't know what you say, but it sounds plausible that they united the two messiahs into one.
Yeah, I mean, another thing is because if you look at like the genealogy, they have, so his father, before this tradition of,
His
because again,
father was Joseph, yes.
yeah, so you have that. So this is something I realized. He's both Moshiach. Like if you go with the Christian tradition, he's both Moshiach ben David because he's
The tradition about the descendant of David was late because the Gospel of Matthew is late in relation of the first Gospel of Luke, and in Gospel of Luke, I mean in the earlier Gospels, the tradition was that Jesus was a human and the son of someone called Joseph.
Yeah, and so like what's interesting though, so if you look at the genealogy, you have that his like earthly father, whoever Joseph, but then you have the idea that he's from the house of David. So he's the son of Joseph. He's Ben Yosef, and if he's supposed to be the Messiah, he's Moshiach, and he is Ben Yosef. And then the tradition, in order to work it into the idea of the Davidic Messiah, that he's also from the house of David. And the other thing that I ended up realizing is it's actually arguably the same with even David. Well, actually not David, but rather, so you have technically you could argue that in a so what's your explanation for the reason why Beit Lechem is also called Efrat, and Efrat is apparently also a name for Ephraim? Do you know what I'm talking about?
You're out of my depth.
Well, I'll continue in the meantime in case. So so that so they would be tortured by their burdens or their forced labor, and they built cities, miskanot for storage, or like, and they built storehouses for the cities, for Pharaoh. They built Pitom, and they built Ramses. וכאשר יענו אותו כן ירווה וכן יפרוץ ויקוצו מפני בני ישראל. And as they were afflicted, or as they were tortured, it increased, and thus they were they broke through. It's saying, and as they were tortured, so they increased, and as they broke through, and they were, as they multiplied, yakats.
One last messianic reference.
Yeah.
First of all, Ketz is the end.
Sorry, what?
Ketz is the end of day, but
yeah.
When you say Ifrotz, this is a reference for Peretz, the godfather, or the ancestor of David dynasty.
Yeah, Ben Partzi.
Yes. So they intentionally put the word Ifrot here.
Interesting. So
the more you torture him, the more he's fighting and winning.
Interesting.
And of course, the end of the war is the end of times.
Yeah. Let's see. So they were sick. So they were grieved. Mipnei b'nei Israel, on account of the children of Israel. Ve'ya'avidu Mitzrayim et b'nei Israel befarech.
Bigger.
Or like to flourish, or wait, no, there's perech. Oh no, I was thinking with a chet. So and they served the and the Egyptians caused the children of Israel to serve to serve bear. Sorry, I thought it was serve with or in severity and cruelty, harshness. וימררו את חייהם בעבודה קשה בחומר מלבנה ובלבנים ובכל עבודה בשדה את כל עבודתם אשר עבדו בהם בפרך ויאמר מלך מצרים לעם ילדות העברית אשר שם אחת Shifrah v'shem השני Puah. And they said, and they embittered their lives in servitude, in harsh servitude. The chomer in cement or mortar. But it's also chomer, like substance, like they it's interesting. Like that which is, I wonder what. And then chomer is also, it's a measure because it's like substantive, like it has the substance of its weight. Interesting.
We just already talked about it.
Yeah. I was just bringing it back up. In harsh labor, in I guess it's saying like making bricks, or in
making bricks.
Yeah, in brick making. And
chomer is like chemar, which is a pulp of dirt and water.
Okay, so and then
Levanim is bricks. So,
yeah, because it's like from bana, right? Like to build.
No. Maybe I don't know.
Apparently, it's the whiteness of clay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know why. What's the connection between bricks and white? But if it says that the clay is white, it makes sense.
Yeah. Uvechol avodah b'sadeh, and in all their work in the field, and in all of your work.
There.
Oh wait, what am I? Wait, avot. No, but if it's avodah, avodatam. Sorry, I was getting mixed up because it's like avodat and then all the work that they do in them bifarecha in vigor or in harshness and severity.
One more nice thing that I can say, avodah service or to do something.
Worship.
La'avod is to not just to work, but to do something. La'asot, maaseh. This is the same action that God created with the world. You see that in the first chapters of Genesis, there are a lot of occurrences of this action in various forms, both in Asa, Ain Shin Hei, and Melacha, which is Lamed Aleph Kaf, and of course Avodah. So you see that in plenty of stories in the Bible, they just randomly put the word Avodah or Asiyah, just in order to demonstrate that the figure that they are talking about in this specific story is doing something good. And the action of Avodah, which the children of Israel are doing, is the way that they are fighting the evil, if you are talking about in an allegoric way. That's what I wanted to say.
So is it like connected to maybe what would later be seen within the Kabbalistic tradition of like this idea of trying to redeem the light in the world, or trying to...
Yes, exactly. And like the Hasidism said, the role of the tzaddik in the world is to spread the sparkle of light in the lowest places.
Interesting. And it's this idea that if you do that in the lowest places, that it will follow in the highest places.
And that will convert the low to high.
Fascinating. And I'm trying. Also, it's interesting because that whole idea of tzaddik katamar yifrach be'eretz Lebanon yisket, and also just the connection that Lebanon has to so much. Like I was listening to. Oh, by the way, happy 420 of the stream. But I remember I was listening to this one thing last night. It was like from some like evangelical or whatever, but he was talking about how Lebanon was the only nation that helped Israel build the Holy Temple. I'm like, I mean, it's very clear to me, a lot of the reasons why, but it's honestly kind of interesting to hear all the reasons that people come up with to explain it, other than the Canaanite connection. You know what I mean?
No. Yeah, I know that the Zidonites, which are Lebanese, indeed helped the Israelites to build the temple, but I didn't know of any explanation about the Zidonites' virtue of helping versus the Canaanites' mishelping and virtue.
So, at least what I was referring to, it's mainly just this idea, at least something that I found. I actually ended up asking Rabbi Tovia Singer about this, and he insisted they were different people. But apparently, like when it talks about, Hiram, who helped David build the temple, apparently...
Solomon.
Yeah. What?
Solomon, not David.
Sorry, Solomon. Sorry, I got mixed up. He said that because he loved his father David. So first of all, you have this. Again, this is a time before you have the strict, understanding of like gender and not gender so much as like sexuality. And David was already potentially in a relationship with Jonathan. So, but anyway, whether it's just saying that his love for David was on a friendship level or more, in either case, it's saying they had a very close relationship. But I looked into it, and apparently, and again, it might be a different Hiram from Tzor, but apparently Hiram's mother was from the tribe of Naphtali.
Yes, this is what I wanted to say. And this is why you would say that Hiram was indeed a Jewish. So
yeah. But
actually, there were two Hirams. One of Naphtali in King's book, and one is of the Phoenician Tzor, also in a book of Kings, but also in Chronicles. So you don't know if they wrote it twice in order to separate one from the other, or vice versa. I mean, in order to unite the two of them.
So it's That's just.
But the midwives say that it was important to note that Hiram was of the tribe of Naphtali, just in order to parallelize himself to the one who helped to build the tools of the Mishkan from the tribe of Dan. Aliyah ben Achisamach.
Wait, say the last part one more time. Sorry.
Hiram of Naphtali, was a metalsmith. He was someone who built all the copper tools of the Mikdash, of the temple, and the Midrash says, or even the Talmud, that he is parallel for the biblical man of Exodus, Aliyah ben Achisamach of tribe Dan, which had the same role in the Mishkan, in the tabernacle. So Dan and Naphtali are both sons of the slave of Rachel, and and the role of her children was to help tooling the copper tools of the Yahweh worship.
So that's really interesting because and if you look at like where the territories are, Naphtali did have some territory that was like just on the border with not only the tribe of Asher,
and also in the northern territory of Naphtali was the city of Dan. So you see the Dan in light blue, which is supposed to be in Jaffa or Tel Aviv, but in Book of Judges they say that the tribe of Dan couldn't settle in this territory, and they moved to the north. So they moved until they found a territory inside or near the territory of their relatives of Naphtali, in the very top of the red area, which is the city of Dan, and later it was the city of Penias. The city of Dan was one of the two shrines of Jeroboam with the golden calves, and the city of Banias was a shrine of one of the accompanies of Dionysus, Pan, which was the god of the shepherds. And I don't think it's related to anything, but this identity, this identification between the two shrines allegedly made the connection between the two worships, and they argue that the worship of the golden calf was actually similar to the worship of Dionysus in matters of drinking a holy wine and going high.
Interesting.
High.
So, it,
so this was the role of Hiram of Thor, of Tyre. You just remind me how we got into talking about him.
Yeah. So, the other thing is you mentioned before Yeravam being that the minister of taxes or something.
Yes.
So it's interesting because of this idea of like collecting the gold or collecting the wealth and then using it to set up these shrines. Because Aaron does the same thing.
Yes.
Also, I love how Yehudi Mabaim, how they like portray the Bible. It's hilarious. Let's see. So where are we at? Okay. Vayomer Mel. Oh yeah, and so the kingdom. Oh wait, oh yeah. And so the king of Egypt.
Sage.
What?
Say to.
Oh yeah.
Midwife.
He said to the midwives, or like what's the other word for it? Like the doulas, right? Midwives. The Hebrew midwives, that the name of the first was Shifrah and the name of the second was Puah. Vayomer beyaled. Oh, because that's what I'm used to hearing, like yaled chen. Beyaled chen et haivriot ureite. Oh, wait, yeah, I said Ivri before, but now it's Ivriot. Oh, because it's plural. Beyaledechen haeta Ivriot ureiten ala havanaim im ben hu vehamiten oto veim bati v'chaya. And he said to the midwife, or wait, no, in the, oh no, I got mixed up. In the bearing forth, or in your, when you help bring forth, the Hebrews, and you see, upon this avanim, what is this? The birthstones.
The birthstones. I don't know why they were giving birth on stones, but it's important to note that ovnaim is a common word of pottery wheel.
Yeah, it has that here as well.
So I don't know why it is written there ovnaim, and it may be a reference for some chemar, which is clay, just as I said before, a pulp of dirt. But I don't want to push us again.
No worries.
Talking about donkeys and materials, so I will give up.
No worries. If it is a boy, if it is a son, he is to be put to death. or you should kill him. Kill him. And if it is a daughter, she shall live. Vatirena, Vatirean, and when and the midwives, but the midwives feared et Elohim, feared Elohim, and they did not Hameyaldot, Meyaldot, et Vatirean, Hamyaldot et Elohim velo asu kasher, and they did not do as diber alehen melech, as the king had said to them, like Melech Mitzrayim, as the king of Egypt had said to them, v'techayen et hayaladim, and they saved the lives of the children. Vayikra melech Mitzrayim lemehayaledot, and the king of Egypt called out for the midwives. Vayomer lahen madua asiten, and he said to them, "What have you done?" Hadavar hazeh vatechayen et hayeladim. Why have you done this thing and allowed the children to live? Or here it says the man children, the man child. Why did you let the man child? It's kind of hilarious how they translate that. That's actually I think that's probably a good place to actually see what translation I want to use. And again, I'm not trying to rely on it, but let's see. Why have you saved the men children, letting the boys live, done this thing and let the children live? Why have you done this thing? That seems good. It's 1995. Let the children live, let the infant boys live, let the boys live. Literally, there's a different word. They could have chosen to say to let the male children live, but they don't. They say Yeladim. So it's almost like he's just saying the children in general, as opposed to like he already was going to let them save the Yeladot, but not the Yeladim. So it's like I feel like there's something else you can get from there. But again, I'm not trying to get bogged down on that either. Though I do want to see if there is any quick commentary that doesn't take up. Let's see, what was this? Oh no, they said unto Pharaoh, Kichot Hana. Oh wait, no, it's here. Right, so let's see. Not only did you not kill these babies, but you were actively involved in ensuring their survival. Why did you betray my trust? Had supply. Perhaps Pharaoh was not really sure that they had. I love all the detail that they go to. It's like, oh, well, perhaps this. Why did you do that and keep these children alive? Does it say anything specifically about the? No, it just says children. But it's interesting because the fact that it says, keep the female children alive implies that they were basically trying to assimilate the Israelites into the Egyptian population, but without any of the men, which is something that Hashem actually talks about later, which is it's kind of ironic. But Vatomaran, Vatomana Hameyaleh el Paro Kilo ke nashim Hamitzrit V'Ivrit Ki Chayotena Beterem Tavo Adnei Ham Yaledet Ve'Yahaladu. And they said, and the midwives said to Pharaoh that they are not like the Egyptian women. The
Hebrews are not like.
The Hebrews are not like the Egyptian. The women.
Egyptian women.
Yeah. The Egyptian women are not like. Wait. Yeah. The Egyptian women are not like. Wait. Yeah. Kanashi.
Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women.
Yeah. Literally, not like the women of Egypt are the Hebrew women, because they ki chayot henabis their lives.
Or animals, because it is said that the animals are giving birth without pain.
Could it also interesting? But do you think there's also this double meaning of like calling them animals as if to like degrade them? But it doesn't really make sense in an Egyptian context because of the fact that they tended to view animals as being connected to the gods. So it almost seems like it's a Semitic insertion in order to. And again, I'm not saying that, but like you could almost view it as being read within a Semitic context is also saying that the Egyptians were calling them as if they were animals, not just in that they, like this idea of, you know, giving birth like animals.
The idea of giving birth without pain is to say that these women are freed from the original sin.
Interesting.
Okay, I was going to say, I was picking up signs of they were basically talking about the Egyptian medicine, because the Egyptians had a strong tradition of, you know, women's medicine that could have prevented a lot of the pain of childbirth as well.
No, so it's saying that it's the Israelites that were having birth without.
You won't believe it, but apparently they used to use in these times some drug that helped to receive without pain, and this was either mandrake or ergot.
Interesting. I mean, it makes sense because in certain contexts, mandrake is used in, well, not anymore, but it can be used for an anesthetic.
So probably what they are trying to say is that these women don't need an artificial way to give birth without pain, but they are giving birth without pain naturally, and this that means that they don't need an artificial way of getting high with these drugs because they are naturally high.
Interesting. And also it's implying that what is this? And behold, before we arrive to them, they have given birth to they have
And giving birth is an allegory, a well-known allegory
for
of
the Mashiach.
getting high, or of not getting high, but understanding or using your intellect in order to getting birth of new ideas.
Interesting. Do you think there's also this context of what is this? Well, because you're talking about, you know, giving birth, or rather this idea of the birth pains or the birth pangs, not necessarily pain, but kind of like the forewarnings, the signs that you're about to give birth. This connection with the idea of the, was it Chevlei Moshiach?
Of course, yes. And if we're talking about getting new ideas out of existing ideas, this has something to do either with pain, or with you said Chevlei Mashiach, because Hevel is a rope, and they're talking about the cord, the umbilical cord.
Oh, and the and also the cord that was tied around the Kohen HaGadol as he went into the temple, so they could pull him out.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is that generally, when you are trying to think about something new out of something that already existing, you are struggling because you have a blocker. You have fog or something that interrupts you from thinking clearly. And if you are giving birth without pain, your mind is just flowing, and you have no distraction of thinking about new ideas. This has something to do with terms of gnosis, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's like basically the idea that without pain there is no transformation. And again, it's not saying seek out pain, but it's about like don't try to avoid it, but try to, like go through it, and through going through it, you're transformed. It's kind of like the idea with Yosef, how he was, he was betrayed by his family, and despite it, wait, where was I going with that? Basically that if it wasn't for the pain that he had gone through then, and he's aware of it, and that's kind of part of the archetype, is he's able to see it ahead of time. It also means that he recognizes it when he's going through it. But this idea that he knows that what he's going through is ultimately either necessary or beneficial in the long run.
Okay, let's go on.
Oh yeah. Here, I'm just going to stop. But Zero or Graham, you have any thoughts?
No, nothing really to add at the moment.
But it is also interesting, just this connection, this idea of like the birth pains of them, or just the connection between birth and then this idea of the Messiah. Because I mean, you definitely see it present in Christianity, but you even see it like elements of it within Judaism. The difference is we're not so obsessed with who's the Mashiach going to be, or the Mashiach's mother. It's more so about what it represents. But
yeah, I did have something to add there real quick. It was when Avi was talking about blockages, it reminded me of the whole creativity and the idea of flow states, and the idea that that's what you want to be into in order to not have blockages for creativity, and tying into that sort of concept. And I did want to say that it's about 8 o'clock, so I got to go do some bush hogging here.
All right. Cool. It was good talking with you, Graham, and good luck with that. But yeah, just one thought before you head off.
I want to emphasize again that all the talking about the Mashiach is just because the Mashiach is such an imagery of a clear way of thinking, or of course the highest state, the highest level of consciousness that everyone wants to be in. And all the stories are just in the allegorical way, just tips of how you are getting into this state of mind.
Yeah.
Agree 100%, Avi, and I did want to sit there and say it's been a pleasure learning from you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Avi. But so Graham, what I was going to say is what you were talking about with the flow
Thank
state.
you too.
Yeah, it brings to mind this idea of Shefa, of I think it's like flow, but I haven't like looked into it enough. But but yeah, it's been an interesting interaction. I'm probably going to try to finish a bit more, and then I'll finish out as well because I have something in the afternoon. But yeah, take care, Graham.
Sounds great, and I'll catch the rest of the stream after I'm done with my bush hogging.
All right,
Catch
cool.
you guys later. Bye-bye.
So let's see. So where are we at right now? So they're not like the Egyptian women. Vayetev Elohim lemeyaldot, and God was good or did good for the midwives. V'yarev ha'am v'ya'atzmu me'od. And the nation increased, and they were strengthened greatly. Vayehi ki yaru hamayahalot et haElohim veyas lahem batim. And so because the midwives feared Elohim. It's weird because like whenever I see at, I just feel the need to kind of put it in because it doesn't translate perfectly. So it's just like, okay, they feared at Elohim. It's like, it works. Ve'as lahem batim, and he made for them houses or households.
You probably know the midrash about what is houses.
Daughters or families.
They argue that the two midwives were actually the mother of Moses and his sister. And the houses were house of priesthood, which was given to the mother of Moses through in the beginning through Moses, and after he was punished through his brother Aaron. And the house of the sister of Moses, Miriam, is the house of kingdom because Miriam is thought to be the wife of Caleb, which was the ancestor of the dynasty of David.
Wow. So,
because if you don't think that creatively about what houses are, it is very unclear what houses are. What do you mean when you say God made houses for them?
Like like a household, like he gave them like positions of prominence,
Recognition, yes, of course.
So I'm confused with what were you asking then?
I said that without the midrash of what houses are, it is very unclear what the Bible meant.
I mean,
and my question was what else you can say about the meaning of houses?
Oh, like the idea of like, oh, I see what you mean, like a household as in descendants. Is that what you're talking about?
This is the explanation of the midrash.
I mean, like, I get the explanation, but like just on its own, at least the way I would read it, that he made for them houses. I mean, it's possible that it's saying that, and again, I guess it's like it just seems strange that it's not saying that he had them have houses made for them. It's saying that so it's like it's implying that the houses that are being made for them are being made by God. So I mean, I guess you could view it like with, I mean, just I guess it depends on what tradition you're talking about, but on its own, like a house, like a dwelling habit. Wait, a house of Sheol. So maybe it's referring to like this idea that they have a place for them, like they're going to get a reward in the next life. I honestly, I think the most clear explanation is similar to the midrash, even if it's not explaining who their descendants are.
That's what I say.
Yeah. 1 second. So let's see. Where are we at? Okay. Okay. Yeah. ויצא פרעה לכל עמו לאמור כל האבן Hayilon hayara.
Yeora. Korah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah. Hayilud hayeora tahashlichuhu vechol havat techayun. And he commanded, and Pharaoh commanded for all the people, saying, all the sons or all the male children, the son children that Hayilud, wait,
They're going
Yilud.
to be born.
Oh, all the sons that are born into the Yor, the Nile, Tashlichuhu,
Throw them
like
into
cast
the
them.
river.
V'chol habat techayun, and all the daughters shall be left alive. Let's see. So, 1 second. I need to check on my phone where we're. Let's see. Safari. So, let's see. So 2. 1 moment. All right. וילך איש מבית לוי ויקח את בת לוי, and וילך, and there came forth a man from the house of Levi, and he took a daughter, and he was from the house of Levi, and he took a daughter of Levi,
Married,
yeah.
married his aunt.
Oh yeah, so it was it Merari or
No, this was Amram, the father of Moses. He was the son of Kehat,
really?
which was the son of Levi, and it is not written explicitly, but the mother of Moses, Yocheved,
is the daughter of Levi?
Is the daughter of Levi, but again, it is not written explicitly, but the Midrash says that she was the 70th person to go down to Egypt with Jacob family.
And she was born at the gates, right?
Yes. Because if you count all the people that went down and are detailed in Genesis 40 whatever, you're reaching 69. And the 70th person is absent. And this is why they are saying she was the 70th person, and she was born in the gates of Egypt.
Interesting.
Before you are reading phrase number 2, look at the word vatitzpenehu.
Oh, Safan.
Yes.
Hideaway.
Hidden.
Interesting.
And every time you see this action of hide, you should suspect that this has something to do with Messianism.
Interesting. I mean, it makes sense, this idea of I'm trying to think, basically this idea that not specifically Mashiach, but the idea of Geula, that it's imminent, it's always imminent, and that it's almost it's like the idea of potential energy. It's like you have this weight and it's ready to drop, but all it needs is actually for the thing that's holding it up, that's also keeping it from being seen or being, noticed.
By the way, you see that one more meaning of it is a treasure, because treasure is being hidden in a place. And this is why the imagery of gems and diamonds is so common in parables of the great wisdom.
Oh, because it's something which is hard to find, hard to acquire. And you see it. Eshet chayil mimsa v'rachok mipnim nemircha. That her she is more valuable than pearls or rubies or I mean I think it's pretty clear to me that paninim is supposed to be pearls, I think, but
yes.
But there's some people who translate it other. But anyway, ותהר האישה ותלד בן ותראה אותו כי טוב הוא ותצפנהו שלושה ירחים. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay, so and the woman became pregnant and she bore a son and she saw that he was good,
like what God saw in the third day and in the sixth day.
Like the idea that it was like and it was good, or that it was good, or that he was good. Kitovu, because he was good. Vatitz benehu, and she treasured him, or she
hid him.
Yeah, stored him up, treasured him, but like this idea that you store your treasure, you hide it. She hid him shlosha yirachim, three moons, and I think that's
moon is a full cycle. Full cycle of moon is a month. Lunar cycle.
And it's also like, if you think about it, it's this idea of like almost like trimester. Well, but it's not a trimester. It's like, well, but in a sense, because 3 months is a third of 9 months. So she hid him for, but it's like, it's almost this idea of she hid him after he was born versus like hiding her pregnancy while she's pregnant. Versus, I mean, obviously.
The Midrash said that he was an underborn.
Androgyne?
Underborn. One who was born after 6 months, and because they knew he should be born after 9 months, she had 3 months to hide him. And then in phrase number 3, when they came and asked, "Where is the newborn?" she said, "I have no newborn. You see, I have a boy. I have a boy that is 3 months old, but he is said to be look like a boy, a grown boy later."
Oh, I see. I found it.
Na'ar, and by the way, Na'ar is another synonym for a Messiah. Like Metatron is called Na'ar.
Interesting.
But wait for phrase number 5 or 4. I don't know. First, let's read number 3.
Yeah. So here's what I found. So Chizkuni writes, and when she saw or realized that he was good, healthy, implying that he shouldn't have been, basically seeing that Moses was born to his mother after a pregnancy that had lasted only 6 months. So premature. He was premature. She noted when examining the baby in detail that all of Moses's fingernails and toenails were fully developed, just like those of a baby after a 9-month pregnancy. She realized that he was healthy and would survive the critical months ahead of him. She had no problem hiding him for 3 months, as she had not been due to give birth within that period.
Another midrash.
Yeah.
What is she saw that he is good? And the answer is he was born circumcised.
Without a foreskin?
Yes.
Yeah, it's in this one as well. When she was asked about the baby she had born by her neighbors, she would say that
yes, it is written here.
Yeah, she had already complied with the king's decree and had thrown him into the Nile. A different interpretation views the word tov as a hint that Moses had been born without a foreskin. The custom of reciting the line Hodu ladonai ki tov, praise for the Lord for he is good, is recited during the circumcision ceremony as a reminder that Moses did not need to be circumcised. So it's saying, praise Hashem for he is circumcised, basically. hid him for a period of 3 months, precisely during which 3 months did she hide him. Moses was born on the 7th day, and okay, I mean, it's going into the details.
I can say another thing about the number of 3. I don't know what's the meaning of 3, but I know that before the acceptance of the Torah, they need to wait 3 days, and before the spies of Joshua were coming back to Joshua, they hid 3 days. And of course, you probably know that in the myth of the Christianity, which is not considered to be Jewish, but Jesus came alive after 3 days.
I might be wrong. So actually,
So probably the number of 3 something is considered to be the period that a treasure should be hidden until it is revealed.
Interesting. So one thing that is possible. Sorry, I'm trying to get something set up so I can.
So yeah, I don't want to preach for something I don't believe in. For Christianity, don't think that I'm saying something about it, but what I can say is that the same myths and midrashes of the Christian people are familiar to the Jewish people, and probably in the first year after Jesus' birth, it was commonly known between the Jewish people.
So I forget exactly what it was.
So I didn't make up all this theory. What I'm trying to say is that this theory about 3 days and about the allegory of the Messiah through this specific chapter was common across the pupils of the Bet Midrash back in the Mishnah days.
So I think part of it is also a holdover from, I forget exactly what it was, but in the Baal cycle, there is this idea of 3 days, but I forget what it's 3 days in between. I think it's something to do with his death. I'm pretty sure, but I'm not 100%.
Inanna goes into the underworld for 3 days.
Wow. Great.
No,
Thank you.
Yeah. Also, another
maybe the 3 days is not a Jewish idea, but
Sumerian.
a broader idea from the ancient East.
Yeah, that it's pretty likely. And another thing that's really interesting is if you notice, have you read the Baal cycle?
No.
Okay, so let me see. I think I had part of it open. Baal cycle here. So let's see, where is it? Baal and Yom. Baal and Yom. So let's see, where is it? The beginning of the story of the battle between Baal and Yom is lost. Okay, wait here. Let's see, where is it? Okay. When the story resumes, Baal has already started to battle Yom, but it is in despair due to the power of Yom and the fierce sea. So notice this: it is in despair due to the power of Yom and the fierce sea creatures. So basically, Yom and his army. Kothar Wachasis assures Baal that he will be victorious and he will win a kingdom without end. Notice this: what's he going to win? A kingdom. And he fetches 2 divine clubs for Baal's use. He gives them magic names and strikes, but literally the way he strikes him. Here, let me get it. I have the book here. This, I mean, it is freaking striking. well, speaking of striking, so let's see. Well, you guys can't see, but here I'll just read, and you'll have to trust that I'm reading from something. So let's see. Battle of Bal and Yam. Let's see. Oh, okay, here. Tell me this isn't like I think it's clear that there's clear influence in a lot of these cases. So all right, let's see. So these words had just come from his mouth. This speech from his lips when she raised her voice. So this is it a nod that's telling him? I think so. Okay, so the first 5 lines are damaged. They contain a speech continued in lines 6 to 7. A response also appears in those lines, evidently in support of C, Yam. The identity of those speakers is unclear. All right. The mighty will fall to the ground, the powerful to the dust. These words had just come from his mouth, this speech from his lips, when she raised her voice. May he sink beneath Prince C's throne. And Kothar Wachasi spoke. Let me tell you, Prince Baal. Let me repeat, rider on the clouds. Now your enemy, Baal. Now you will kill your enemy. Now you will annihilate your foe. You will take your eternal kingship, your dominion forever and ever. Was it Malchutecha Malchut Kol Olamim V'Shabtecha V'Chol Dor Vador? How would you translate that?
Malchutcha Malchut Kol Olamim.
Yeah.
Your kingdom is the kingdom of the whole world, and your government is forever and ever.
So now listen to this. Is it possible that the translation gets changed? So Malchut Kol Olamim, is it possible that it's not of the world, but of the worlds, or essentially?
Yes, I say the world is.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. So it's so basically it's this idea. But another thing is to view world as a world is also a period of time, or like this idea that it's like, I mean, because olam can also refer to time, right?
Yes.
So
not just planets, not just planets, but also a long period of time.
So basically, so here's the
something that you can't see in the immediate future because it is hidden. Olam is something like disappear.
Holy crap. And it's the same root as Alma, which is this idea of the who will give birth to the Moshiach, which, it's Alma, it's not Betullah, but it's still fascinating because it has this idea of hiddenness.
Probably.
No, it's something.
However, olam is this is something that describes a long period of time in the future and in the past. I mean, when you are talking from the present times and you are talking about olam, you are talking about something that is existing a lot of time and will be existing a lot of time.
Yeah, and like from what I understand, the connection it has to this idea of Olam, or rather Elam and Alma, is that they're hidden. They're not seen, and the reason they're not seen is because they're like what is it? I forget the exact reasoning that I heard for that. But the other thing, so someone said, Surya Kumar said, is Balaam good guy or bad guy? I mean, I think it depends on your perspective, but I mean, it's this idea of using someone who's trying to do bad in order to do good. But I mean, I feel like there's also a lot of deeper meaning there that, could be analyzed at a different time. But I wanted to continue on this, or unless you had any response to that about Balaam or Bilam.
Excuse me?
Someone just asked if Bilam was a good guy or a bad guy.
He's considered, of course, to be a bad guy, but what is special about him that he was the only prophet that is not from the Israelites. So he was in a very high level of of um, spiritual level. I mean, so this level of spirituality was not so common even between the people of Israel, and this is a virtue about him. So when the Talmud tried to compare between Bilam and some other figure in this spiritual level, he brings Abram. So Bilam is equivalent to Abram if you are talking about positiveness, because this level of spirituality is positive. But think about a parable. Do you know what I mean? What is the parabola?
Yeah.
So it has two extremes, one of the positive side and one of the negative side. But the y-axis is the same for both.
The y-axis is what? Sorry.
In parabola, when you are drawing a parabola, you are drawing the same values for both positive and negative values in the y-axis. So it has something that looks like hemisphere. Look for a parabola in Google and you will see what I mean.
Oh no, I get what I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So the y-axis is the spiritual level, and the x-axis is the moral level.
Okay, I see.
So Abraham is the positive moral level, and Bilam is the negative moral level, but they are in the same level of spirituality.
The other thing about the 3 days in the underworld, it's apparently at the solstice, the sun seems to stay at the same spot for 3 days.
Amazing! I didn't know that.
Sun allegory.
Sorry, one more time.
Sun allegory of the resting for 3 days at the same point in the horizon
with the solstice
before heading back.
It's also really interesting because it's connected to the idea of the winter solstice. There's a tradition that the first time, the first time that it happened, that Adam saw the days were getting shorter, and he was freaking out that it was because of what him and Eve did. So he started making supplications to Hashem, and because of that, that's where Hanukkah starts with, and or not Hanukkah. Well, that's connected to Hanukkah, but rather that that's where Saturnalia started. But that basically it got corrupted over time by pagans and basically became Saturnalia. But it's a fascinating drash by the rabbis to explain.
It's rebirth, and it was in the myths for 2,000 plus years in cuneiform before the other alphabets were invented.
Interesting. Wait, so Zero, what are your thoughts on the whole idea of the connectedness and the connectedness and connection to, hiddenness and connectedness to the idea of Messiah?
Well, the child is unseen in the womb before it is born. It is coming, but it is not yet manifest in the vision. But just like anything that emerges, and you could say kind of out of the void or out of the underworld in a way, into, this plane, it's going to be obscured, occulted until revealed.
Yeah, it's also interesting because this idea of like two mothers that you have, it gets kind of paralleled in the idea of like what is it? Well, first of all, you have the idea of that like you have Yocheved, Moses' mother, but then you also have Miriam, who's almost like a second mother to him. But then you have the fact that he actually ends up getting a second mother because he's adopted by Batya.
So in a way, kind of a second birth.
So let's see where we at. All right, so where are we at? The reason why the Torah makes an issue of Moses hiding him, of the mother of Moses hiding him for 3 months, is that the Egyptians had decreed that the last of those days would be the day on which the Jewish Savior would be born. By rights, they should have canceled the decree to drown Jewish baby boys, but seeing that they did not so shows that the hatred of the Jews, more than a fear of a Jewish Savior, was their principal concern. Interesting. So it really seems like the OG Jesus. Well, I mean, again, I'm like, the way the motifs that could apply to him, that they're taking it from Moses, but then obviously also Joseph. But it's like some things of Joseph and some things of Moses, almost in a way making him kind of a composite figure.
Well, the Moses at basket in the river, it comes from King Sargon of Akkad.
Yeah, and then there's also another element which you know about the possibility that Miriam is actually a name connected to Asherah.
Well, also coming out of the water, being born of the water.
Well, I know you know about it, but Avi, do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know if Miriam is had connections to Asherah.
So basically, well, on one hand, she's viewed as a prophetess, and like, I mean, you also have connections there with Dvorah, who's also connected to Asherah, but specifically this idea that Miriam, that it might be like Maratiam, or potentially like
Okay, got you.
But also like, if you drop the taf, Martiam, which in Aramaic would be Lady of the Sea, becomes Mariam.
Atirat.
So I mean, it's kind of interesting. And then you also have just this idea that the mother of the Savior, in some ways, and again, Miriam isn't literally his mother, but in some, like, she kind of takes on that kind of motherly role, even if it's not necessarily only for him, but Israel itself.
The mother sea, the ocean mother.
Oh, also she guides him, or like watches over him as he's in the river.
Because of the breaking of the waters.
Ariel, I need to go in a few minutes. So I just want to note something for the next phrase, please.
Oh yeah.
The ark was built of a plant called gome.
Oh.
Which is thought to be, surprise, a cannabis. One of the opinions about the biblical cannabis, not cannabis, but canebosem.
Yeah.
One of the opinions of the canebosem is kind of bush with the name of Sconeus, or bogrush, and this is some kind of sedge from the family of the Cyperaceae, the grass or I missed the word, the grain. So if it is the Kaneh Bosem, you can understand why it was taken to be one of the ingredients of the incense, because it is considered to be a holy plant. And you see that gome is literally a rush or a reed in the dictionary. And you may remember that another word in Hebrew for a reed is a kaneh.
Yeah.
So this is why the gome is the kaneh bosem, according to which think about the conius plant to be the kaneh bosem.
Also, another thing, because
And if you want to look for it in Wikipedia or something like this, conius is SCH.
SCH. Wait, SC. Can you type it in the chat?
SCHOENUS.
OENU. Skonus.
Sconius from Greek.
Like that?
Yeah, I don't. Yes, this one.
Interesting. So the before I forget it though, it was let's see, where was it? So if you look at Gourmet and given what is it? It's called Grimm's law, the like how consonants change. Go could become ko, me can become na, and then you already have the s, so Gourmet could be kone or kane.
I said previously said that this is a cannabis. Of course, it's not true. One of the other options of the cannabis is cannabis, but probably if you think that the sconius is the cannabis, of course it is not the cannabis.
Yeah, it's more so just to say because kana, that idea of like a brush or a reed doesn't have to only be kana bosem. I'm only
Yes, probably the G, the Gimel, is being replaced with K because in the Semitic languages, this is a common switching, and also the M and the N are switching one with each other, and you have a lot of examples from Aramaic for that. Or even if you think about the plural variation of word, like if you think about, let's say, kanim, anafim. The last letter is M, mem, but if you are saying the same word in Aramaic,
yeah.
N. So again, G is replaced with a K, and M is replaced with an N. And you see that Gome is somehow related to Kane.
Fascinating. Yeah, because
however, if you're thinking about Vatachmera Bechemar, and it cover it with clay, you should think again about the material, which or donkey, which we talked about earlier. But you can also think about some ointment that is being made of herbs.
Wait, what?
And these kind of ointments were being covered. I mean, they covered the skin of people in order to heal them. and the ointment, both the ointment and the canes, the reeds, were of psychoactive plants. That's what I wanted to say. The second thing I want to say is you can see in phrase 5 and in phrase 6, I think. Go down, please.
Yep.
Okay. You can see in phrase 5, ונערותיה, and in phrase 6, והנה נער.
Here. Yep.
Again, we said previously that Moses was underborn, someone that was born before the period of 9 months was fulfilled, and in the age of 3 months, when she wanted, her mother wanted to show the baby to the Egyptian that asked, "Where is the baby?" He was a boy, a grown boy. Just as I said, a boy is a synonym for a figure that is considered to be an archetype of Messiah. You can see that Isaac and Joseph, and of course Moses, and
David,
and David and Joshua, and a lot of biblical figures is being called a boy or a na'ar. And by the way, na'ar, the letters of N, of Nun, Ain, and Reish are the same letters of the action of the voice that the donkey is screaming. So when the donkey is yelling, he is considered to be no'er, na'ara shel chamor. And also in the Bible, there is a mention, there is some mention of the yelling of the sons of the lioness, kfir, and how they yell. They are also doing voices of na'ara, I mean nun ain reish. So this is a dual meaning voice of both donkey and a lion, which are both attributes of messianic figure.
Do you think there's any connection there to here? Let me pull it up here. To the idea of like air, to awaken, to rouse.
I don't know, but if you think about Ain Yud Reish, is the baby of the donkey in Hebrew.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, so this is my signal to go away. I want to thank you.
Thank you so much as well. I look forward to discussing more with you in the future. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Take care. So, yeah, I'm probably going to finish up soon as well. Here, in case he didn't, in case he forgot to leave.
The thing earlier of them birthing on the stones and gave the association of with the clay, the Egyptian forming man from clay.
Oh yeah, I kind of thought about that as well. Let's see. So where are we at? We're at 3. Third. Oof, we did not make it. Let's see. Here I'm just going. Okay, so where are we? ולא יכלה עוד הציפינו, ותיקח לו תיבת גומא, ותחמרה בחמר ובזפת, ותשם בה את הילד, ותשם בה סוף על שפת היוער. And she was not able and when she was not able to hide him, she any longer, she took him. She took him and tevat, an like an ark or a little ark or a basket of gomet or konet of kaneh of reeds or potentially of hemp, and vitach mara, and she fermented what? She loamed it. Oh, she foamed it with mortar or with like with bitumen, bizafet, and with and in tar or pitch, vitasam, and she placed it in and the child she placed in the bisuf in the let's see, what was this? And she placed reeds in it upon the lip of the Nile or the bank of the Nile. In the reeds, another foreshadowing. When Moses grows up, he will lead the liberating people through the sea of reeds. The word suf, what's it? The word suf, reeds, appear to be a loan word from Egyptian by the shores of the Nile, and it also has little ark. The term used to designate the little basket boat, teva, has clearly been chosen to reflect back to Noah's Ark in Genesis. The implication is that just as God saved Noah and thus humanity from destruction by water, so he will now save Moshe and the Israelites from the same. Interesting. Let's see, did I read everything? Yeah. ותתצב אחותו מרחוק לדעה מה יעשה לו, ותרד בפרעה לרחוץ על היואל ונערותיה הולכות על יד היאור, ותראה את הטבע בתוך הסוף, ותשלח את המטה ותיקחיה, ותפתח ותראו את הילד, והנה נער ואוכל ותחמול עליו, ותאמר מי ילדי העברים זה, ותאמר אחותו אל בת פרעה הילך וקראתי לך אישה מנקת מן העברית, ותעניק לך את הילד. ותאמר לה בת פרעה לכי ותלך העלמה ותקרא את אם הילד, ותאמר לה בת פרעה הליכי את הילד הזה והניקיהו לי, ואני אתן את שכרך. ותיקח האישה הילד, ותיניקהו, ויגדל הילד, ותביאהו לבת פרעה, ויהי לה לבן, ותקרא שמו משה, ותאמר כי מן המים משתיהו, משתיהו. All right, and let's see, where are we at? And his sister stood from afar as to Ladea to know what happened to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh went down Lirchotz to bathe upon the upon the Nile, and her maidens went with her until the hand of the let's see, until Yad Hayor, until they reached, or they were walking upon the side of the Nile, and they saw, and she saw the Teva, the ark, but in the midst of the reeds, V'tishlach, and she sent one of her maidservants, Amato, to fetch it. And she opened and she saw him. She opened it and she saw him, saw the boy, and beheld the youth. So it's interesting. He was talking about Yeled and Na'ar both being connected, and here you see it. It's used in, but it's like, why is it saying he's a youth? He's a baby. So and the youth, and she saw the child and beheld the youth, and she wept, and she pitied or had mercy upon him, and she said, "Mialdei ha'ivrimza." This is from one of the Hebrews. And his sister said, so she just happens to be there now, and his sister said to the daughter of Pharaoh, shall I go and fetch for you a woman for nursing, like a nursemaid or a nursing woman from the Hebrews, to nurse for you, for the child, or nurse the child for you. And she said to her, to the daughter of Pharaoh, and Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go and bring, let's see, go and come with, or go to go with, wait, and she said go. Okay, she said go, and the maiden went, and she called, wait, no, Vitelech, and she brought, and the maiden brought him, and she called, no, the maiden went and called the child's mother, but the maiden is the child's mother. It's fine. So it's also this idea of the like messianic nature of that, and associating this with Miriam as well. Vatomerla, and Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Helichu, Helichu, go with the child, with this child, and nurse him for me, and I will give to you higher wages. And she took, and the woman took the child, so to nurse him. So it's interesting. It's basically saying, okay, they just convinced Pharaoh's daughter to adopt him, and then all of a sudden she gives him back to them so that she can nurse him, and then they end up giving him back. It's kind of interesting. Give me one second.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to compare the Sargon story to see if certain other things are carried over. And really, Sargon, I think it's pronounced Sharukin. Shar being king, ruler. And that could be another connection with
Oh yeah, I see where you're
Ashura and Sarai,
potentially. Yeah.
the royalty, the queen.
Yeah. Sorry, I just kind of need to keep going. And when the child grew up, or got larger, doesn't his age is not mentioned, but weaning may be inferred as the appropriate boundary, and hence the child was probably around 3. And when the child grew up, she brought him to the daughter of Pharaoh, and she was, and he was for her as a son, and she called his name Moshe, and said, and she said, because from the water, Mishitehu, from the water I drew him. But she didn't. It was her maidservant.
Well,
So she did.
I think there's an association with Dumuzi as well, Tammuz, reborn from the water.
How do you mean? Oh, with the water.
Returning from the underworld, I think there might have been association with that.
Yeah. So
I think that's what the Sargon thing is based off of.
Give me just one moment. I need to take some water, and let's see. I need to find something to put on real quick. Let's see. Let's see what I can find on Moses Mashiach.
Mushy.
No real connection.
There's a joke that's told that once a young man was walking down the street and he noticed on the front of someone's house a sign, "Experienced painter needed." So he knocked on the man's door. The whole house owner answered and said, "Yeah, I want someone to paint my porch. Here I have 5 gallons of paint. Want it painted green? I'll pay you $50 an hour. Get to work." So the young man, sure enough, he went to work. 15 minutes later, knocked on the man's door and said, "I'm finished." So how could you be finished? There's 5-6 hours of work here. How could you be finished? Let me see. He said, "Well, you didn't paint my porch at all." He said, "Oh, your porch. I thought you said your Porsche, your car. I painted it green." We have to define our terms clearly, and this is especially important in life, and even more especially important when we're talking about the whole purpose of life. God took the Jewish people out of Egypt, and he chose them to inform the entire world how much God loves them. But this will only be done, just like going out of Egypt was done by Moses, so also the future redemption will be done by Mashiach. But just as in Egypt, they had to know who Moses was. Who should they listen to? And well, Moses did miracles, and eventually the Jewish people listen. Well, in the future, it's going to be Mashiach, but Mashiach is not necessarily going to do miracles. How are we going to recognize who this Mashiach is so that we can listen to his directives? Well, there's a book called Maimonides. It's 14 volumes, masterpiece. And at the very end, he explains all of the laws of Judaism in this book. And at the very end, he explains the goal of it all, and it's to bring Mashiach. And he said Mashiach will be a Jew that comes from the tribe of King David, that he's an expert in all aspects of Torah, and he teaches the Torah. He encourages all the Jews to do the commandments. He defeats all things that weaken Judaism, and he strengthens everything that strengthens Judaism. And if we listen to this man, then eventually he will bring the third temple from heaven and bring all the Jews back to Israel. Sounds fantastic, but going out of Egypt was no less fantastic, and that's the basis of Judaism. So when this person appears, and the Lubavitcher Rebbe has all the qualifications, so we have to listen to what he says. And what he says are all the teachings of Hasidut. It's difficult, but on the other hand, it's more difficult to paint the porch than it is to paint a Porsche. To make a mistake is something that's very easily done and can be very easily corrected, but it's a mistake nevertheless. Therefore, wishing everyone a happy and a kosher Passover with Mashiach now.
I'm sorry. So this guy clearly believes that it was the Rebbe, which, the Rebbe didn't think that. Why? Why is this guy? Here, let's see. Mashiach like Moses. What's this?
Bipolar 1, I got help to push back.
I got help to push back.
We got help to push back with Lybalvi.
Once daily prescription Lybalvi is proven to treat manic or mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults to help you push back. Elderly patients with dementia have an increased risk of death or stroke. Do not take Lybalvi if you are taking opioids or are in opioid withdrawal. The samidorphan in Lybalvi can cause severe opioid withdrawal that can lead to hospitalization or increased risk of life-threatening overdose. Get emergency help if you have trouble breathing, become very drowsy with slowed or shallow breathing, or feel faint.
What is identity? What is Jewish identity? The story is told that once there was a man that went to a psychiatrist and he had problems with self-identity. He said, "Doctor, I don't know who I am." The doctor said, "I'll tell you what you do. Take a rope, tie it around your leg, really tight, and every time you have these problems of identity, you become confused, is just feel this rope, and then you'll know who you are." Well, it worked for a while, but one day this fellow went to the bathhouse and he took off his clothes, went into the mikveh, and happened to be, went into the bath and somebody else came out. This fellow also had identity problems and he saw the rope hanging there and he thought, wow, you know what? Maybe I'll take this rope and tie it around my leg, and anytime I have problems, I'll just touch the rope. He came to his own conclusion, and that's what he did. As soon as he tied the rope around his leg, the other fellow came out of the mikveh, the first one, and he saw this man with the rope around his leg. He said, wow, if that's me, then who am I? It's a joke, but in a way it's not a joke. When God took the Jews out of Egypt, he changed the whole entire surrounding. They were poor, he made them infinitely rich. They came out with a tremendous rechush gadol, tremendous riches. They were slaves, they became free men. They had to work hard for everything. They got bread from heaven, water from a rock. They were weak. Now God had decimated all the Egyptians, and he did it for them. He was fighting for them. Around them, everything changed, but internally, they didn't really change. As soon as the first opportunity came, they complained to God. They wanted to go back to Egypt. They worshiped the golden calf. They refused to go into the land of Israel, because true identity cannot be found by anything that's around us. Not by our money and not by our fame, not by our house, not by our success or our power. That's not our true identity. The true identity, especially of a Jew, but really every human being, is what they can give to the world, if it's according to what the Creator wants them to. The true identity of a human being is found in his responsibility to others, in his responsibility to the world, in his ability to add something good, a good word, even a good thought. That's what true identity really is. It's our connection to the Creator, an eternal meaning that can be found in every single instant and everything that we do. And that's really the whole answer. If we see a very interesting thing, like when the Jews left Egypt, so like I say, their identity didn't change, but everything else did. And then there's the story of Yosef and his brothers. The brothers of Yosef, there was the low point of the story, that all of his brothers were locked together and Yosef in a room, and Yosef was the king of all Egypt. And Yosef was accusing them all of being spies, and he had caught Yosef, Benjamin, red-handed, stealing his special magical cup. And all the brothers thought, that's it, we're in the worst situation possible. There's no way out, this is the end. And suddenly Yosef said, you know who I am? I'm your brother Yosef. He just said 2-3 words. Nothing around them changed. But as soon as they realized their true identity, who they really are, that they're the brothers of Yosef, the king of the world, and now they have a special purpose in the world, then everything changed. And so it'll be the whole idea of the Mashiach. Mashiach will reveal us who we really are. That we're all the sons of God, the creations of God. And when that happens, then we'll be just like God is the creator. And God
gives life, is we'll want to be also participating in that and partners with the Creator. That's why we need Mashiach now.
Moment of Wisdom. Some brief and life-changing moments. Join us. Subscribe to Moment of Wisdom channels on YouTube.
Interesting. So I'm just multitasking at this point, though. I need to print out some QR codes for Club Fair today. So we're going to finish up soon. But do you have any thoughts on that video?
No, just painting the Porsche green.
Yeah. Let's see. Where was I? I saw something else. Here.
Shalom Aleichem, everybody. Hope all is well. Moses and the Messiah. Today's episode is called Moses and the Messiah. Moshe and the Mashiach. What is the relationship between these two important figures? And what's the similarities? What's the differences? First of all, we have to understand something very clear. That we learned about Moshe Rabbeinu. That Moshe Rabbeinu is the first Mashiach and the last Mashiach. That Moshe Rabbeinu is the first Redeemer and the last Redeemer. So what does this mean? That Moses himself is going to take us out of Egypt?
But see, that's the thing. Moshiach doesn't mean Redeemer. Moshiach does.
Does it mean that? Kind of. And I'll explain to you how. Moshe Rabbeinu was the Mashiach of the times of Egypt, of our redemption from Egypt. Moshe Rabbeinu was the leader who brought us out of Egypt. Obviously, it's all from Hashem, but it was done through Moshe Rabbeinu as our leader. When we go out of exile, the Mashiach is going to take us out of exile and into the redemption. He will be the Moshe Rabbeinu of the last generation. The Moshe Rabbeinu was the Mashiach of his generation. See where I'm getting at? Basically, what I'm trying to say here is they are both the Mashiach of their time. And they are both the Moses of their time. Moses and Mashiach. Since Moshe, every generation after Moses, there's been a Moses / Mashiach of that generation. The head figure of the Jewish people. Just like a body has a head, so too the Jewish people have a head. And that is the Messiah, the Mashiach, the Moshe Rabbeinu of that generation. He's the one who connects all of the Jewish people to their source, to Hashem. Of course, we're all one.
So is what is it in Egyptian?
Well, see, that's the thing. It's not. It isn't anything in Egyptian. It's more so that she, like, basically Moshe is really Mos. It means son. But the Hebrew explanation is that Masha means like Moshe was drawn up, like drawn out of the water. One second. Give me a moment.
And so is there association with cleansing with Mashiach?
I mean, I guess you could read that into it, but it's literally just he was in the basket in the water.
But I mean, it relates to the word, to other words for water.
I mean, it just says like he was drawn from the water, but not just in Moshe. One second. There. Okay. Foreground color.
Like I'm wondering about something like a marsh.
Give me one moment. Let's see, customize design. For this. Here. Let me continue this in the meantime.
With Hashem. We all have a relationship with Hashem. But Hashem created the world in a way where there should be a leader who he has the highest comprehension, apprehension of godliness, and it is his job to teach his students. Why? Because Hashem made the world in a way where how do we connect to Hashem? How do we learn Torah? Through others. Of course, there's prophets who experience prophecy. Even in the times of Moses, there were other prophets who experienced prophecy, and someone asked Moses, how could it be? How do you let them be prophets? You're the big prophet. Why are you allowing them to be prophets? And what did Moshe Rabbeinu say? Halavai, everyone should be prophets. If only everyone should be prophets. Meaning, Mashiach is going to teach each and every one of us how we can be prophets. In the days of Mashiach, we will all be prophets. The Mashiach will help us become prophets of ourselves. So that is the general relationship between Moshe and the Mashiach, is that the Mashiach will be the Moses who will take us out of our situation. And they're like the same soul in a way, because it says there's a ishpatuta, the Moshe Rabbeinu b'chol hadoros. There's a spark of Moses in every generation. It says that Mordechai Yehudi, Mordechai the Jew, Mordechai from the story of Purim, he was Moses of his generation. We also learn that all the Rebbeim are the Moses of their generations, of our generation, the Rebbe. We also learn that the Rambam is like Moshe of his generation. We also learn that Rashi is the Moshe of his generation, and so on and so forth. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, and many more. David HaMelech. So this also relates to David HaMelech, because there's a David HaMelech of every generation. The Moshiach is also the David HaMelech of his generation. So basically, he's the fact that he's Moses. He's like the head leader of the generation. Also, the Mashiach has to be a descendant of David HaMelech. To be a direct descendant of David HaMelech on his father's side, and he has to be from the house of David. And David HaMelech was the Moses of his generation. And so too Mashiach will be the Moses and the David HaMelech of his generation. He will re-reveal the dynasty of David HaMelech, of King David, to the world. He will be the heir to the throne of King David. This is something really to get excited about, because it's very interesting that we have Moshe Rabbeinu, a central figure of Judaism. He's the one who was given the Torah. He was our leader. Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe our rabbi. He's our Mashiach, and the Mashiach will be our Moshe. So they're very, you know what I mean? Like Moshe and Mashiach. Moses is a Mashiach of his generation. He is a glimpse. It gives us a little glimpse into who our Mashiach will be. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Hope this meant something to you. Let's take it into our hearts, because this is beautiful chassidus, beautiful Torah, and it's known that. I'll give you one last beautiful source. It says that when Hashem asked Moses to go take the Jewish people out of Egypt and into Israel, Moses was very humble, and he was reluctant at first. And so at one point he said to Hashem, send the one you will send. Rashi explains that one interpretation of this means, one way to look at it is, it means Aaron, send my older brother Aaron. Let him be the leader. He's been the leader, and let him continue to be. The other way Rashi explains it is, send the one you ultimately will send. Send the Mashiach. He's the one who's going to finish the full revelation of the redemption. Send him now. And we learned that the Mashiach will be right up to Moses, right under Moses in prophecy. Be a prophet like Moses, and he will facilitate the Messianic era, which will actually cause greater revelations than even that of which took place at Mount Sinai, where Lasi Lavoi, we will see an even higher level of prophecy than even Moshe Rabbeinu was revealed in his time. So I hope you guys like this message. May Hashem bless you all. May we experience all of this today.
Universal Technical Institute can get you ready to pursue a career doing what you love.
How will Mashiach appear on the scene? There are two verses that describe the appearance of Mashiach. One verse in the book of the Nile describes the coming of Mashiach as someone coming with the clouds of heaven. There's another verse that speaks about the coming of Mashiach as a poor person riding a donkey. The difference between them, obviously the verses are speaking allegorically, The difference between them is that a man coming on the cloud of heaven represents Mashiach coming in a very wondrous, quick, supernatural, speedy manner, like the clouds of heaven, which first of all, they're in the heavens and not in the earth. He's coming in a heavenly, supernatural fashion. The clouds also travel very quickly. Mashiach will come on a cloud, means that his coming will be very quickly. And also it will be right away apparent as the process starts, it will be clear that that Mashiach is coming. It will be a process which is very clear and overtly recognizable as a messianic process, just like the clouds of heaven that are obvious to all, that they're coming, they're there. The other hand, the verse that speaks about Mashiach as a poor person riding a donkey is highlighting a different approach to Mashiach. It's highlighting a coming of Mashiach in a manner which, first of all, it's not miraculous, like a poor person riding a donkey. The donkey is very slow, definitely compared to a cloud. It's much slower than a cloud. Also, it doesn't represent something supernatural. It's not a heavenly occurrence like the clouds in heaven. It's a very natural occurrence, a person riding a donkey. Furthermore, a poor person riding a donkey would not attract much attention. You would think of him as some shli mazel that's just riding a donkey, which means that the coming of Mashiach will be a slow process, which in the beginning won't be overtly recognizable that this is a messianic redemption, and it won't necessarily be immediately supernatural, being clothed more in nature. Mashiach's first activities, he will act in a way that is closer to nature than to the supernatural. Now, the Gemara, the Talmud, and the Tractate Sanhedrin discusses these two verses, and the Gemara says that although there's a seeming contradiction between them, but it's not inherent contradiction. Rather, there are two different manners, two distinct ways Mashiach could arrive. He could either arrive with the clouds of heaven if the Jewish people are meritorious, if zachu, or if lo zachu, if they're not meritorious, he will come like a poor person riding a donkey. Which means that if the Jewish people are meritorious, then the redemption right away will be clear, quick, in a supernatural way. If not, then the process of redemption will take on a much slower pace, more of a natural, it will be more clothed in nature. And obviously, eventually, the Jewish people reach a state of being meritorious, but in the beginning, it will take more time and it won't be as quick and supernatural. Now, although it seems like Mashiach coming in the clouds of heaven is by far a much better, greater, wonderful approach to Mashiach, nevertheless, there is an advantage in a poor person riding a donkey. And this is because Mashiach coming on the heavens represents Mashiach coming in a way which is higher than the world. He overpowers the world. He is coming with the clouds of heaven. However, Mashiach coming riding a donkey reflects, as our sages explain, our teachers of Kabbalah and Chassidus explain, that the word chamor, donkey, has the same letters as chomer, which means materialism. Riding a donkey means that we're subduing materialism, we're using it out. The donkey is becoming a rider for Mashiach. The donkey, the physicality of the world, is becoming a vehicle, a conduit for the revelation of godliness. This is also a deeper interpretation in the difference between being meritorious and not meritorious. The word zachu in Hebrew, which refers to meritorious, is connected with the word zchus or zach, which means pure, holy. The word lo zachu, not being meritorious, in which case Mashiach comes as a donkey as a poor person riding on a donkey, means that we are dealing with things which are not inherently pure and meritorious. We're dealing with the physicality of the world, the coarseness of the world. But nevertheless, a poor person riding a donkey represents the advantage of bringing out how the coarseness of the world itself, we refine the coarseness of the world, and we eventually are able to bring out how that itself is a conduit for holiness. So sometimes we hope and we expect that Mashiach will come spontaneously, unexpectedly, quickly, in a clearly recognizable supernatural manner. At the same time, we have to realize that in our own personal lives, we have to focus also on the areas that are compared to a donkey, those areas which we look at as areas that we might have failed. We were not meritorious. By working in those areas, trying to refine them, trying to elevate them to holiness, and not just dealing with matters that are completely spiritual, completely supernatural, but dealing with the things which seem to be dark, and far away from holiness, trying to bring them closer to holiness, that has a certain specific advantage, because through that we bring the light of Mashiach within the world itself. So how will Mashiach arrive? We will see when he will come. But in our own life, obviously, while we hope for the supernatural, which eventually anyway, Mashiach's coming will be supernatural, and our sages told us that the Jewish people, because of all their suffering and all the Torah mitzvahs that they did throughout thousands of years, were in a state of zachum, of enough merit to have a supernatural redemption. But nevertheless, in our own personal lives, so we have to incorporate both approaches. From one hand, we have to do things that are supernatural and wonderful and completely go beyond our capacities. At the same time, we should not shy away from dealing with things which seem to be dark and things that are not so pure, not so clear. Try to bring them closer to Judaism. Try to deal with people which seem to have gone far away. Try to deal with ourselves and to refine even those parts of ourselves which seem to be more distant from holiness. Through that, we bring Mashiach in a more internal way. Hashem should help. We should merit the coming of Mashiach speedily in our days. Amen.
All right, I finally figured out what I need to do, so I'm just going to work on that and have some stuff going in the background. We'll continue in a moment.
Before a jacket can become a Carhartt, it's got to earn its patch. A Carhartt jacket can't just be...
Are there any signs that Mashiach is coming? So this is a issue which has been addressed even going back hundreds of years ago, more so in recent history, regarding the different signs, different things that will happen in the world that foretell the coming of Mashiach. Number of places in the Talmud and in other teachings of our sages, it depicts a certain picture of what the world will look like and what the Talmud calls the generation that the son of David will come, Mashiach will come, or in other places, Ikvasut the Mashiach, the generation called the footsteps of Mashiach, where we can hear the footsteps of Mashiach, and various things are described. Some are more obvious to see its realization than others, but overall, it describes a few things. It describes as the complete breakdown of authority. It says that children won't respect their parents, young people won't respect elderly people. There's a complete breakdown of morality. It says when people get together, will be a place of immoral behavior. Similarly, there'll be great inflation. Even though there will be things available, the inflation will keep on going higher. According to some interpretations, there will be severe addiction during that time. People will be addicted to types of different to wine or other substances to relieve different anxious worries that they have. And there's other the general depiction is of a world which is basically losing it. And we don't have to look too hard to see how over the past, technically the breakdown of society didn't start yesterday. It started hundreds of years ago, but the quality and quantity of how bad things are morally and ethically, educationally, are obviously incomparable. You can't compare the way things are today to the way they were even 100 years ago. So we're living at a time when we see a complete breakdown of what was accepted to be right, justice, ethics, respect. And these are one of the signs that our sages tell us are telling us the Mashiach will come. The same vein, there are other things happening in the world. There are major changes in the world. Some things are visibly good. Some things seem to be bad. Different wars and strife that happen between countries, our sages say, are a sign of the coming of Mashiach, because these things usually herald that the world is changing in one way or another, and that's why there's a breakdown. There's wars taking place. On a positive note, there have been many positive changes, making life better and easier, and people are more there's greater ability to learn Torah and serve Hashem and do good deeds more than ever before. So there are various different signs taking place. Some are good, some are bad. And our sages tell us that when we see these things, this is what we call the footsteps of Mashiach. These are a sign that the messianic redemption is approaching. Now, one obvious question is, why is it that many of these signs relate to something which seems the complete opposite of the redemption? You know that when Mashiach will come, the whole world will be good, ethical, moral. People obviously have respect for each other. People obviously have respect for their elders. People will be very careful about ethics and morals. You won't have to worry about inflation. There'll be an abundance of everything. So why is it that the signs that herald the coming of redemption are signs which inherently seem to just show that the world is reaching its breaking point, the world is reaching its lowest point? And there are a number of answers given for this question. One answer is, if I were to put it in very simple terms, in order for Mashiach to come, people have to realize the necessity for Mashiach. As long as we still have hope that, oh, this politician will get into office and he'll change something. Oh, all we need is to have introduce this law or this lifestyle, and then that problem will be taken care of. As long as people still think that it's just a matter of this fix or that fix and everything is all taken care of, people are not going to see the necessity of Mashiach. When it reaches a point that people realize whatever any political person, any politician they put their hopes in isn't delivering what the true changes that they expected. When people realize that the way society is just degenerating, society's morals and beliefs are not really producing a better world, they're just making the world even worse, that is when people will realize that, hey, it's about time for a real change. And the real change is not just another type of policy, another type of politician, but the real change is to bring God into the picture, that there should be, that the world should be in sync with its true reality, which is the only way the world could really exist in a healthy and harmonious way, that people live their life according to God's plan, which is what Mashiach will do. So the breakdown of society makes people realize that there's something wrong over here. It's about time that we have a real change. That's one way of putting it. Another way of putting this idea in a more abstract term is that we know that for any great leap to take place, there always is a setback in the middle. Whenever a person needs to completely change, it usually happens by going through something which completely shakes him out of his previous lifestyle, and that prepares him for the next lifestyle. Even if we observe how trees grow, how anything grows, you put a seed into the ground, it disintegrates, and then it starts growing. The opportunity for growth starts by the seed degenerating, by disintegrating. And the point is that in order to go, Mashiach is such a super change in the world that it's not something that just happens. You know, there's no direct pattern of events that we can't just go A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, and we have Mashiach. Mashiach will be so different that the world, so to say, has to lose its previous way how the world runs in order for Mashiach to come on the surface. Just like any person that ever went through a total shift of belief and a total shift of behavior, it didn't happen by a very routine change of events. When something drastic happened that shook him out from the way he was before, that's what prepared him to be accepting of something much greater. The same thing is when the Jewish people went through the suffering of exile of Egypt, which was something which was a drastic, abnormal lifestyle, that prepared them for the great revelation of Mount Sinai, the great giving of the Torah and the other miracles that happened as when they were going out of Egypt. Similarly, the world at large, in order for the world to reach a new state, in order to go from one state to another state, the previous state has to completely dissolve. It has to be completely gone before we're able to achieve the next state. So the trick is, when somebody sees how the world is changing, a person could either get lost, a person could get very nervous and say, what's going on? The trick is for a person to realize that the world is changing for the better. There might be negative signs, but these negative signs show that we're drifting away from the old way of looking at things, and the world is heading towards a better future. And by us trying to live that way now, by trying to spread good, even when things seem to be getting worse, that prepares us and it makes the transition to the future much easier. And Mashiach will come and bring ultimate salvation for everyone speedily in our days. Amen.
Shalom. This week we begin the book of Shemot, meaning names, known as Exodus, the second book of the Torah, sometimes referred to as the book of redemption. And our portion this week is Parashat Shemot. Events taking place over a progression of many years unfold in our portion, and there's so much to learn. Enter Moshe, the Redeemer of Israel, who will, from this point, figure prominently in every Torah portion till the end of Deuteronomy, save but one. But our Parsha commences with the intriguing transition of Israel from being a group of individuals, each whom we still knew by name, into a nation. Everyone has a name. Our names too are in the Torah. But each individual takes his and her place within the nation and has a role to play, a mission to fulfill as part of the nation. So last week, we concluded the book of Bereshit, Genesis. In Bereshit, with its sprawling, massive concepts, the book of foundations, really, the basis for all reality was established. We went from creation ex nihilo, from nothing, through God's disappointments, to the manifestation of the beginnings of the nation of Israel, the vessel which God chose and began to prepare to receive his light and channel it into the world. We learned of the emergence of Abraham and God's promises to him and his offspring through Yitzchak, of the travails of Yaakov and his children, winding up with Yosef's estrangement, descent into Egypt, rise to power, and finally the reunion of the family of Israel in Egypt and the beginning of their sojourn there. Our portion of Shemot chronicles the emergence of a new nation and bears witness to its earliest struggle to survive in the face of a deadly foe that's committed to its subjugation and ultimately to its destruction. Shemot, the first portion of this book of Shemot, deals with birth. Indeed, we can sense from the outset that there's a birth in progress. There's something developing, latent, at first hidden, not revealed, then slowly taking form. That something is Israel. Israel, whose purpose is to reveal God's purpose in this world, to reveal God's presence in this world, hasn't hitherto appeared yet. Up until this point, the Torah has recounted the lives of great people, the Avot, the forefathers, whose righteous lives inspires us and bequeaths to us goals to aspire to. But however great, they're only individuals forging a path in this world. They raise families who travel along those paths together. But the nation of Israel has not yet appeared, not until now. It's our Parsha that witnesses a transformation from great men to beginning of a great nation. The process of transition from a group of individuals to a whole nation particularly stands out in the verses that begin our portion. And these are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob. Each man and his household came. Reuven, Shemot, Levi, and Yehudah, continuing. Now all those descended from Jacob were 70 souls, and Joseph was in Egypt. As the Parsha opens, Yaakov's descendants are numbered, still known by name, and reckoned as individuals. This is reflected by Rashi's comments on these words. Citing the Midrash, he states that this is why the children of Israel are likened to stars. He says, although God counted them in their lifetime by their names, as we find in Genesis chapter 46, he counted them again after their death to let us know how precious they are to him, because they were likened to the stars, which he takes out from beyond the horizon and brings in by number and by name, as it is said, it's actually Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 26, who takes out their host by number, all of them he calls by name. And this verse in Isaiah indicates that each star has a separate and unique identity and shines its light individually. But at this point, with the passing of that generation, we read in verse 6, and Yosef and all his brothers and all that generation died. This verse is a crucial, pivotal turning point. It essentially closes the entire first stage of creation, of everything that's transpired until this point. And now, here in Egypt, a population explosion is underway. As we read in verse 7, children of Israel were fruitful, teemed, increased, and became strong, very, very much so, and the land became filled with them. Our sages teach that Hashem blessed the Jewish families and they reproduced at an astounding rate. But this growth process was not only a matter of numbers, it was about the essence of who these souls are and what their mission is to be. And this is the preparation for the emergence of a nation. The stage is set for a nation to be born, but it has not yet appeared. Therefore, when a new king of Egypt arises who did not know Yosef, whatever that even means, I mean, how could a king not be familiar with the very recent history of how his own people and his land were rescued from most certain death, sustained through the most difficult period they ever faced? A new king, literally, or a king who acted like he never heard of Yosef, the sages suggest. Whatever, when this new king who did not know Yosef and his generation arose, who did not know the children of Israel when they were still but a group of individuals, this new king identifies a new worrisome phenomena. And he said to his people, behold, the nation of the Bnei Israel, the children of Israel, are greater and mightier than us. This new king of Egypt has a special distinction. He's the first person to call Israel a nation. And what concerns this Pharaoh is that here is a nation emerging. He didn't care about their religion. That's the problem he identified, the Jewish problem, as it were, and that is what is disturbing him. And with a hat tip of appreciation to the president, he was completely right, because Israel is not a religion. Israel is a nation, a people. A people, of course, have a way of life and a language and a land where they belong. They don't just belong just anywhere, living just any sort of life. But I digress. So Pharaoh is frantic. He just can't, he just won't stand by as a new people are appearing on the stage of history, people with a divinely chartered mandate to change the course of history, to change the world, and to bring enlightenment of the Shekhinah, the divine presence, and redemption to mankind. This is the Jewish agenda, regardless of whether the Jewish people themselves are always aware of it. No matter, someone else will always remind them. And it's an agenda that doesn't fit everybody's plan. Now, the king of Egypt tries to stop the formation of this nation. He formulates decrees aimed at stopping this transition, this transformation of individuals into a nation. The first stage of Pharaoh's decrees was hard labor, keeping an entire nation busy with work whose goal was to afflict them, as the verse says. The Midrash elucidates that the true aim of this exhausting, debilitating hard labor was to keep them from having marital relations so as to stop them from having children. This was busy work, worthless, even counterproductive work. The famous management consultant Peter Drucker said, "There is nothing so useless as doing efficiently that which should not be done at all." He must have studied Parshah Shemot. The sages teach that this hard labor was not constructive, not even work at all. It was just pointless servitude whose aim was to strangulate the nation, to destroy its morale. As much as it was physical abuse, it was also a type of psychological warfare whose ultimate aim was really to destroy them physically. The Midrash goes on to describe how at the conclusion of each hard day of labor, the cities of Pitom and Ramses as far as they got in the construction of them, the cities of Pitom and Ramses would self-destruct so that all their labors would disintegrate and vanish before their eyes, and they would start again the next day. They had to face the fact. They knew they were accomplishing nothing with whatever time seemed to be left for their lives. So this was the real affliction. Building cities to stay occupied to the point of total physical exhaustion, leaving them in a state too weak to reproduce and totally discouraged. Indeed, with the entire nation occupied day and night with meaningless activity, Pharaoh reasoned that they will be completely demoralized, left with no desire to procreate, building a city all day long and watching their day's work crumble at the close of each day. What's the sense of bringing children to a world like this? Why go on? What's the use? But yet, despite this, something unforeseen happened, as the Torah tells us. As they afflicted them, so they multiplied and so they increased. This people isn't operating according to natural law. They seem to be drawing strength supernaturally. They don't make sense. Indeed, doesn't Yitzchak mean laughter in the future tense? There's a cosmic irony here. They were still being born, children were still being born, and so the Egyptians became disgusted because of the children of Israel, as the verse says. Pharaoh's Mengel, his doctors, his genetic engineers, were all standing around with their white lab coats and clipboards, dumbfounded that the Jewish children are still being born. But Pharaoh doesn't give up, and he tries a different approach. Verse 13 tells us, and the Egyptians caused the children of Israel to work befarech, a word meaning with crushing hardness. And Rashi explains that this word means grueling work that breaks the body. This next stage of his attempt to derail the establishment of the nation of Israel was for the men's bodies to be so broken that all their thoughts would be on their bodies, on their individual pain, and their most necessary needs for their immediate physical survival. But just in case this would not be enough, in verse 14 we read, and they embittered their lives with hard work, with mortar and bricks and every labor of the field. Now today, nobody wants to get their hands dirty. Everybody wants to be a manager, and nobody wants to be a simple laborer. But here, the entire nation was made to feel unfit or unworthy to be even manual building laborers, work which utilizes thought and creativity. The entire nation was transformed into brick makers, an entire nation working in the mudded straw. And again, if that isn't enough, the words tell us, and with every hard work in the field, and our sages ask, why does the verse emphasize that they worked in the field and not in the city? Because the Egyptians decreed that the men must sleep in the fields while the women remain at home in the city. Again, all to prevent them from multiplying. All this focus on multiplying, on Jewish births, Pharaoh was really obsessed with preventing it as the answer to the Jewish problem. He understands that the nation grows and develops through the, normal family units. And thus, his total focus becomes to break down the family unit. And consider this, perhaps, as a chilling, prophetic, fast-forward glimpse into our modern day. Our sages state, pithily, that Pharaoh forced women to do men's work and men to do women's work. This deep teaching isn't about washing the dishes or mowing the lawn, but rather an allusion to the fact that there is no greater method of destroying a family than sowing confusion between men and women and fomenting gender identity disorder. But Pharaoh doesn't stop here.
I'm going to give you my number one tip to get over a breakup, and that is going to be going to therapy. Going to therapy helped me so much. It can help for so much.
Hi, everybody. This is Rabbi David Foreman, and welcome to Parshah Shemot. You are watching Aleph Beta. I want to consider a philosophical puzzle with you. Does God have emotions? One of the things that great thinkers like Maimonides have always said about God is that God is not comprehensible. We can say nothing about the essence of God. We can describe how God acts with us, Maimonides says, but we can't talk about who he is in his essence because his essence is utterly beyond us, which means also that any traits that we talk about, any human traits, we can't really expect those to apply to God. Human traits, human feelings are human feelings. They're not God feelings. So we might well conclude, God doesn't have emotions. But here's the problem. Are you comfortable worshiping a being that cannot experience love? Love is an emotion. Compassion is an emotion. Are we really comfortable with just saying that God acts compassionately, acts as if he loves us, but that the feeling of love and compassion is utterly alien to God? What if you felt that your mother acted lovingly towards you, but didn't feel any love in her heart? It wouldn't feel so good. Is that the way you're supposed to feel about God? So this is the puzzle that I want to talk with you about today, and I want to talk with you about it through the lens of a fascinating midrashic statement. In this week's Parsha, Moshe asks God what his name is. Ehyeh asher ehyeh, he says. I will be that which I will be. And then God adds something else. Ehyeh shlachani aleichem. Tell them that I will be sent you to them. Before we even get to the midrashic analysis of these words, let's spend a few moments just talking about the pshat, the simple meaning of what's going on here. What would you say the simplest, most basic understanding of this conversation between God and Moses is? What did God mean when he said, Ehyeh asher ehyeh, I will be that which I will be? You know, the simple understanding pretty much is God says, look, leave me alone. I'm not going to tell you my name. I am what I am. I'm going to be what I'm going to be. I'm the one who just is. And to explain that, just think a little bit about what it is that we mean when we ask for the name of something. We're trying to come to grips with it, to define it somehow. And if someone defines themselves in terms of themselves, they're actually sort of breaking the very first rule of definitions, which is you never define something in terms of itself. You can't say, what's the color purple? Oh, the color purple, it's sort of purplish. The proper way to define something like the color purple is, well, you take a little bit of red, you take a little bit of blue, mix it together, and you get a purple. If you actually choose to define something in terms of itself, what you're really saying is that you can't just throw together 2 or 3 other concepts and make this new concept. The thing itself is utterly unique, which is what God's saying about himself. There is nothing in your world that can explain me. I'm not from your world. I'm the maker of the world. You want to know who I am? I'll be what I'll be. The only thing you really know about me is that I exist. Tell them I will be sent you. You can almost hear the exclamation mark at the end of I will be. I shall be. My existence, as inscrutable as it may be, is the basis of it all. Everything comes from my being. So something like that is what probably the plain meaning of the text is. But the rabbis had a midrashic interpretation. They pick up on the fact that God first says, Ehyeh asher ehyeh, I will be that which I will be. And then after that says, tell them I will be. They focus on that discrepancy, and they suggest there was a kind of dialogue going on here between God and Moshe. First, God said, Ehyeh asher ehyeh, in answer to Moshe's question, I will be that which I will be. But then, the rabbis suggest, Moshe objected to that. And in response to that objection, God relented and just said, okay, tell them I will be sent you to them. What was this debate between God and Moshe about? Well, the rabbis impute a whole new understanding to what I will be, that which I will be means. I'm quoting Rashi now. Ehyeh asher ehyeh means Ehyeh imam b'tzara zot, asher Ehyeh imam b'shibud shar malchiot. My name, you want to know my name? The one who is with them right now during their times of trouble, that's the one who will always be with them in all their times of trouble for thousands and thousands of years. That's Ehyeh asher ehyeh. I will be that which I will be. Now to that Moshe objected. Amar lefanav, he said, Ribona Shalom, master of the universe, ma'ani mazker lahem tzara acheres. What do you want me to tell them about future troubles? Dayam b'tzara zu, they have enough on their minds right now with this trouble that they're in Egypt. Amar lo, to that God said, Yafa Marta, you're saying good, Moshe, you're absolutely right. Ko tamar b'nai Yisrael, just tell them Ehyeh. Tell them the one who will be with them right now. That's my name. Can leave out the rest. Now, what the rabbis are saying is a little bit puzzling. There's this dialogue between God and Moshe. God says something, and then supposedly Moses objects. Where do the rabbis get this idea from at all? How do they know to interpret the words, I will be that which I will be, in such a particular kind of way? The one who will be with them now in their time of trouble will always be with them. It's a very interesting interpretation, but just seems to come out of the air. Where are they getting this from?
Thanks for watching. You can enjoy the rest of this video by going to aleph-beta.org. Just click the link below.
Welcome back to Into the Verse. This is Ari Levison, and here to join me to start this brand new Sefer, the Book of Exodus, is none other than my colleague Evan Wiener.
Hi, Ari. Great to be here.
We got some exciting stuff to talk about today. Start off this new book, but first let's do a quick recap of Parshat Shemot. We ended off Genesis with Yaakov and all of his children making their way down to Egypt. And Exodus begins recapping that and then talking about how a new Pharaoh rose in Egypt who enslaved all the Israelites. He issued a decree to throw all the male babies into the Nile. In the midst of this time, Moshe is born. His mom saves him by placing him in a basket in the Nile, where the daughter of Pharaoh finds him and raises him as her own son. Moshe kills an Egyptian guard who's beating a Hebrew, but Pharaoh finds out, so Moshe is forced to flee to Midian, where Moshe ends up starting a family and shepherding his father-in-law's sheep. One day he stumbles across the burning bush, out of which God speaks to him and charges him with his mission to free the Israelites. Moshe reunites with his brother Aaron, and together they plead their case before Pharaoh, who promptly rejects it and makes everything worse for the Israelites.
It's an action-packed Parsha, and it's exciting to finally get to meet the number one hero of the Israelites, Moshe Rabbeinu.
Right, and Moshe's career as a hero really all starts with the burning bush. And, we're so focused on the context of the conversation between God and Moshe at the burning bush, right? Where God charges him on this mission to go free the Israelites, tell Pharaoh, let my people go. That, I think we miss something very strange about the language used to charge Moshe on that mission. Evan, come with me to Exodus chapter 3, verse 10. And let's read these words very carefully.
Chapter 3, verse 10. V'ata lecha v'eshlacha el Paro. Now go, and I'll send you to Paro. V'hotze es ami b'nei Yisrael miMitzrayim, and take out my people, children of Israel, from Egypt.
Okay, so the message is pretty straightforward, right? You're going to go to Paro, tell him to let my people go. But there's something about the language, the verbs used in the beginning of this verse that I find kind of strange, maybe a little backwards. Evan, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, when I was reading it, V'ata lecha, go, v'ashlachacha el Paro, and I'll send you to Paro. Like, it would make more sense to say, now I will send you and go to Paro. Like, that's where he's being sent.
Exactly. Go and then I will send you. It seems to make no sense. So when I stumble across a phrase like this, it seems really strange. It seems like it doesn't make sense. The first thing I like to do is see, well, is this phrase used anywhere else in the Torah?
What did you find?
So sure enough, it is used again, but only one other time in the whole Torah.
This phrase only appears one other time in the Torah?
Right. So think, is there anywhere else earlier in the Torah where someone sent someone else on a mission?
There are a bunch of them. Abraham is sent. He sent Lech Lecha. He's sent to take Yitzhak for the Akedah. Abraham sends his servant Eliezer. Can't think of any time Yitzhak's sent somewhere. Yaakov is sent to his uncle's house. Yosef is sent to check on his brothers. Is that where you have that phrase?
Yeah, so come with me to Genesis chapter 37, verse 13. This is after we hear about Yosef's dreams. His brothers hate him, and then his brothers go off to shepherd their sheep in Shechem. And then Yaakov turns to Yosef and says in verse 13,
Vayomer Yisrael el Yosef, Halo achecha roim b'Shechem, lecha v'ashlechacha aleim. Go and I'll send you to them. There's that exact same phrase that we saw with Moshe and the burning bush.
Yeah, it's the exact same phrase. And Evan, as you pointed out, there are lots of stories in the Torah where people get sent on various missions or even get sent to particular people. And so, well, the commentaries focus on some grammatical reasons for maybe why in each of these cases, the words would seem to be out of order. Part of the reason might just be that the Torah is trying to connect these two stories. And so it creates this unique language to raise this flag and help us realize, hey, maybe these two stories, these two missions that Moshe and Yosef are being sent on are somehow similar.
Ari, that very well could be true, but one language parallel doesn't necessarily mean the Torah is raising a flag and saying, hey, Ari, look at these two stories next to each other. They're commenting on each other.
Of course. So are there any other connections? So one just small connection, if you just read the end of verse 13, is Yosef responds to Yaakov, Vayomer lo hineni, here I am.
That's, kind of like the Torah's I accept this mission type of language.
Not that uncommon. It is how Moshe responds to God in Exodus 3, verse 4. He also responds, hineni. But as you pointed out, that word is used a lot when one person calls to another. So let's continue a little bit further in the Yosef story and see if there's anything else that reminds us of our Parsha here. We just read verse 13, so why don't we take a look at verse 14?
Vayomer lo, lech na re'eyes shalom achecha v'shalom hatzon. Yaakov said to Yosef, go please and see how your brothers and how the sheep are doing. Vashiveni davar, and return with the report. V'shalchehu mi'emek Hebron, and he sent them from the valley of Hebron, v'yavo Shchema, and he went to Shechem.
Right, so Yosef is supposed to go and see his brothers, but it doesn't just say, go see them. It's not just the command word like in the previous verse. There's this extra word, na, here, which in this context, it would probably be translated as, please go see them, which is not a surprising word to see here. But those two words, na and re'eh, does that remind you of anything in this burning bush story? And I'll give you a hint. It's actually not part of the command God gives him, but it's actually in the lead up before God actually talks to Moshe.
Yeah, Moshe kind of sees the bush and he's kind of bewildered. What is this amazing sight? And there's this kind of strange phrase there. Vayomer Moshe, Asurana, ve'eres amara gadol hazeh. I'm going to turn and see this wondrous sight. And the word nod there, the use of the word nod there seems strange because normally I'm used to understanding the word nod means please. My mom always taught me to say please, and that's what it means. But here it would not make sense to mean please. The usage of the word at the burning bush seems kind of out of place, if you will.
Yeah, and so it seems to be adding some emphasis here, like maybe like I must go see this thing, but it's certainly an unusual way to use this word na. But that word na and era, right? It's the same as you have in the Yosef story.
Okay, I grant you that we've got not only this strange backward language of sending, and now we've got the na and the seeing together, but this is kind of strange because, like you said, this is before Moshe is actually sent on a mission, whereas the language parallels that we see in the Yosef story are his actual mission. So I'm reserving the right to maintain skepticism here.
Right, that's a great point, Evan. This isn't part of Moshe's mission. This is the lead up to Moshe's mission. But let's follow this thread a little bit further, and I think you'll be convinced that there's something going on here between these two stories. So Yosef's on his way to see his brothers, right? To see them. That's his plan. But of course, things don't go as planned. And before he sees his brothers, they actually see him. In verse 18, Vayiru oto meirachok. They see him from afar. And they plot to kill him before he even gets the chance to approach them. V'terem yikrav elehem, v'naklu oto lahamito. Before he even gets close to them, they plot to kill him. Well, Moshe's plan was to see the burning bush up close, right? But look what the Torah says right after Moshe turns to see the bush in Exodus 3, verse 4. Vayar Hashem kisar lirot. God sees that Moshe turned to look at it. Vayikra alav Elokim mitoch hasna, and God calls to him from within the bush. Vayomer Moshe, Moshe, vayomer hineni. He says, Moshe, Moshe, and Moshe responds, here I am. And in verse 5, Vayomer al tikrav halom. Don't come close. So Moshe is also on his way to see this thing, to see the bush up close. But before Moshe gets close, God sees him, just like the brothers saw Yosef, and God stops him. And he says, no, don't get close.
Yeah, Ari, that's really fascinating. Just like Yosef, the one who he's trying to see, the na re'es, right? He's trying to see his brothers. They see him first. So too with Moshe, you have the same thing. Vayar Hashem kisar liros. And Moshe is trying to go see his bush, but God sees him first and tells him, hey, don't come any closer.
Yeah, so we got the going to see plus the word na. We have someone seeing him first. We have the plan gets foiled before he even gets close. And all of this, of course, following this unique language in the whole Torah of lecha v'ishlachecha, of that kind of weird, strange, backwards, go and I will send you.
Hey, Ari, you've got me convinced. I think there's something here.
Great. I'm glad you're on board. And so, Evan, just for a cherry on top, where do both of these stories happen?
Moshe is shepherding the sheep in the midbar. And let me quickly check where the story of Yosef and his brothers is happening.
Take a look at verse 22.
Verse 22, it's in the midbar. Okay. All right, Ari. These connections are pretty strong. What do you make of it?
Right, so there seems to be something about Moshe's mission connecting to Yosef's mission here. And of course, what's the end result of Yosef's mission here?
Yosef is sold into slavery in Egypt, and then eventually this is leading all the brothers and all of the Israelites down into Egypt as slaves.
Exactly. And of course, what's Moshe's mission here?
It's kind of like the opposite, is to take them out of slavery, take them out of Egypt.
Yeah, in a sense, Moshe's mission is to undo the damage that happened in Yosef's mission, right? Yosef's mission led first to Yosef's personal slavery in Egypt, and really in the long run to the national slavery in Egypt, to everyone making their way down there. And Moshe's job is to fix all of the tragic consequences that happened as a result. But there's something here that's making me think that it might go even deeper. There might be something else going on.
Hi, Evan here. Ari thought there was something more going on in these connections. It's not just the fact that Yosef's story started the Israelites' journey down to Egypt, and Moshe's mission was to bring them out of Egypt. Ari thought that there's another aspect to Moshe's mission. You see, I had raised some skepticism earlier that the parallels Ari was pointing out were in different parts of each story. It was actually before God says, "Lecha v'eshlachacha," go tell Pharaoh to let my people go, where we see these language parallels to Yosef. And that made Ari wonder if there was something that had to come before Moshe could take the Israelites out of Egypt, and whether that prerequisite was connected to Yosef's mission. So, Ari wanted to think a little more deeply about what Yosef's mission was really all about, and see if it could help us understand what these parallels might be revealing to us about what God wanted Moshe to do.
That's interesting.
And so I guess that leads us to the question of what was Yosef's mission? So just for some backstory, Yosef's brothers' hatred for him was building up worse and worse, and he told them the dreams, and that pushes this sina, this hatred, into kina, which is jealousy. And it gets to the point where they decide to get up, leave their home, and go shepherd in Shechem. And I was talking to a friend of ours, David Kerwin, about this, and he pointed out Shechem's about 70 miles away from where they were living in Hebron. I have no idea how fast sheep can travel, but that's a multi-day journey at best from Hebron. This was not a stroll in their neighborhood. It seems like the brothers were trying to create some distance, both physical and emotional distance, between themselves and Yosef. And so when Yaakov tells him, Lech narei et shalom achacha vet shalom hatzon, go check on your brothers and on the sheep. Rabbi Foreman's talked about this before in one of his Tisha B'Av courses, and Adina and I talked about it in Parshah Vayeshev. What's his mission here? What's he telling Yosef to go do?
I mean, I think the point is that he's being sent to create peace, shalom, with his brothers and reconnect with them, get some kind of reconciliation and reunification of the family.
Exactly. It's a unity mission. Although Yosef's mission ends with him being sold as a slave in Egypt, the original plan was to be this peacekeeping mission. But so let's think about that as we come back to Moshe's mission. Because the Torah is using that strange language of Lecha v'eshlachacha, I go and I'll send you. And all those other examples we saw of those connections. So what was Moshe's mission? Right? Obviously, it was to free the Israelites from slavery in Egypt. But if you think about it, Moshe was also estranged from his brothers.
Moshe was estranged from not just his brother, but his brothers in a larger sense. I mean, estranged from the larger family of Bnei Israel, even from a young age, being discovered by, Bas Paro, being discovered by the princess, and being raised as an Egyptian prince. He can't get any more estranged from his brothers, except for when he has to go into exile and go into the land of Midian. And his mission of going to Pharaoh, obviously he's sent to free the Israelites, but where my mind is going from what you're showing me is that there's another aspect here too. He's going to reunite with his brothers.
Exactly. And take a look at what God tells Moshe to do in verse 16. Leich v'asavta et zignei Yisrael. Go gather all the elders of Israel. before he goes to Pharaoh, before he brings their case about taking the Jews out, he's supposed to go and gather the elders of Israel, gather the leaders of all the tribes back together. And actually, before he does that, who is he supposed to see, Evan? Who is he supposed to reunite with?
With his brother Aaron, the older brother, who very well might be jealous of Moshe getting this leadership position. And I'm seeing the parallels of jealousy between brothers. And in the case of Yosef, that jealousy leads to the journey to Egypt and eventually slavery. And here we're getting the reverse, the reunification of brothers, the resolution of potential jealousy, and a reunification of the family.
Right, so before he even goes to Pharaoh, first he has to reunite with his own family, with Aaron, and then bring all of the tribes of Israel, all of the brothers back together. And only then does he go to Pharaoh. Only then do we take on like the real enemy, which is Pharaoh. So, Evan, what I think these parallels might be telling us is that while Moshe's main mission is to reverse the tragic outcome of Yosef's mission, right? The fact that everyone ended up as slaves in Egypt. Along the way, he also needs to finish that mission that Yosef never got to finish. The mission to reconnect with his brothers and unite the family. And so in the lead up to this mission, we're reminded of all of these failures, right? Yosef never got close. They saw him before he saw them. And we're reminded of the job that Yosef never got to do. But all that's leading up to God sending Moshe on his mission with that Lecha ve'eshlachecha, and hidden in that is this reminder of Yosef's mission, the one that Yosef never finished, but now Moshe is going to get the chance to do, and he does before going to Pharaoh.
Ari, what you've shown me here is a new facet to the mission that God charges Moshe with. I mean, it's not just about let my people go. It's about unite my people, bring my people together. And it's kind of making me think in a way, when I compare the two stories, Moshe more or less is successful in that. I mean, he does unify the people. Yeah, there's some dissent along the way, but certainly as they depart, they're one nation with one heart. And Yosef isn't even able to start that conversation of reconciliation and unity. And it just makes me think, like, what is that recipe to bring about that kind of unity?
Yeah, it's so striking, like the difference. And it makes me think a lot about what we've seen in Israel, coming off of one of the worst periods of disunity that certainly that I remember in my lifetime, maybe some would argue ever. And it seemed like that there wasn't even anywhere to begin that conversation of how to bring people together. And then on October 7th, we were attacked. And overnight, it went from one of the worst periods of disunity to just unprecedented unity and brotherhood. All of a sudden, everybody felt like one, and we're all working together. Everyone was on the same side. And the one thing we all knew instinctively was that we stood no chance against our enemy if we weren't united. And I think it's a lot easier to be united when you're under attack, when you're threatened by some outside energy. It's a lot harder when, you're the children of Yaakov living happily in the land of Canaan and everything's going great. But in Egypt, when they have this external enemy of Pharaoh and they're enslaved, it just happens automatically. And it's exactly what we saw on October 7th too. It's like as soon as we're under attack from the outside, we just bond together like almost automatically.
Yeah, I mean, Ari, what you're observing is so true. I mean, we've throughout history, when we've had these external threats, they've produced a greater sense of unity. I'm reminded of a Gemara in Megillah talks about how Hashverosh taking off his ring and giving it to Haman did more to unite the Jews with God and their tshuva and each other than all of the admonishing of the prophets for generations. But I really wish there was some sort of recipe that didn't involve some sort of external threat. Like, how can we tap into the energy that we get when we feel threatened, but not actually have to be threatened?
Yeah, I guess maybe that's one of the reasons we have holidays like Passover is we already went through these experiences. It shouldn't be that we need to do them again, that we have to get attacked again in order to find any kind of unity. But look, like every year we're supposed to relive the Exodus. We're supposed to remember being slaves in Egypt and remember being freed from that. And maybe in doing that, we can tap back into that unifying force and not need to experience anything bad ever again. Truth is, Rabbi Foreman's talked about this a number of times, how the Korban Pesach is meant to connect to the sale of Yosef and the unifying force of the Korban Pesach, and in a lot of ways. And maybe we'll link to that in the description. But I wonder if that's the point, right? We've been through this once. We shouldn't have to go through it again. Maybe those memories are something that we can tap into. And truth is, we don't have to wait for Passover. There's a commandment to remember the Exodus every single day. We do it in the Shema every day. And as we're reading the Parshah this week, right, we can remember that we can tap back into that unifying force. And when we do tap into that unifying force, when we are unified, look at all the miracles God performed in the Exodus. And I mean, if you think about the war in Israel, I mean, I've heard so many just unbelievable, literally unbelievable stories of miracles of God protection that have happened to us since that initial attack. And it kind of feels like, the minute people started hearing about what happened, we all just like instantly in our hearts united and instantly sprang into action. And I hope through continued unity, we merit many more miracles as great as we saw in Egypt.
Amen to that.
Amen.
Shalom Aleichem, everybody. Hope all is well. Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, our teacher, was the most humble man to ever walk the face of the earth. And we know that Moshe Rabbeinu was the Mashiach of his generation. And every generation has a Mashiach, a Moshe of the generation. After Moses, what happened? Who took over as the leader after Moses? Well, his top student, Yoshua took over. And after Yoshua comes Pinchas. And after Pinchas comes Eliakim, and after Eliakim comes Shmuel Hanavi, and there so on and so forth until the final Moshe Rabbeinu, who will be the Mashiach himself, who will take us out of exile, may it be today. So we know that what is so special about Moses? Multiple things are very special about Moses, but what he is most complimented for in the Torah is his humility. For the fact that Hashem explicitly states in the Torah that Moses was the most humble man to ever walk the face of the earth. Now I have a question for all of you. How could it be that Moshe, the author of the Torah, Moses who wrote the Torah, how did he write in the Torah, Moses is the most humble man to ever walk the face of the earth? It seems kind of contradictory at first glance. How could it be that the most humble man in the world says, I am the most humble man in the world? And the answer is pretty simple, but it's because Hashem told him to do that. And since Hashem said, Moses, you're the most humble man in the Torah, write that in the Torah. Moses, he just did it because he was surrendered to God. He was batal to Hashem. He was completely given over to God. His whole agenda was God's agenda. He had no agenda of his own. So if God says, I'm the most humble, fine. It's not about, Moses was not concerned for his personal ego at all. He was just more interested in doing what Hashem wanted from him. So we learn a very important lesson from here. This relates to the idea that Moshe, he was humble, and he begged God at first not to be the leader. He said, let someone else be the leader. Let Aaron be the leader. Let the Mashiach come and be the leader. So how could it be? So Moshe, did he not know his great talents? Did he not know that? Why did he not think he deserved it? Moshe was so humble that he believed that, yes, he knew his great abilities, but he believed that they were all given from above. They were all from Hashem. And that if someone else had those abilities, they would do an even better job than him. So we see how humble Moses was. That even the good things, the amazing things he did, he credited them to God's gifts from Hashem, things that were not even his own doing, but God's doing. That shows the humility of God. The humility of God, of course, but I meant to say also the humility of Moses. Because, of course, who's the most humble of all? Hashem. So it goes without saying that Hashem is the humble one. Hashem gives us consistently and doesn't ask for, and Hashem gives and gives and gives without even putting his name on things, without asking for people to honor him. Hashem gives the most simple folk without publicizing it. Hashem gives more than anyone else. And Moses reflects Hashem because Moses is very humble. So Moses understood that he had a lot of God-given capabilities, But he thought that somebody else with those capabilities might have done a better job. But here's where it comes in. Then eventually Moses did step up to the plate and accepted to be the leader and took over as leader. So what changed what made him eventually take over and agree to take over? And the answer to that is we learned that Moshe knew that yes, he's humble, but being humble means that when you're the one to do the job, you have to do the job. Even if it's going to mean you're going to get honor and you're going to get attention. But if it's what God wants and it's the way to get the mission done, then Moses did it. He didn't do it for his own personal gains, for his own personal attention. He knew that he was the one God made him to do the job. He is the only one that could accomplish this mission. So he stepped up to the plate for God's sake, for Hashem's name. So each and every one of us has the Mashiach, has Moses within us. So we have to realize that while being humble, we have to be as humble as possible. Being humble also entails stepping up and doing and accomplishing what we were sent on this earth to accomplish. And the Mashiach is about to arrive, and he will be the Moses of this generation, and he will take godly service to the next level. It says that the Torah that Mashiach is going to reveal is going to be a greater revelation than even the revelations at Mount Sinai, and that in the day of the Mashiach, a small child will experience a greater prophecy than what Moses experiences now, what Moses experienced until now. A small child in the days of Mashiach will reach an even greater revelation than Moses received. And Moses is the greatest prophet of all time. Moses received a greater prophecy than any prophet. Moshe Rabbeinu spoke to Hashem face to face, meaning Moshe was able to speak to God while being in an awake state. Every other prophet had to go to sleep to experience a vision, a prophecy, whereas Moses spoke to God directly while in an awake state because he was so refined and so humble that he was able to handle the divine revelation even while awake. Mashiach will bring us to a state where even a small child will be able to reach a greater revelation than that. And we all have the Mashiach within each and every one of us. So let us believe in ourselves, because Hashem surely does, and he gives us the strength. May Hashem bless you. Please share this message. I wish you all the best.
All right, almost done with the shit I needed to get done. So, any thoughts on what we've listened to so far?
Just the.
Ooh, this actually ties in with Bilam from before.
My dear friends, give some tzedakah today, and Hakam, an entire Torah portion, is named after a wicked Jew hater, Balak, who called upon another Jew hater, Bilam, to come and curse the Jews. And the whole section of the Torah is called on his name, named after him. And in addition to it, in that section, what do we have in that portion? We have the prophecy, the most beautiful prophecy, where Bilam, the Jew hater, prophesizes about the ultimate redemption. Now, couldn't this be more appropriate that this be called on the name of Moshe Rabbeinu, who is actually the first and the last Redeemer? So the Rebbe explains, he says that's exactly the point, because redemption has to affect everyone and will affect everyone, will redeem everyone, even individuals such as Balak and Bilam's. And we have those prophets, no, but Balak's Jew haters, we've got plenty. Even they will recognize the truth of Mashiach and the truth of Torah and the particular place the Jewish people have in the purpose of creation of the world, redeeming the entire world, and the entire world benefiting by it. But here we see a very interesting thing. we see the difference between how Moshe Rabbeinu prophesizes about the coming of Mashiach and how Bilam, the Parshah of this week. In the Devarim, later on, there the Pasuk says, when Moshe Rabbeinu speaks to the Jewish people, and he says to the following, V'shavta ad Hashem Elokecha, and you will return to God. V'shemata b'koiloi, you will listen to his voice. According to all which I command you today. You, your children, with your entire heart, with your entire soul. And then it says, and then God will return the captivity, and he will have compassion upon you. And he will then return and gather from all the peoples, which God has scattered you, and basically telling the time of the final redemption, the ingathering of the Jewish people. We will all go back to Yerushalayim, to Eretz Yisrael, to the complete biblical borders of Eretz Yisrael. And he says, you do teshuvah, you repent, and this is going to happen. That's what Moshe Rabbeinu says. When we're looking at the prophecy of Bilam, he doesn't give a proviso, repenting and then it will happen. He says clearly, I see it, but not now. I behold it, but it's not soon. And what? Dorach Korchav mi Yaakov, a star has gone forth from Jacob, become Shevet mi Yisrael, and a staff will arise from Israel, etc. Which there, this is the whole discussion, the prophecy about the coming of Mashiach. So how come that Moshe Rabbeinu gives a proviso? He says, "V'shavtat Hashem Elokecha," you will be returning, you will repent, you will return to God, and then it will happen. Bilam doesn't give any conditions, unconditional. God will redeem you. I see it. Albeit I see it in the future, but I see there will be a time when God will redeem you. So there's a very interesting explanation by the Reb Chaim Yeshaya Kohen in Sefer Kemet-fornia, and he says the following. There are two possibilities on how and when Mashiach can come. There's Be'itoy and Achisheno. In its ultimate final time, or it could be hastened. How could it be hastened? When we deserve it earlier, it's going to come earlier. If it's a situation that we don't really deserve it, but it is a time for it to come, as God had set forth in the creation of the world, there's an ultimate time when it must come, then it is not depending on our deserving. Moshe Rabbeinu, the ultimate shepherd of the Jewish people, in his infinite love for his Jewish people, in infinite care for the Jewish people, obviously he says, I want it to come earlier. I want to hasten it. So he says to the Yiddish Kinderlach, V'shavta, repent, and you will have it earlier. Bilam, although he's prophesying about the redemption, but he's not interested in it happening earlier. He wants it as late as possible. So that's why he's talking about it in an unconditional, non-depending on anything. And it words, I see it by, in fact, he's saying, I see it far away. So although he prophesies of it, but we want it like Moshe Rabbeinu. And we want it Eibishter today.
The Mishkan, the portable sanctuary in the desert, referred to in English as the tabernacle, is discussed in this week's Parshah of Truma. And this Parshah talks about the contributions for the Mishkan, and there were basically three metals. The Mishkan was made up of contributions of zahav, of gold, of kesef, of silver, and cheshes, copper. So the Midrash tells us that these three metals apply to three empires that subjugated the Jewish people. And this is based on a famous story in the book of Daniel. Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian monarch, dreamt of a huge statue consisting of four parts. The head consisted of fine gold. Its breast and arms were made out of silver. Its belly and thighs were made out of copper. And its legs were made out of iron. And Daniel was summoned to interpret the dream, and he explained that the head of the statue, the golden head, was a reference to the Babylonians, the silver breast and arms to the Medians, who were together with the Persians, the copper belly and thighs represented Greece, and the iron legs were a reference to the Romans. So then the question is, why over here in the Mishkan you only have gold, silver, and copper? If they refer to the kingdoms, you also have a fourth kingdom, the kingdom of Rome. So the Medrash explains, quote, because the evil Edom, which is Rome, which destroyed the holy temple, is likened to it, this is to teach you that the Holy One, blessed is he, will accept gifts in the future from all the kingdoms with the exception of Rome. So the Medrash asks, well, what about Babylonia? Babylonia also destroyed the temple. And the answer is that Rome didn't just destroy the temple, it razed it. It destroyed its very foundation, as it says in Tehillim, in Psalms, Psalm 137. And the Medrash then describes how in the future, in the days of Mashiach, all the nations of the world will bring gifts to Mashiach, and he'll accept them with the exception of Rome, from whom he will not accept their gifts. And the Romans will come and argue, you accepted all these other nations' gifts. They're not your brothers, and yet we, which are your brothers, Rome originates with Esav, who was a brother of Yaakov. He says, why don't you want to accept our gift? And Rome then says, the Holy One, blessed be he, says to Mashiach, rebuke the wild beasts of the reed. He's referring, this is in the Psalm 68, he's referring to the Romans who are the beast of the reed. Their entire existence is from the reed. What exactly does this mean? The existence of Rome is from the reed. So this is based on a passage in the Talmud and the Zohar, that when King Solomon married the daughter of Pharaoh, the angel Gabriel came and stuck a reed in the sea, and the city of Rome was built on a sandbank that gathered around it. So let's understand, what does that mean that Rome was built on a reed when Solomon married a daughter of Pharaoh? What does one thing have to do with the other? And why was God so upset at Rome more than any of the other nations? And what's the connection to a reed, that Rome was built on a reed? So to answer all these questions, we have to understand the role of the Beis HaMikdash, of the Holy Temple. And in short, this is a very long discussion. In short, the whole purpose of God's creation was, as the Midrash says, to have a dwelling place in this physical world. He created a world with human beings who are independently minded. They can do whatever they want. They can choose to do right or wrong. And they, of their own volition, after they realize that God had created this world with that plan, and they gave us the Torah to fulfill this plan, we, humanity, invite God into the world, and God's presence becomes the consciousness of the whole world. That is the Messianic age. But in order to accomplish that, God created a part of the world, the land of Israel, which has a special level of holiness. The word Eretz, Yisrael, translated as the land of Israel, the Midrash says, actually means the land that desires and runs to do God's will. It's a land that is very nature has its proclivity to do what God wants and to make God's plan come to fruition. And in the land of Israel itself, it's the holy temple, the Beis HaMikdash. Had we never compromised the integrity of the Beis HaMikdash, Jews would not have to travel to any other part of the world. They could all live in the land of Israel, and the holiness generated in the temple would spread to the whole world. Because we did not truly value the Beis HaMikdash, we compromised its integrity. We were forced to go into exile, but not as a punishment. Yes, it was a punishment, but that's not the main reason. The main reason is we no longer have that powerhouse, that generator of divinity, namely the Beis HaMikdash, that would spread godliness to the whole world without us being there. Now that we lost the Beis Hamikdash, we lost that concentrated, powerful energy source, we have to go to every part of the world, do mitzvahs wherever we are, in the United States, in Russia, wherever a Jew has ever traveled, we are there to bring godliness to those places. Had we not sinned and had the Beis Hamikdash, we would have been able to generate that holiness without having to go to all these places. And because we have to go to places in the diaspora that are so far removed from holiness, we have to go down to the lowest levels of humanity, of existence, in order to bring holiness to these places. That's the imagery of a reed. A reed is something that stands up and goes down low. The Hebrew word reed, kana, begins with the letter kuf. The letter kuf is like the letter hey, which is one of the letters of God's name, but its left leg goes down, all the way down. It means, it suggests the idea that we have to go down into the dumps in order to bring godliness to the whole world. That was not necessary, had not been necessary, if Solomon had not married the daughter of Pharaoh. What exactly was Solomon's rationale? Solomon was the wisest of all people. Solomon was a holy person. How could he think that marrying the daughter of Pharaoh would be a positive thing? Yes, he did convert her, Maimonides explains. But still, why would he try to marry the daughter of Pharaoh? And the answer is, King Solomon was of the mindset that in order to fulfill God's plan, it's not enough to have a Beis Hamikdash, the holy temple, which he built, but you had to transfer the holiness to other nations. And by marrying the daughter of Pharaoh, he was cementing his relationship with the kingdom of Egypt, which is a very powerful force, and that would help spread godliness to the whole world. So Solomon had good intentions by doing that, but his mistake was, no, you don't have to marry the daughter of Pharaoh to bring the holiness to Pharaoh. It happens automatically by having the Beis Hamikdash and by respecting it and not compromising it. So as a result of King Solomon making that error, thinking that by marrying the daughter of Pharaoh, what that necessitated centuries later that we would have to go into exile. And that the exile would be a terrible exile because it would be generated by a force called Rome. That Rome was created, that means the potential for that exile was created by King Solomon marrying the daughter of Pharaoh, and the angel Gabriel had to create Rome by putting that reed. In other words, it symbolizes that it necessitated going deep down into the dumps in order to fulfill God's mission. Had he not done that, we would never have the Roman exile. And that's why God says, I don't want to accept the gifts from Rome. And Rome says, well, why not? Look what we did. We helped the Jewish people fulfill their purpose by bringing godliness all over the world, because Rome is the nation that scattered Jews all over. And therefore, we were able to bring holiness and godliness to every part of the world. So we fulfilled your purpose, and we helped the Jewish people realize their purpose. And God says, no, that's similar to someone who throws a person into the sea and they're about to drown, and you jump in and you save them. You can't take credit for saving them. You threw them into the sea. You are the one who is responsible for their having to be in exile and their persecution and oppression. And pain and suffering don't get credit for the fact that the Jews were able to take advantage of their being in exile to transform the world. That's why the Mishkan tabernacle was built with gold and silver and copper, even though these were also exiles. But they were not as comprehensive exile. They didn't scatter the Jews to all four corners of the world. And therefore God says, I can't use Roman contribution, the iron, for the building of the
Sorry, I
Mishkan.
don't know what's up with the.
Just one caveat over here. The Rebbe in one of his talks says something very startling, that the final Beis Hamikdash, even then, Rome will be transformed and will be rehabilitated, and there will be iron in the last Beis Hamikdash. May we see its rebuilding imminently.
Okay, cool. I just downloaded everything I need to do now. I just need to send it and print it out.
So
Oh my
the,
God. Yeah.
that thing with the reed exists in Sumerian and I think Egyptian.
It does?
Yeah, it's after the flood, and it's about establishing a new place. It's like the survey post. Seems to be.
Interesting.
And then it relates to the whole, the pole and the pole star and the juniper pole, Asherah pole, probably.
Fascinating. Gmail. Sorry, I'm just multitasking.
And then that description that he gave about the different levels of the reed is also used about the lotus coming from the low muck rising above.
Sorry, one more time.
The lotus is also rooted in the low, dark muck, the underworld, and rises above.
Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, perfect. Oh my God, dude, this is taking too long. Wait, what's this I just got? Okay. Sweet. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Perfect. Send. Okay. We're going to just watch like maybe one more video. I'll take a dab and then we'll finish up. Let's see.
How will Mashiach make peace in the Middle East? We know that Mashiach will bring peace throughout the whole world. Actually, it says that first thing Mashiach will start with will be making peace. He will cause that all the nations that are fighting each other will beat their swords into plowshares. But we also know particularly that Mashiach will make sure that there's security and there's peace for the Jewish people in the land of Israel. How will Mashiach accomplish that? If you look historically throughout the history of the Jewish people, the height of the Jewish people, the time that they flourished the most physically and spiritually, was during the time of Shlomo HaMelech, King Solomon. His father, David HaMelech, was the one that fought many battles surrounding the land of Israel, and he ensured security for the Jewish people. And he was told that he wanted to build the temple, he wanted to build a Beis HaMikdash. He was told by the prophet in the name of Hashem that he cannot build a temple because he spilled a lot of blood. And therefore, King Solomon, King Shlomo, who will be his son, will be named Shlomo. He will be a man of peace, and he will be the one that will build a temple. It's explained that David and Shlomo both brought peace for the Jewish people, at least during the time of their reign, the time of their kingdom. David HaMelech's peace was brought through many wars. He fought many battles. He was victorious over the nations that tried to harm the Jewish people. And therefore, they gave up. They decided that it is not worthwhile for them anymore to fight the Jewish people. And therefore, there was a peace. They were, so to say, terrified from King David's successive battles. So they gave up on their ambitions to hurt the Jewish people. In the days of Shlomo HaMelech, King Solomon, on the other hand, he didn't have to fight any wars. All the nations on their own, they respected, they appreciated the wisdom, the teachings of King Solomon, which particularly from an inner mystical perspective, they appreciated the godliness that shone through the holy temple that King Solomon built, that the godly energy that was radiating through the kingdom of Shlomo HaMelech. And therefore, it wasn't that they had any ambition to hurt the Jewish people, but they put away their plans because they were overwhelmed by the force of King Shlomo. On the contrary, they respected, they appreciated, they on their own sought out the peace and the welfare of the Jewish people. And we even find the famous story of the Queen of Sheba, who lived on a very distant land, and she came to King Shlomo because she heard of his wisdom. People were drawn from far and wide. Many different nations across the world came to hear, to learn, and to glean from the wisdom of King Shlomo. So there was peace without war. There wasn't a peace where Shlomo had to overwhelm the nations. On the contrary, they themselves were interested in making peace. They were inherently peaceful to Jewish people. However, King Shlomo's reign didn't last forever, and towards the end of his life, there was already some division, some split. There were certain nations that already rebelled, that already were shaking off the impressions, they were shaking off the power that King Shlomo exerted around the world. And definitely after he passed away, when the Jewish kingdom split into two between the successor of Shlomo, his son Rechavam, and the other Jewish tribes which started their own kingdom, the kingdom of the 10 tribes, at that point the nations of the world no longer had the same respect and the same love for the Jewish people. And as time went on, battles ensued and different situations arose where the nations of the world were very hostile for the Jewish people.
I'm able to focus
Mashiach will be
more
the
now,
one that...
so here, let me find a better one. Let's see. Oh, wait, perfect. 1 second.
There is electromagnetic energy in that pyramid between 200 and 600 meter wavelength.
Will Mashiach be a democratically elected official? The leaders that
Today, we're going to take a look at the incredible story of Samita. She was living a horrible life as a temple prostitute until she was rescued by an angel. Samita.
Shalom Aleichem, everybody. Hope you are all doing well today. Today we're going to speak about Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, Yoshua, Joshua, and connect that also to Mashiach. And we know that Moshe was the leader of our people. You know, he is the leader of our people. Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Rabbeinu is always our leader, because all the acts that Moshe performed on our behalf to help us, to teach us, all the teachings that Moshe taught us, obviously with the help of Hashem, all those teachings remain with us today and are in some ways stronger.
All right, let's maximize time. So where are we going back here? Let's see. Vayhi bayamim hahem vayigdal Moshe vayitze el achayav. And so it was in those days, in the days that he grew up, Moses and Moses went out to his brother, and he saw the hardships or the forced labor, and he saw an Egyptian man striking an Hebrew man from his brothers, or one of his brothers that sang. Was it? ויהי בימים ההם ויגדל משה ויצא לחייו וירא בסבלותם וירא איש מצרי מכה איש עברי מחייו. One moment. We're at, let's see. All right, so we'll go to 25. ויפן כה וכה וירא כי אין איש ויח ואת המצרי ויטמנהו בכל. And he turned away from thus, or he turned away like this and that, like this way or this way and that way, I guess it's saying. And he saw that there was no man, vayach, and so he struck down the Egyptian, vayitmanehu b'cho, and he buried him, concealed him in the sand. ויצא ביום השני והנה שני אנשים עברים נצים ויאמר לרשע למה תעקרך. And he went out on the second day and beheld two people, Hebrew, standing there, and said, and he said to the guilty one, "Why did you strike your fellow?" ויאמר מי שמך לאיש שר ושופט עלינו. And they said, and he said, who appointed you as a man of like a official man and judge upon us? הרגני אתה אומר כאשר הרגת את המצרי וירא משה ויאמר כן נודע הדבר. And he said, who is placed? Oh yeah, I already said that. Hal hargeni. Did you mean to kill me? Omer Kasher. He said, like you, as hard as you killed the Egyptian. And Moses saw, and said, I have affirmed, or Moshe was achen. Was this Moshe was surely knew the word? I feel like I'm missing something. Do you mean to kill me as you killed the Egyptian? I must have missed something. Kasher, to kill the Egyptian. Oh, do you mean to kill? Do you mean to? Are you saying that you will kill me or kill the? As you killed the Egyptian, Moses feared. They feared Moses and said, "Will you also do this?" Honestly, I don't know. It says Moses became afraid and said, "Surely the matter is." It's very strange. Something I want to look into later, but. Vayishma פרעה את הדבר הזה, ויבקש להרוג את משה, ויברח משה מפני פרעה, וישב בארץ מדיין, וישב על הבאר. And Pharaoh heard of this thing, and he sought to kill Moses, and but Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh, and he dwelled in the land of Midian, and sat upon by a well, a be'er, Yocheved. So here's this element of sitting by the well and meeting, your wife. So I'm going to just go back to a quick video to give myself another chance to die, because I'm only going to get a few hours of sleep, so I want to intersperse steps before I actually go to sleep. So any thoughts in the meantime? No worries. If not, I'll just continue.
More stronger now than ever. Stronger now than ever. So it's interesting. We see that in the beginning of Rambam, he speaks about all the different Moshe Rabbeinus of the generation. Now, in every generation, there's a Moshe Rabbeinu, a leader, and that if the generation is meritorious, this person will be the Mashiach. Of course, this is applicable, especially after the times of David HaMelech, when the Davidic kingdom has already been established. So now there's a Moshe Rabbeinu, a David HaMelech of the generation will be the Mashiach. Of course, this is applicable, especially after the times of David HaMelech, when the Davidic kingdom has already been established. So now there's a Moshe Rabbeinu, a David HaMelech of the generation, that this person will be a descendant of David HaMelech, and if the generation is meritorious, he will be crowned as king. So interestingly, we see that all the different leaders heard it from their previous teacher, their master, who heard it from his master, heard it from his master, all the way back to Moshe Rabbeinu. And then it says, and Moshe Rabbeinu heard it from Mipi HaGvura, which in Hebrew, if you speak Hebrew, it's a beautiful word, Mipi HaGvura, which in English translates as from the mouth of the mighty one. That Moshe, that all of our leaders heard these teachings from the mouth. And then it says, and Moshe Rabbeinu heard it from Mipi HaGvura, which in Hebrew, if you speak Hebrew, it's a beautiful word, Mipi HaGvura, which in English translates as from the mouth of the mighty one. That Moshe, that all of our leaders heard these teachings from Moshe. And where did Moshe hear it from? He heard it from the mouth of the mighty one, from Hashem himself. So
Interesting, because I know Gira was apparently a name for
Moshe knows what he's talking about.
Gira,
He had a pretty good teacher, as they say. Moshe's teacher, of course, was Hashem. Not just a pretty good teacher, as they say, but meaning to say the best of all teachers. Yeah. So we see that Moshe Rabbeinu has a student, and his name is Joshua. And Joshua, and Rashi sometimes interestingly refers to Yoshua as HaTalmid, it's the student, which is an interesting name. He's the student of Moshe. He's very humble before Moshe, and he's very dedicated to his teacher Moshe. And we know that Joshua took over the role of, he succeeded Moshe as the leader of the Jewish people. And after the passing of Moshe, Yoshua took over the job. So obviously, Moshe has characteristics of Mashiach. He's the Mashiach generation. So too, Yoshua has characteristics of Mashiach. He's the Moshe of his generation. And how could it be? They overlap. So after Moshe, so while Moshe was alive physically, Yoshua was his student. But after Moshe's passing, so now Yoshua had to take now over the role of assuming leadership over the Jewish people and directing them into the land of Israel.
I'll be right back.
So we see that after Yoshua took over the job, he reached a higher level. So we see that's the case in every generation, right? And then Rambam goes on to explain in a very interesting way. He explains how after Yeshua's Pinchas, he explains all the details up until the times of after the Gemara, Rav Ashi and Ravina. So we see this is a beautiful thing. And we learn that Yoshua, another interesting story, Moshe Rabbeinu, when Moses went up to speak to Hashem for 40 days and 40 nights without food, without water, he was sustained by Hashem
I
himself.
can't even imagine that.
He went up and there was, and all the nation remained at the bottom of the mountain. But Yoshua went partly up the way with Moses. Yoshua went up partly, and Moshe went to the top. And it said there was like a heavenly fire on top. Hashem's glory in a heavenly fire, so to speak, was revealed at the top of the mountain. How did Moshe enter? Hashem made a little empty space in between it, like a canopy, and Moshe went and dwelled within the glory of Hashem, the fire of Hashem. Hashem made a little canopy for Moses to hang out and learn Torah there with Hashem. How beautiful! If you really think about that, I remember when I was learning the Chumash, this was a couple of months ago, I was completely blown away by this. Moshe went up to Hashem. There was a heavenly fire. The glory of Hashem was consuming, and it was at the top of the mountain, and it was powerful to say the least. So how did Moshe enter? Hashem made a little vacuum area, so to speak, a little passageway, a little chamber, a little canopy, which was surrounded by the heavenly fire, and that's where Moshe entered.
Interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay. לכהן מדיין שווה בנות ותבואנה ותהילנה ותמלאנה את הרהטים להשקות צאן אביהן ויבואו הרועים ויגרשו ויקם משה ויושיען וישק את הצאנם ותבואנם אל רעואל אביהן ויאמר מדוע מיהרתן בו היום ותאמרנה איש מצרי הצילנו מיד הרועים וגם דלה לנו וישק את הצאן ויאמר אל בנותיו למה זה עזבתן את האיש קרן לא ויאכל לכם. And for the Cohen of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and they drew and they filled the troughs for the flock of their father to drink. But shepherds came and they expelled or drove them out, and Moses went up and he delivered them, the daughters of the priest, and he and he gave their flock to drink, and they they came back, or they went back, or they came to Reuel, their father, and they said, and he said, why meharten, why have you hastened to come back today, or come back? Why have you come back quick, so fast today? And they said to him, they said, an Egyptian man, rescued us from the hand of the shepherds, and also he certainly drew like he drew water for us to give to drink for the flock, and he said to his daughters, so where is this where is this man that has abandoned, or why have you abandoned, where is this man, why have you abandoned him? Call out to him and give him food, or so that he may eat bread. I'm going to go back to that real quick. Where were we? Here.
So that's a fortunate experience, to say the least. We all merit to have the glory of Hashem revealed in the world now. So Yoshua went halfway up with Moshe, and he stayed and camped there by himself and waited. He escorted Moshe to the top and halfway up, and then he stayed there and camped there while Moshe went up, and he stayed there. So you imagine, I remember thinking to myself, what an interesting experience Yoshua must have had. He was by himself as well, and he went up halfway with Moshe, and he probably saw interesting experiences. And the people were down at the bottom, and Yoshua was in between, camping by himself for 40 days and 40 nights. To imagine, not by himself, with Hashem. To imagine what kind of experience Yoshua must have had. Of course, Moshe, that's obvious. He was in the heavenly fire. He was in a canopy within the heavenly fire. That itself is quite an interesting experience. But Yoshua was there was there at the bottom, by halfway in between. By himself. So for 40 days and 40 nights, Yoshua was just with Hashem. We learned that Hashem is connected to each and every one of us at the same time. That even though Moshe is there in the fire and Hashem's teaching Moshe all the details of the Torah and all the secrets of the Torah and all the laws and all the details, yet Yoshua is halfway down the mountain and he's having his own experience with Hashem, and all the Jewish people at the bottom are having their own experience with Hashem. And this teaches us that, never compare yourself to another person and say, wow, he's at such a high level, how am I supposed to connect to Hashem? That's not true. It doesn't matter. Hashem wants a relationship with each and every one of us at our specific levels. He's interested in each and every one of us for who we are, not for who he is. You have to be you, I have to be me, and he has to be him. And that's what interests Hashem the most. Hashem doesn't want us to be anyone else but ourselves and the best version of ourselves. We see that if Yoshua was halfway up the mountain, he is also like the intermediary between Moshe and the Jewish people, that it says that Moshe was at such a high level that he automatically gave the Jewish people strength and to serve Hashem. But afterwards, Yoshua wasn't at the same level as Moshe. He was at a lower. He literally did not reach as high of a level of a prophecy as Moshe. Moshe is the greatest prophet of all time. Of course, Yoshua's at Yoshua Navi, he's at an incredibly high level, one of the highest prophets, to say the least. He's the successor of Moshe, the top suit of Moshe. But it wasn't as much of a revelation, his prophecy, as Moshe, to the point where it says, in a way, he was the one who needed to bring the people into Israel, because since he wasn't as at high of a level as Moshe, he activated within the Jewish people the ability to work harder within themselves. Moshe, in a way, did the work for the Jewish people, but with Yoshua obviously did some. He taught the people. He was the leader. He gave strength to the Jewish people, to say the very least. Of course, he prophesied and he revealed, and he did perform miracles as well, and he gave an incredible amount of strength to the Jewish people. But he also forced the Jewish people to activate their own strength within them. And we see that Mashiach will be a person like these two great leaders, and you have both of these qualities. He will be an incredible prophet. He will reach prophecy close to the level of Moshe, but he will also activate the ability within each Jew to act from within themselves. And that is what highlighted Yoshua's mission of bringing the people into Israel. So Mashiach has qualities of Moshe, has qualities of Yoshua. And we see that Mashiach, he will start off, of course, may not be apparent that he's Mashiach right away. He might seem like a student, might seem like he's a young student. But we see that with Yoshua, while Moshe was still physically alive, he was the student, and he was completely humble, and no one knew his greatness. He was completely calm and always in awe of Hashem and always following the orders of his teacher. But as soon as Moshe passed away, Yoshua took over, and we saw this incredible ability within Yoshua. So too with Mashiach. This person might be a simple person who people might not recognize his greatness right away. But when the time comes, he will step up to the plate, as they say, and we'll see that maybe what a person, never judge a person at first glance. Maybe what you see, what a person is giving over to you, is only just a little drop of what the abilities they have within them. We see that Mashiach will be a person that will be the leader. Every generation had this leader. After Yoshua, with Pinchas and then Eli Kohen, and then Shmuel Hanavi. Shmuel Navi was the Moshe of the generation. It says Shmuel Navi has the neshama of Aaron and Moshe together. And then, of course, Shmuel appointed David HaMelech as king. We see that Shmuel Navi is a Moshe-like figure.
That sounds kind of incestuous.
A prophet like Moshe, like Yoshua. And he guided the people and he set the stage, for the kingdom of David. So we see that every generation has this type of leader, and it could be that the current leader is living in the same times as the previous leader, and maybe the current leader, and then there's the future leader. So the student who will be the future leader, while he's still the student, he might be very calm and very. Could be that the current leader is living in the same times as the previous leader, and maybe the current leader, and then there's the future leader. So the student who will be the future leader, while he's still the student, he might be very calm and very.
I guess
the person might not know his greatness because he's completely given over to his teacher, completely humble before his teacher. But then when the time comes, this person could step up and take over the job.
The idea of taking on the mantle. Anyway, here, let's finish this up. ויואל משה לשבת את האיש, ויתן את ציפורה ביתו למשה, ותלד בן ויקרא את שמו גרשום, כי אמר גר הייתי בארץ נחליה. ויהי בימים הרבים ההם וימות מלך מצרים ויאנחו בני ישראל מן העבודה ויצעקו ותר שוועתם אל האלוהים מן העבודה. וישמע אלוהים את נאקתם ויזכור אלוהים את בריתו את אברהם ואת יצחק ואת יעקב. וירא אלוהים את בני ישראל וידע Elohim. All right, so that's it's not quite halfway through. We're 3 out of 7. It's not perfect. I'm going to try to maybe do this later if I get a chance, but here, let's just finish off that video real quick. Oh my god, I'm like trying to come out on a better schedule, but every time I fail.
We have the Moshe within us. We all have a specific role to do, and we're all the Moshe Rabbeinu of our own situation. And so too today is the birthday of the Rebbe Maharash. The Rebbe Maharash, the 7th son of the Tzemach Tzedek, the 4th, and the Rebbe Maharash is the 4th Rebbe of Chabad, and he was chosen by his father, the Tzemach Tzedek, the 3rd Rebbe of Chabad, to take over the leadership, and he was the youngest of all his brothers, but yet he was the one who was chosen. And we see that, people were surprised by this decision, but we see that the people, that when a leader has a nation, the nation gives strength to the king. The nation gives strength to the head. The body gives strength to the head. So a person, when students give strength to the teachers. We see that when sometimes a teacher learns more from the students than the students learn from the teacher. So we see this with the Rebbe Marash, that people couldn't, he was the seventh son, but how could it be the youngest of 7 brothers? He's the one who's going to be the next Rebbe. But the Tzemach Tzedek saw the potential of the
There's
Rebbe
another
Marash.
7
And
reference.
this potential, this power within the Rebbe Marash, of course, became
Also,
apparent when
he's
he
the
took over
7th son of
leadership.
Tzedek,
He was
and
humble. He
he's
wasn't showing
Shemot
his
Tzedek.
greatness, the Rebbe Marash. But as soon as it was needed, as soon as that was what Hashem wanted from the Rebbe Marash to take over, and it became clear, then he revealed to his brothers, to his Chassidim, who he really is, in a way of complete humility and surrendering to Hashem. So we see that with Yoshua, that when Moshe was leading, he was completely, batal to Moshe. But as when he had to do a role, he wasn't doing it for his own greatness, but he was doing it because Hashem wanted it.
Batal basically means negated.
Mashiach, may it be today that he will take over.
All right. Well, on that note, where did it go? Here? Is this it? No, this is not it. I am trying to find. Oh, I do not. Please tell me I didn't close it. Oh, here. No, it is. All right. Baruch atah Adonai. Wait. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam. Asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chaye olam nata betochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Oh wait, I didn't even translate it yet. I should probably do that before close out. It's like I was translating in my head, but yeah, shoot. So I guess in the meantime, give me one moment. What are they talking about now?
Boker Tov, good morning. Pardon for the delay there in getting started this morning. I apologize for being late.
Sure, I'm
back in the studio this morning. As you can see,
this guy's a Christian and he's just dressed up Jewish. Like, I mean,
that's a blessing to be sure.
He could be.
Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day.
You're Christian.
Listen,
you're Christian.
I received some difficult news this morning. Baruch Hashem, that our friend Dave Carnes has passed away.
Oh, it's sad.
May his memory be blessed. Baruch Den Lamet. Very sad for that.
Yeah, like, see, he's saying Baruch. He just can grow up around a Jewish community. That's entirely possible.
And someone who really loved Hashem and was very brave.
My Judar is on alert, and not because I think
came from a thoroughly Christian background, surrounded by Christianity, surrounded by friends and family who were Christians. But he wasn't.
What about Jews?
He wasn't afraid to pursue truth. And get ostracized from people. And I remember one of the last communication I'd received from Dave was that he was ill and his prognosis was difficult, and he had a longtime friend. Understand
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now. Mashiach now. We don't want to wait.